कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफलहेतुर्भूः मा ते सङ्गोऽस्त्वकर्मणि.
Radhe Radhe, Namaste, and a very warm welcome to everyone joining us today for JK Yog's International Gita Festival. We are delighted to have you all with us for this grand finale, a day-long celebration of the divine wisdom of the Bhagavad Gita. To begin this auspicious event, we invite Swami Mukundananda ji to light the ceremonial lamp and invoke divine blessings.
Deepa Jyote Param Jyoti Deepa Jyote Janardana Deepo Haratu Me Papam Deepa Jyote Namostute Shubham Karotu Kalyanam Arogyam Dhanasampadaha Dvesha Buddhi Vinashaya Atma Jyote Namostute Atma Jyoti Pradiptaya Brahma Jyote Namostute Brahma Jyote Pradiptaya Gurur Jyoti Namostute.
Thank you, Swamiji. About International Gita Festival, this is a visionary initiative by Swami Mukundananda ji aimed at bringing the holy Bhagavad Gita into every household. Over the past few months, 2-3 months, International Gita Festival has hosted more than 20 unique contests engaging hundreds of Gita enthusiasts from around the globe. Today, we have gathered for the grand finale featuring an exciting lineup of events. To begin, we will watch a beautiful and a special conversation between Swami Mukundananda ji and Dr. Vineet Agarwal, who is a doctor by qualification but an author by passion. Following that, we will have the recitation and the English translation reading of all the 18 chapters of the Holy Bhagavad Gita. And these translations are based on the commentary on the Bhagavad Gita by our Swami Mukundananda ji. Then we will have the much awaited award ceremony to honor our contest winners. In between, we will also be having enriching segments like meditation sessions based on the Bhagavad Gita and inspiring stories based on this beautiful Granth. To begin, let us first listen to Swami Mukundananda ji in conversation with Dr. Vineet Agarwal. Swamiji needs no introduction as he has transformed countless lives through the timeless wisdom of bhakti, yoga, and Vedic scriptures. Before we hear their discussion, let's watch the special introduction video on Swamiji, and immediately after that, we will watch this wonderful conversation between Swami Mukundananda ji and Dr. Vineet Agarwal.
Swami Mukundananda is a global spiritual leader and international authority on mind management. He is the founder of Jagat Guru Kripalu Yoga and a senior disciple of the fifth original Jagat Guru, Sri Kripaluji Maharaj. Swamiji conducts life transformation programs and spiritual retreats across 83 cities of the world every single year. People across the globe throng to attend the soulful retreats and family camps conducted in his divine presence. Swamiji has guided, inspired, and transformed millions of lives through his most logical, scientific, and devotional lectures. Swami Mukundananda is a visionary with a mission of spreading the message of selfless service to God. Swamiji has more than 5 million followers on social media, and he has established a vivid variety of specially designed free online courses that are serving the global community for many years. Swamiji has been the inspiration behind the multiple global events including International Gita Festival, International Yoga Festival, Sanskriti International, and many more. Swamiji has also set up the Jagat Guru Kripalu Naturopathy Hospital and the Jagat Guru Kripalu University at Orissa to provide quality wellness treatment and education to one and all. The Radhakrishna Temple of Dallas, Center for Indian Culture and Education at Dallas. The Radhakrishna Temple of North Carolina is on 10-acre serene wooded land. And the Radhakrishna Temple of Bay Area provide various avenues and ample opportunities to explore Indian culture and nurture selfless devotion towards God. For the future generations, Swamiji has curated value-based educational programs such as the Bal Mukund program for children and JK Yog Youth Club for the youth. Swami Mukundananda is also a best-selling author of various books. The Holy Bhagavad Gita, The Science of Mind Management, 7 Mindsets for Success, Happiness and Fulfillment, 7 Divine Laws, Spiritual Dialectics, and many more. Swamiji has touched the lives of millions across the globe to empower the soul, elevate the mind, and attain divine bliss. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Swami Mukundananda.
It's a pleasure and an absolute honor to be here face to face, even if it is virtually, with Swamiji. And Swamiji, first of all, thank you so much for writing this commentary. That's the first thing I wanted to say, because it is just it is just the way how things turn out in life. I have been looking for reading another version of Bhagavad Gita. I have read various versions and various commentaries written by different scholars over my life. And since a few months, I had this thought in my mind that I should pick it up again, and maybe it will throw up some new insights for me. And that is when your book came out, your commentary on the Bhagavad Gita has come out, and this gave me the opportunity to connect with this amazing text once again. So thank you so much for bringing it out at this time, and also for making it so simple and so easy to understand.
Vineet, God's ways are really amazing. Thank you for your kind words. I went today and heard a couple of your videos on YouTube, and it is so delightful to see a young person like yourself taking up our ancient heritage and presenting it so nicely with such an engaging manner. So happy to know that your books are doing so well and wish you ever increasing success in future.
Thank you so much, Swamiji. It means a lot. And I think, it's just a way to connect with the modern audience. And I hope a lot of people pick up this commentary as well of the Bhagavad Gita, because since the time actually you mentioned the podcast and the videos that I've been doing, I keep getting a lot of questions from people, about which version or which book should they pick up. Even if they want to read the Bhagavad Gita, they always want recommendations of the authors. And now I think this is the perfect book for me to recommend. So I think it's just, everything just ties up beautifully.
Well, Vineet, just a humble confession. Actually, when I started going to the US, people would ask me the same question, that which version of the Gita should we read? And then when I looked around, I said, maybe things can be explained more simply and more clearly. And that's the reason why I wrote this down.
Right, definitely, most definitely, Swamiji. And I think I would like to start there. As a man of science, you are, an IITian and an ex-IIM, and you have, and you were probably one of the first batches, to come out of IIM, if I'm not mistaken. So you've been at the forefront, on the technology aspect and the science aspect of it. And I, being a doctor, I also get asked this question, what is a man of science doing with, delving into religious books? So on a personal level, I think that is the first question I want to ask you. What do you think? What is your opinion about this? Can science and religion or spirituality coexist?
Absolutely, Vineet. Actually, I have not abandoned the logical mindset which got developed during the study of science. I have just extended it further because science trained us to think rationally, to analyze, etc. But then it left certain blanks. For example, it stated these are the laws, and it had no mention of the lawmaker. So if there was just a big bang which was the cause of it all, there should have been chaos. And there is no effort to explain in the whole body of science that why do laws exist in the first place.
Right.
And that curiosity was there in my mind all the while. So when I started studying our Vedic scriptures, in particular the Bhagavad Gita, all these answers came streaming in. And then the understanding came that there is really no conflict between science and religion. Science is studying the external world and helping us harness its energies for enriching the quality of our life. And spirituality is talking about the inner world, how to purify ourselves, develop our character, how to enhance and adorn ourselves with virtues, how to find meaning and purpose in life. And these can be wonderfully reconciled. So in the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna doesn't discard materialism. He keeps it right there. In fact, Arjun wants to discard it. And he says, I will give it all up. And Sri Krishna keeps on insisting, no, Arjun, you have to go ahead and do it. Nahatyashnatastu yogosti. He even goes to the extent of saying that, look, If you stop eating, if you stop drinking, if you stop sleeping, if you stop taking care of your body, you cannot even be a successful spiritualist. So the message is very clear. The goal is spiritual, but at the same time, material science also needs to be utilized for the maintenance of our body.
Right, Swamiji. Definitely. I think that is something that a lot of people don't understand. That the Bhagavad Gita was recited on a battlefield, and it was a call to arms, for Arjun rather than leaving everything and taking sannyas. And I think that is a good segue into the next question that I have in my mind, which was regarding the Karma Yoga and the Karma Sannyas. So you have very beautifully explained it in the book, but for the benefit of the audience, I would request you to just highlight a couple of aspects about both these modes.
Yes, Vineet. Through the Bhagavad Gita, the goal is clarified that we are spiritual beings and hence our purpose in life is spiritual, which is the realization of the ultimate, call it God realization or self realization. It's a pure spiritual goal. So the question arises in everybody's minds that can we just give up all our worldly duties and pursue that spiritual goal singularly? We have various responsibilities in the world, our duties to parents, society, family, profession, nation, the world. Can we all just chuck it off? Is it justified? So, the path of karma sannyas is one where we reject all Laukik and Vedic karmas, worldly duties and Vedic duties, the karma kand, the sandhya vandan, etc. They are all categorically left behind. And one is completely dedicated to the spiritual path. So that is the instruction that comes at the end of the Bhagavad Gita. Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam braja. Now somebody may ask, is that morally justified? We're giving up all our worldly duties and saying, okay, only God, God, God. It is for somebody who is at that platform. Even in the dialogue between Ram and Lakshman, we see this. When Ram was to depart to the forest, Lakshman said, I will accompany you. And Ram said, look, you have your duty to your father and to the city of Ayodhya. So they are all in despair and you need to take care of them. So Lakshman says, Guru pitu matu na janahu kahu kahu subhau nath patiyau. I don't know any father, any mother, nothing. So Lakshman has rejected the worldly duties, but he has taken up a higher duty, the spiritual duty. So he says, More sabahi ek tum swami, deen bandhu ur antarayami. O Ram, you are my everything. You are my father, you are my mother, you are my all in all. That means now Lakshman is not looking on himself as the body. He is looking on himself as the soul and seeing all his relationships with Sri Ram. So from that spiritual platform, he is now saying, I'm following the path of karma sannyas. When somebody follows such a path, Sri Krishna, 18.66, that powerful verse, he says, Aham tuam sarva papebhyo mokshishyami mashucha. Don't worry, Arjun. If there is any sin in it, I will free you from it. Because that was the ultimate purpose of all dharma, to reach God. However, interestingly, in the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna is not recommending it through the 18 chapters until the last. So in the 5th chapter, Arjun asks Sri Krishna the question that on one side you say that one who is a realized soul does not have any social obligations, and yet you are asking me to work. So please tell me, Sri Krishna, which of these two is superior? Karma Yoga, living in the world and practicing spirituality, or Karma Sannyas, renouncing it all? Sri Krishna gives an astonishing answer in 5.2. He says, Sannyasaha karma yogascha nishreyasakaravubhav. Arjun, whether you follow karma yoga or karma sannyas, both will take you to the ultimate goal. You stay in the world and be spiritual, or renounce the world and be spiritual. But tayostu karma sannyasat karma yogo vishishyate. Superior to karma sannyas is karma yoga. That means if somebody is there in the world, in household life, and practicing spirituality, that person is superior to a Baba who has renounced the world. And that takes everybody by surprise, particularly in the Indian culture, right? Where the sannyasis are put at the highest pedestal. So the logic is twofold. Firstly, a karma sannyasi has renounced all dharmas and is only adhering to the spiritual dharma of love for God. Now, supposing the karma sannyasi cannot hold on to the spiritual dharma, then what does he do? Then he is neither here nor there. He's following no dharma at all. So the worldly man is better. At least he or she are doing their worldly duties. And this guy has left it all to do nothing at all.
Right.
Then Sri Krishna gives Arjun a different kind of logic. Very interesting logic. He says, Yad yad acharate shreshtas tattat eve taro jana. Arjun, what great people do, the rest of society follows as their role models. So, Arjun, you may be qualified for that step. You may be such a yogi. But the problem is that everybody else will want to follow you. You know, Arjun ran away into the jungle, let me also do it. And they will be hurt by that step. So, for Lok Adarsh, for the benefit of the world, you establish yourself as a role model of doing both, which is Karma Yoga. So, truly, the Bhagavad Gita accepts both of these as paths, but it uh, is very clear that for majority of the people, 99.9% of society, Karma Yoga is the better path, where alongside with the worldly duties, you also practice spirituality.
Right. So, Swamiji, I think that's an interesting thought that, a lot of religious teachings or religious sects, they talk about renunciation and, focusing only on God. But I think Bhagavad Gita is that one text which actually tells you to focus on God while doing your duties. I think that's a very, very positive lesson, especially for the modern world, because, youngsters today, they don't really want to leave everything. They have got the comforts that their parents have earned for them, and they don't want to relinquish anything. So I think this is a very practical approach for the society today, even Indian society, which is relatively more thriving than the previous generation. So one
That's
thing,
right.
right.
Yes,
Sure.
Vineet. So, very rightly, you mentioned that the Bhagavad Gita was spoken in the battleground. That has a very strong message because the battleground is the most intense kind of situation you would find in this material world. It cannot get worse than that. And Sri Krishna is deliberately created a situation in the battleground where he gives that wisdom. The same situation because he's the one who's actually put Arjun in ignorance so that he can speak the Gita to him now. And he could have done that anywhere else, but he has deliberately chosen that battleground. So the message is that no matter how dire the external circumstance is, you can still be spiritual. And he says, Yat karoshi yadashnasi yat juhosi dadasi yat tapasyasi kaunteya tat kurushva madarpanam. Look, Arjun, you don't just have to do bhakti in the temple. Make every work of yours as a puja. So do every work as an offering to the Supreme. That becomes Karma Yoga.
Right, Swamiji. Again, a very beautiful thought. And I think there was a very relevant point that you mentioned about neither being here nor there. I think that's a very practical quandary that a lot of people find them in. You know, when we start something, initially the enthusiasm is a lot of, is a lot. And a lot of people, they take up things like yoga or meditation, with a genuine interest, and over a period of time it tends to fizzle out, or they find it a little difficult to do or carry forward, and then they never try and get back to it. So I think that's a very important thought, and which also is echoed in the book, in your commentary, where Krishna says that he does not forget the efforts that the devotees have put. So I think that's a very positive message, and I would request you to highlight that a little, because a lot of people get disheartened, that, oh, I was not able to achieve this, and then they never pick it up again. So that
Mm,
please just shed some light on that aspect.
definitely, Vineet. It is an arduous journey. Anything that is worthwhile is always uphill. And if we are struggling, it's an indication that we are probably climbing upwards. So, the spiritual journey being the ultimate benediction is naturally tedious and naturally difficult. So, the question is that when it is difficult, should we shy away from it? So, Sri Krishna, Arjun asks this question. He says, Sri Krishna, supposing I try and become a yogi in this life and I strive, but I don't reach the goal and die before it, then what will happen? I will be neither here nor there. Just like if a little segment of a cloud gets broken from the big mass, it has not much of an existence in the sky. So, what will happen to the unsuccessful yogi? Sri Krishna says that Arjun, don't you worry. Shuchinam Srimatangehe Yoga Brashto Bhijayate. I will note the effort of that aspirant, how much of vairagya he or she developed, how much gyan, how much shraddha, how much bhakti. And in the next life, I will give the fruits so that soul continues the journey from that point. And that is what helps us develop faith in the nyaya, in the justice of God. See, this is very important. When we know that good efforts will be noted and rewarded, we develop faith and belief and get motivated to do more of them. So, in this case, that belief comes from the understanding that Sri Krishna, the Supreme Lord, is always with us, sitting in our hearts. And he is noting our every thought, word, and deed. So when we say that the Supreme is all knowing, Sarvagya, what does Sarvagya, all knowing, mean? It doesn't mean just Antaryami. Antaryami, even a yogi can become. A yogi who practices yogic sadhana can know people's thoughts. It's no big deal. But God knows the thoughts of all the souls in the world, and not just at this moment, the moment before, starting from the time they were born. And not just this life, their innumerable lives in the past. So the innumerable lives of the innumerable souls of in all the innumerable universes, to know them, to keep an account, and to give the fruit at the proper time. That is the Sarvagya Bhagwan. But it gives us the faith that whatever I do, it will be uh, noted by the Lord, and that benefit will accrue for me to reap the rewards sooner or later.
Right. Again, Swamiji, thanks for explaining this. Another thought that came to my mind while listening to you was, um, a lot of people, they get confused between destiny and free will. And a lot of people ask if everything is predestined, if God knows everything about us, He knows our past and present and future. I mean, what if I don't do anything? Again, they give it as an excuse for not performing an action, or their duties rather. So, what would you say to them, to bring them to light?
Yes. So Sri Krishna does say, Vedaham samatitani vartamani cha Arjuna bhavishyani cha bhutani mam tu vedana kasane. He says, Arjun, I am Trikal Darshi. I know the past, I know the present, and I know the future. But me, nobody knows. So if the soul could know God, then the soul would become God realized. Brahmavid Brahmaiva Bhavati. Now, your question is, the question in many people's minds, which you have put, that if God knows the future, that means we have no free will.
Right.
Well, God does know the macro events of the future, but the micro events, even He does not know. Because if He did, then the concept of free will would be finished. So, supposing He knew that after so many months, you would become self realized. That means it's no longer in your hands. He has given us the energy to act, like the powerhouse supplies the electricity. And then how we utilize it is in our hands. We can heat the house, cool the house, or some crazy guy can catch the lines and get electrocuted. That is not the responsibility of the powerhouse. Likewise, God gives our senses, mind, and intellect the energy to act, but He also gives us the free will to decide what we will do with it. And that free will is the basis of creation. Supposing there was no free will, then the Bhagavad Gita would end in two sentences. Oh, Arjun, whatever is happening, I am doing it. You don't need to understand anything. Right? But at the end of the Gita, after giving all knowledge, Sri Krishna says, Iti te jnanamakhyatam vimishai tadasheshena yathechasi tatha kuru. Arjun, I have given you all the knowledge. Now ponder over it and then decide what you wish to do. So we all have the free will, and using it effectively is the most important thing.
Right. I think very beautifully explained, Swamiji, again. And this is one point that a lot of people have to understand, that our actions will result in efforts, or, in result, actually will get us results, even though the Gita tells us or teaches us not to covet the results and do perform the actions. But unless you perform those actions, nothing will ever get done. And I think another question that comes to my mind because of this discussion is about the four kinds of people that are mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita, and that again you've explained very nicely in the commentary about the four kinds of people who generally gravitate towards God, or towards worship of God, and the four kinds of people who neglect the worship of God, or who just neglect the entire spiritual journey or spiritual aspect of life. So please shed some light on these categories.
Yes, Vineet, we start off with the four kinds of people who worship God. He says, Chaturvidha bhajante mam jana sukritino arjuna arto jigyasu rartharthi jnani cha bharatarshava. Arjun, four people approach me with devotion, four kinds. The first are arth, those who are in distress. They come to God for reprise. Oh Bhagwan, please help me out in this situation. And that is natural because the soul is suffering in the world, and that suffering makes the soul turn towards God as a solution to the problems. And the second is Artharthi, one who is looking for material boons. I have these desires, I want them fulfilled, I need money, I need fame, I need family, etc. So that's the second category of people who approach me, Arjun, Sri Krishna says. And the third category of people are Jigyasu, who are curious. Who is this God everybody is talking about? Let me also go and figure out and try and read a little more about it. And then the fourth is the Jnani, who has understood the nature of the self, the relation of the self with the Supreme, and in knowledge is coming to the Supreme. So Sri Krishna says that Arjun, all of them are blessed and they will all be purified. But the Jnani is my very self. Jnani tvatmaiva me matam. He exalts that Jnani who is not coming out of distress or for satiation of material desires. So why does Sri Krishna extol that Jnani so much? Because that Jnani is with selfless, is coming to Sri Krishna in pure love. Now, coming to the four kinds of people who don't surrender. Now again, it's very nicely explained by Sri Krishna. He says, Namam dushkritano mudha prapadyante naradhama mayaya pahrata jnana asuram bhavam ashrita. The first are the murk, who have no knowledge of God. They have no knowledge of the purpose of life. So if somebody doesn't understand the purpose of life, the nature of the world, then they just uh, engage themselves with lower goals. How to enhance my bank balance, how to take care of my professional, how to move ahead in the professional rat race, etc. But they don't even realize that death is just waiting by. So they are equated to like the goats being taken to the slaughterhouse. Now the goat ahead is having its neck cut, and the goat behind is busy eating the grass. Doesn't realize in 10 minutes its chance is going to come. So Sri Krishna says this is the first kind of people who don't surrender to me. And the second are Naradham, which he says that they do know, and yet they don't do it. Why not? Out of laziness, out of carelessness. It's so difficult. Why do it? I know I should be going on this path, trying to purify my senses, but it's so difficult. Forget it. So Sri Krishna says that these people are the second kind. And the third are Maya Pahrata Jnana, whose intellect is deluded. They look on spirituality as just a means of intellectual entertainment. So they will sit and discuss, why did Sri Krishna do the Maharas? He did such a terrible thing. Why did Krishna create the world like this? I imagine the pride behind it, that we think we know more than God. We can say, I don't understand what he did. Let me try and do it. But for them, it's just a means of entertainment. As a spiritual teacher, I often come across people, who ask all kinds of frivolous questions. Somebody came and said, Swamiji, I have understood everything. But there's one question of mine nobody could answer. I said, what is this one question which is so important? The saying is that even a fool can ask a question that a great man cannot answer. But if this is your pride that I have a question that nobody can answer, then you will hope that Swamiji cannot answer it. Tell me what's the question. So he said, Swamiji, that Shravan Kumar, what was the name of his parents? Because it's not mentioned in the scriptures. So I said, look, my friend, if I am able to give you the name of his parents, then will you ask me the name of his grandparents? But tell me, what purpose of yours will be served? Do you have a share in the parents' property? What is the need of knowing that? So, Sri Krishna says, Maya pahrata jnana. The intellect is deluded. And then the fourth category says, aswaram bhavam ashrit. Those who are grossly atheistic. Those who hate the idea that there is somebody who's glorious, who's the source of creation. They hate the whole concept. So that is the Asuri Bhav. He says, this category of people also don't surrender to me.
Right. So, Swamiji, I think again, this is so astonishing that in the Bhagavad Gita, which is at least 5,000 years old, even if we go by the, the current concepts of history, and this so aptly describes the situation of a society even today. What kind of people we encounter, and as you said, you also end up meeting a lot of people who have such frivolous questions and they don't really focus on what is important. So I think again it brings to our mind, how relevant these teachings are. And regarding these teachings, again, I wanted to ask you, Swamiji, because you're an expert in this particular, I'm sorry, I'm fumbling a little. I'm just a little nervous talking to you, but I think that's because it's generally me answering the questions most of the time. But today I'm with somebody who knows much, much, much more than me, so it's a little, okay. So I'll start this question.
Well, frankly, we are all students, and I rue the day when I will lose my student mentality. So we are all seekers and all students, and we are all in the same boat. So don't hesitate. We are in it together. Go ahead and ask boldly.
Thank you, Swamiji. That's very kind of you. My question, basically, Swamiji, was that Bhagavad Gita, which even if we go by current history, it is said that it is at least 5,000 years old, and it is astonishing that all these categories of people that we see in the society today around us, these have been described in the Bhagavad Gita 5,000 years ago at least. So, if we go to the historical aspect of development of different philosophies in Hinduism, and we talk about the 6 darshan shastras, and one of them is Sankhya. So, it is said that Bhagavad Gita encompasses a lot of Sankhya teachings in it. But from what I have read of the Sankhya Dharma Shastra, I think it is a little, the approach of Sankhya is a little atheistic in the sense that it does not openly talk about the existence or the role of God in this creation. It does talk about Purush and Prakriti, but it doesn't really highlight the role of God in all these. So, how would you say that it fits into the Bhagavad Gita, which is a supremely devotional text?
Yes, Vineet, first of all, I'd like to congratulate you for recognizing Gita as a supremely devotional text, because Sri Krishna has highlighted Bhaktya Mam Abhijanati, Bhaktya Tvananyaya Shakya. Repeatedly he's exalting bhakti, devotion. Now, coming to Sankhya, the word Sankhya is a union between Sam and Kya. So Sam means completely and Kya means to know. The Sankhya means to know in completion. And it also is used in the context of counting, the Sankhya. So there is the Sankhya philosophy as one of the Shad Darshan in our Vedic heritage, starting with Mimamsa, Vedan, Nyaya, Vaisheshik, Sankhya, and Yoga. You are very right about your perception of Sankhya, although there are two kinds of Sankhya. So there have been two couples. One Sankhya was completely devoid of Ishwar, completely Nirishwarvadi. And the second Sankhya, which is attributed to Maharshi Kapil, son of Devahuti and Kardam, who is an avatar of the Lord. So his Sankhya does accept the presence of God. But at the same time, it just emphasizes Purush and Prakriti. And it says that it is because of the desire of Purush to enjoy Prakriti that there is bondage. And when we develop witness consciousness, we get freed from bondage. So that is, in essence, the Sankhya philosophy. Now, in the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna, astonishingly, in 700 verses, he has encapsulated the Shad Darshan, the Upanishads, and the entire Vedic philosophy. That is the beauty of the Bhagavad Gita, which makes it an eternal text of wisdom. In the second chapter, which is titled by Ved Vyas as Sankhya Yoga, in verse 2.39, Sri Krishna says, Arjun, thus far I have related to you Sankhya Yoga. Now listen to me about Bhakti Yoga. But the Sankhya that Sri Krishna is talking about is not in the sense of the Sankhya Darshan. Prior to that, he explained to Arjun the concept of the distinction between the soul and the body. So that analysis of the body, the soul, etc., is what Sri Krishna has called Sankhya. And then he goes on to say, now I will teach you Buddhi Yoga, how to use the intellect to control the mind.
Okay, I think that's very helpful, Swamiji, because I always had this question in my mind. It doesn't really. I mean, the two philosophies didn't really gel well together, but now it makes sense to me. So, another favorite topic that I have, Swamiji, while reading the scriptures is finding the science hidden in the myths or the legends or the stories. And there's another very scientific concept of the description of the universe and the Brahmand in our scriptures. The 14 lokas and the different planes of existence. So the Bhagavad Gita also, I think, just touches upon it, when it mentions about the people, the realized souls leaving their body at a certain moment of time, choosing their time of death, and either they take the path of the sun or the path of the moon. So I would like you to just, share a little, information about what are these two paths that the soul can take, a realized soul can take, and also a little more about the cosmology of the Bhagavad.
Okay. Yes. So in the 8th chapter, towards the end, Sri Krishna mentions about the Shukla Paksh and the Krishna Paksh of the moon, the waxing and the waning moon. Then he talks about the Uttarayan and the Dakshinayan, when the sun is in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, and when it is light and when it is day and when it is night. So he says that when the soul leaves during this situation, then it gets Sadgati, the favored destination, or else it gets Durgati. So this is one verse that one set of 3-4 verses that create a lot of confusion. And when I was writing my commentary, I got actually stuck on this for a few days. And I then visited the other versions, which was so confusing. Then, grace of God got this understanding that, look, our sadgati or durgati can never depend on where the sun is or it is not. Sri Krishna himself has said it depends on the state of your mind.
Right.
You know, if God realization was a mechanical thing, the problem would be solved.
Right.
Saint Kabir, he said he used to live in Kashi. And the general belief is that if you live in Kashi, if you die in Kashi, then you will attain God. And nearby is a place called Maghar. So if you die in Maghar, you will go to hell. So Kabir ji lived all his life in Kashi. And before death, he went to Maghar. He said, I will see who is going to give me help. So he said that these things are helpful in the preliminary stage. If somebody can't do anything else, they say, just adhere to external rules. At least something is better than nothing. You're expressing your intention. So out here, what Sri Krishna is referring to as light is the light of God Himself. When we say asatoma satgamaya tamosama jyotirgamaya mrityorma mritam gamaya. O Lord, take me from untruth, from falsehood to the truth, from mortality to immortality, from darkness to the light. So, this is the light of knowledge, the divine wisdom. And the thought being expressed here is that when we leave the body in the light of that divine wisdom, that ensures that we attain the supreme destination. Now, coming to your point about Vedic cosmology, see, this is my favorite subject. So if I start speaking, there'll be no end. Why don't you make your question a little more precise?
Okay, so Swamiji, let's say the Vishwaroop that Lord Krishna showed to Arjun, in which he was able to glimpse the 14 lokas and the demigods and the everybody who was there on the battlefield. He could see coming, going into his mouths and coming out of them, and the entire existence he could visualize in the form of Sri Krishna, the Vishwaroop that he was lucky enough to witness. So, in terms of the Vishwaroop, we understand that entire universe is just the body of the Lord, or it's existing. I mean, God represents the entire universe; it's all within Him. So, in terms of that, if you could shed some light on, what is the concept of having God in the universe and the universe inside God, or they are
Mm,
interrelated. They're not mutually exclusive, so to say.
yes, yes, yes. Uh, Reminds me of a verse in the Bhagavad when Mother Yashoda wanted to tie Sri Krishna and she was failing. Every time she would try, and the rope would be short by two fingers. And then she would add something else and again try, and again it would be short by two fingers. So at that time, Shukadev tells Parikshit that Nantar na bahiryasya na purva napi chaparam. Purva param bahischantar jagato yo jagatchaya. Her Lala, her son is such that he has got no inside and no outside. Yet he is inside the universe, and the whole universe is also inside him. So the supreme divine entity possesses innumerable contradictory attributes. That means now in the world we don't have contradictory attributes. If you ask somebody what is your age, and he says 25 and also 50 and also 75, say that's ridiculous. Right? If somebody says I'm in my office and also at home and also at the playground, say, come on, don't joke with us. But in the case of the Supreme Divinity, that is the case. He is residing in his divine abode. He tells Arjun, where once you go, you will never come back. And then he's also everywhere. Ahameva sameva gre. And then he also says, Arjun, I am sitting inside you. And then he's also in front. And you say, how can all of these be possible? That is the wondrous nature of the Supreme Divinity. He is smaller than the smallest, he is bigger than the biggest. And both these things are true. If he was not smaller than the smallest, how would he be pervading everything? For him to pervade the Higgs boson, he has to be smaller than the Higgs boson. And if he were not bigger than the biggest, then at the time of dissolution, how would he absorb all of creation in himself? So it's necessary he has to be both. Yasmat param na paramasti kinchit, yasmar na niyo na chayosti kaschit. Both of these are true. So now when it comes to creation, the Vedas and the Bhagavad Gita have got a very interesting and unique perspective that is unique from all the world philosophies. So it talks about the unity of all of creation, where Sri Krishna says, look, there is nothing apart from me in this world. What we call as world is my energy, Maya. It has emanated from me, and hence it is non-different from me. Just like the fire is, the heat and light are one with the fire. So this world is one with him. So in that sense, all of creation is one with God, but he also, after creating, pervades it. And in that sense, he is also present in all of creation. So there's one very popular Leela in our Indian culture. You know, when I believe it was Naradji who came and gave a fruit to Lord Shiv, and he went off. So now Shiv has got two sons, Ganesh and Kartikeya. Both started saying, Father, give this to me. Shankarji thought if I give it to one and not to the other, then they will be out here, they will complain of injustice. So he said, all right, we'll have a competition. Whoever circumambulates the whole of this world and comes back to me first will get it. So Kartikeya is a Senapati of the celestial gods. He took off. Ganeshji said, this is highly unfair because I've got this plump body, you know, and my vehicle also is the mouse. So I'm doubly handicapped. So Ganeshji used his intellect. He's the giver of the buddhi. He's just circumambulated Shiv and Parvati 3 times and said, Father, give me the fruit. So Shivji said that you are supposed to circumambulate the whole world. Yes, Father. You are Jagadish. Yes. So the whole world resides in you. It does. So if I circumambulate you, I have circumambulated the whole world. Shivji said, you are brilliant. Here it is. And then Kartikeya came panting. Ah. So he saw that Ganesh is already eating it. So still, just a little light on the Vedic cosmology. You know, the 14 worlds, other religious traditions have got a brief mention of this. Satwa Asman, 7th heaven. The idea is there. Now the details are out here. So our Vedic scriptures have actually given the details. It is Bhu, Bhuva, Swa, Maha, Jana, Tapa, Satya. And then below there's Tal, Atal, Vital, Sutal, Mahatal, Talatal, Rasatal, and Patal. So there are 7 Swargadik loks, 7 Narakadik loks, 18 in the entire Bhuvan.
Right. Thank you, Swamiji, for explaining that. And I believe we are in the middle Madhya Lokas, the Bhulok plane, and I think that is probably why we are, perfectly situated to go either higher up in the Lokas or lower Lokas, depending on our karmas. And I believe couple of stories in the Purans also mention it, that humans are uniquely situated in a body, in a mental frame of mind, where they can either improve to the level of gods or actually deteriorate to the level of demons. So I think Bhagavad Gita definitely helps us achieve that higher level. And what would you say about this, Swamiji, that if we follow the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita and we do karma yoga, either we pick up one of the yogs, we pick up either Karma Yoga or Gyan Yoga or Bhakti Yoga. And if we are able to better our own situation in the afterlife, so what does it mean for the society at a bigger level? An individual success in his spiritual journey, what would it mean for his family or for his society according to the scriptures? What would be the benefit at large to the world around us? Is it only about one person or one soul's mukti or moksha or liberation, or is it about a bigger or a higher purpose for the society?
Okay. Yes, Vineet, we are on this Madhyalok, Bhulok, which is considered special. We have the human form, and as you rightly pointed out, the human form has been greatly praised in our Puranas, in the Vedas as well, in the Upanishads. They say you have a golden chance. Although on this planet there are the other creatures as well, but the human form has got the power of knowledge and the free will to do Purusharth. So this is the free will zone. So we have got the two essential ingredients for achieving welfare: the Gyan Shakti and the power of Purusharth, ability to act by our free will. So we must use this knowledge of the Bhagavad Gita and the other scriptures to purify our lives and to make our life a success as is desired by whoever sent us here. Now, when we make our life a success, the natural consequence of that is that we develop good qualities. And one of those qualities is sense of compassion for the others. So when we develop, when we grow in spirituality, we develop the quality of compassion to understand the sufferings of others, to feel for their distress. And those realized sages are truly able to perform charity. From the material sense, somebody is hungry, you feed that person, the hunger is gone, and then the hunger comes back in 6 hours, right? But the root cause of all suffering is the ignorance. When it goes, that's when the problem will be solved. So they strive to help each and every soul and all humankind by striking at the root of all suffering, which is ignorance within.
Right, Swamiji. I think very beautifully put. I think it's the enlightenment of an individual would lead to a lot of benefits for his immediate environment as well as society as a whole. I think and raising us all to the level of gods or at least divine beings. So thank you so much, Swamiji. I think most of my questions have been answered by now. So probably my last question for the evening, Swamiji, is when we have scriptures such as the Bhagavad Gita, which is so powerful and which is so enlightening that a person reading the Bhagavad Gita by himself also can get a certain level of awareness or a sense of where he is headed or where he or she should be headed in the spiritual journey. So, what is the role of a guru in such a scenario versus the role of a book which can open up your mind? Are the two complementary, or are the two, individually equally effective as well? Because in this
Mm,
today's world, Swamiji, as the reason that I'm asking this question is that in today's world, it is very difficult to actually find a realized guru that can lead you to the paths that is best suited for you. So a lot of people tend to turn to the scriptures or read the and teachings of the enlightened rishis of the previous yugas or previous ages and get wisdom out of it. So in today's scenario or in today's world, because in our scriptures, of course, it's written that Guru is everything, Guru is who can guide you and take you out of this ocean of misery. But in today's day and age, where finding an actual enlightened Guru who can do that for you, is a little difficult. So
Mhm.
what would you suggest? What would be the role of a book like the Bhagavad Gita and a Guru?
So, Vineet, when we wish to learn material knowledge, when we go to school, we have the textbooks. Now, of course, a brilliant student can do self study with the textbooks, and yet they take the help of a teacher because it just facilitates the process. And the teacher doesn't teach anything contradictory to the textbooks, but uses them as the basis to impart knowledge. But likewise, in the science of spirituality as well, the scriptures are like the textbooks, and the guru is like the teacher who is explaining the truths within them. Now, material knowledge may be understood merely from texts, but spiritual knowledge is esoteric, which means there are many aspects of it which cannot be perceived in the present. So that is why Swami Vivekananda said the living truths must be passed down from master to disciple in any science, much more so in spiritual science. Today, the word mentor has become very popular. People realize that if they have a mentor in their profession, it just helps them leapfrog their career. A budding sports person, if he or she gets a mentor, it just helps save oneself from so much of trouble and speed up the learning process. That mentor also acts like a role model. The mentor inspires us by the fact that he or she has done it, and the mentor is able to help us resolve the difficulties we have. So, in the spiritual realm, our Vedas refer to the spiritual mentor as the guru. And that guru, now, this, if we take a look, the scriptures themselves are talking about getting them clarified via the guru. So in Sri Krishna says in the fourth chapter, Tad vidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninas tattva darshana. Arjun, learn the truth by approaching a realized sage. That sage has seen the truth by experience and can impart that knowledge unto you. So, of course, the problem is that we have had so many fake gurus, and that is what has put people suspicious of the whole process. Ramakrishna Paramans put it very well. He said, look, if your thali from where you were having food got stolen, it doesn't mean that you should now start eating from the ground. You go and find another thali. So, likewise, if one doctor cheated you, you go to another doctor. You don't say all doctors are cheats, right? So, likewise, the process of spirituality holds, even though spiritual teachers may have cheated some of them. And of course, one brings a bad name to everyone. That is the whole problem. And then people remember the bad, they forget all the good. But in this scenario, how do we know that any saint is speaking the bona fide truth? So, a true guru should be one who is explaining on the basis of Shastra. Now, without the Shastra, there's always scope for doubt that what this guru is saying, is it correct or not? And then, if the Guru is interpreting the Shastra, how do you know that this Guru's interpretation is right and the other people who are interpreting is wrong? Because 10 people have 10 interpretations. So the criteria given is refer to all the other gurus in history. If Surdas said the same, Tulsidas, Mirabai, Tukaram, Narsi Mehta, and if Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, Shankaracharya, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Vallabhacharya, all of them said that you are the soul and not the body, so then there is reason to believe. So this is the triad: Shastra, Guru, and Sadhu, all the other gurus. So when a sage is speaking the principles in conformity with Shastra and Sadhu, then that becomes authentic. So that is a criteria to use.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Swamiji. I think your teachings and your podcasts and hearing you alongside reading this commentary, this wonderful commentary that you've written, and I just want to show this amazing book. I think this is. I think reading these and listening to you together would probably do it. For most of us, because this is a journey that we should all be taking. And thank you so much for making it so easy for us to at least tread this path. In today's day and age, where it is very difficult to get genuine gurus and genuine teachers who really want to help you and guide you. I think this book and your efforts are they would do tremendous help for all of us, Swamiji. So thank you so much for writing this commentary, and thank you so much for this conversation this evening. I have been very nervous throughout talking to you because you are such a accomplished guru, accomplished teacher, accomplished person. And but it has been an absolute honor and pleasure listening to you and clarifying, getting my doubts clarified by you.
Well, Vineet, that is very kind of you. But actually, on the other hand, like I said, I went and saw your works and saw your videos, and I was so delighted to see a young man like yourself, doing all this, your love for our ancient heritage, for the Vedic scriptures, and the way in your own uh, and with divine inspiration, the way you're trying to bring it out. My prayers for your ever increasing success. It has been a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Swamiji. Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Radhe.
Thank you, Swamiji and Vineetji, for that insightful conversation. Now, without further delay, I am pleased to hand it over to our beautiful MCs, Vidyaji and Umaji, who will guide us through the rest of this extraordinary event. And I will come back and meet you all after the recitation and reading of all the 18 chapters of the Holy Bhagavad Gita.
In a world filled with questions, there is one timeless answer, spoken on a battlefield, echoed through centuries. It is the Bhagavad Gita.
Very well said. It is not just a scripture, it's a conversation with the soul. Let's all open our hearts to the wisdom of the Bhagavad Gita.
Absolutely. And in order to walk you through this amazing journey of Bhagavad Gita through the International Gita Festival 2025, we are going to be your hosts for today. This is Uma from Uti.
And this is Vidya from Australia. And it is now time to unveil the gems of wisdom from the Holy Bhagavad Gita.
Absolutely. Oh my God, what a super insightful interaction. But wait a moment, it's going to get even more exciting because we are going to be reciting the 700 verses of the Bhagavad Gita, the divine words spoken by Supreme Lord Shri Krishna. The cherry on the top is that we are also going to be reading the English translation of the 700 verses of the Bhagavad Gita as authored by Swami Mukundananda.
I am so excited, Umaji, and I'm sure our audience are too. In fact, to charge ourselves with devotion, we are going to begin with an enticing story based on the Bhakta Vatsalyata of Sri Krishna.
And followed by it, we will begin with the recitation of the Dhyan Shlokas. And after that, we will have the recitation and reading of chapters 1 and 2.
Radhe Radhe everyone, welcome to International Gita Festival 2025. This is Bhagavad Gita story segment. Today we are going to listen to the story of Bhaktavatsala Bhagavan, Lord Shri Krishna. In the great war of Kurukshetra, where the Pandavas and Kauravas fought for justice and truth, the mighty warrior Bhishma stood as the commander of the Kaurava army. Though Bhishma was fighting for the Kauravas, he loved the Pandavas and knew their cause was righteous. But he had pledged loyalty to the Kaurava throne and he could never break his word. One day, Duryodhana, the eldest Kaurava, accused Bhishma of not fighting with his full strength because he was fond of the Pandavas, especially Arjuna. Hurt by these accusations, Bhishma made a bold vow. He declared, "Tomorrow I will either kill Arjuna or make Lord Krishna, who has vowed not to use weapons in this war, break his promise." This declaration sent shockwaves through both armies. Everyone knew that Bhishma was invincible when he took a vow. Arjuna, though a skilled warrior, was worried. Lord Krishna, who was Arjuna's charioteer, reassured him, saying, "Do your duty, fight bravely, I will protect you." The next day, the battle began. Bhishma fought fiercely, unleashing his powerful arrows. His skill and strength were unmatched. Arjuna tried his best, but Bhishma's attack was relentless. Soon Arjuna found himself overwhelmed and his life was in danger. Watching this, Lord Krishna became furious. Though he had promised not to wield any weapons during the war, his love for Arjuna was so deep that he couldn't stay silent. Krishna leaped off the chariot, picked up a broken rail lying on the battlefield, and charged toward Bhishma like an unstoppable force. His eyes burned with divine fury, and the earth trembled under his steps. Bhishma saw Krishna rushing towards him and dropped his bow. He was an ardent devotee of Lord Krishna. He folded his hands in devotion and said, "O Lord, it is my honor to be slain by you. Come and fulfill my wish." But just as Krishna was about to strike, Arjuna ran to him and stopped him. "Oh Krishna, please don't break your promise for my sake. I will fight and do my duty," Arjuna pleaded. Hearing this, Krishna calmed down and smiled. He returned to the chariot and Arjuna resumed his battle with renewed vigor. Though Bhishma had succeeded in making Krishna momentarily break his vow, the incident showed how much Krishna cared for his devotee Arjuna. Bhishma's plan had worked. By his devotion, he had made Krishna reveal his divine love, even if only for a moment. Later in the war, Bhishma was struck down and lay on a bed of arrows. For days he lay there, patiently waiting for the right time to leave his body. During this time, he meditated on Lord Krishna. He remembered the image of Krishna driving the chariot, his hair covered with dust, his face glowing with sweat, and his love shining brightly. Krishna came to see Bhishma on his bed of arrows. The Lord stood by his side, giving him the divine vision he cherished. With Krishna's blessings, Bhishma peacefully left his body and merged his soul with the Lord he so deeply loved. Now, let us see the takeaway from the story from verse 2.6. Devotion knows no boundaries. Even though Bhishma fought for the Kauravas, his love for Krishna remained strong and pure. God cares for his devotees. Krishna was ready to break his own promise to protect his devotee, showing him how much he values those who love him. Truth always wins. No matter how strong unrighteousness seems, righteousness and truth always prevail. For more stories from Bhagavad Gita, you can read the Bhagavad Gita commentary by Swami Mukundananda ji, available on Amazon. Thank you. Radhe Radhe.
गुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम् अथ गीताध्यानश्लोकाः ॐ पार्थाय प्रतिबोधितां भगवता नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन ग्रथितां पुराणमुनिना मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतामृतवर्षिणीं भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनीम् अम्ब त्वामनुसन्दधामि भगवद्गीते भवद्वेषिणीम् नमोऽस्तु ते व्यासविशालबुद्धे पुल्लारविन्दायतपत्रनेत्र येन त्वया भारततैलपूर्णः प्रज्वालितो ज्ञानमयः प्रदीपः प्रपन्नपारिजाताय स्तोत्रवेत्रैकपाणये ज्ञानमुद्राय कृष्णाय गीतामृतदुहे नमः सर्वोपनिषदो गावो दोग्धा गोपालनन्दनः पार्थो वत्सः सुधीर्भोक्ता दुग्धं गीतामृतं महत् वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं भीष्मद्रोणतटा जयद्रथजला गान्धारनीलोत्पला शल्यग्राहवती कृपेण वहनी कर्णेन वेलाकुला अश्वत्थामविकर्णघोरमकरा दुर्योधनावर्तिनीं सोत्तीर्णा खलु पाण्डवैरणनदी कैवर्तकः केशवः पाराशर्यवचः सरोजममलं गीतार्थगन्धोत्कटं नानाख्यानककेसरं हरिकथा सम्बोधनाबोधितम् लोके सज्जन षट्पदैरहरः पेपीयमानं मुदा भूयाद् पंकजं कलिमल प्रध्वंसिनः श्रेयसे मूकं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे परमानन्दमाधवम् यं ब्रह्मा वरुणेन्द्ररुद्रमरुतः स्तुन्वन्ति दिव्यैस्तवैः वेदैः साङ्गपदक्रमोपनिषदैः गायन्ति यं सामगाः ध्यानावस्थिततद्गतेन मनसा पश्यन्ति यं योगिनः यस्यान्तं न विदुर्सुरासुरगणा देवाय तस्मै नमः।
ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः। अथ प्रथमोऽध्यायः अर्जुन विषादयोगः। धृतराष्ट्र उवाच धर्मक्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे समवेतायुयुत्सवः मामकाः पाण्डवाश्चैव किमकुर्वत सञ्जय। सञ्जय उवाच दृष्ट्वा तु पाण्डवानीकं व्यूढं दुर्योधनस्तदा आचार्यमुपसंगम्य राजा वचनमब्रवीत् पश्येतां पाण्डुपुत्राणाम् आचार्यमहतीं चमु व्यूढां द्रुपदपुत्रेण तव शिष्येन धीमता अत्तशूरा महेश्वासाः भीमार्जुनसमायुधि युयुधानो विराटश्च द्रुपदश्च महारथः तिष्ठकेतुश्चेकितानः काशीराजश्च वीर्यवान् पुरुजित्कुन्तिभोजश्च शैब्यश्च नरपुङ्गवः युधामन्युश्च विक्रान्तः उत्तमौजाश्च वीर्यवान् सौभद्रो द्रौपदेयाश्च सर्व एव महारथाः अस्माकं तु विशिष्टाये तानि भूत द्विजोत्तम नायका मम सैन्यस्य संज्ञार्थं तान् ब्रवीमि ते भवान् भीष्मश्च कर्णश्च कृपश्च समितिञ्जयः अश्वत्थामा विकर्णश्च सौमप्रतिस्तथैव च अन्ये च बहवत्सूराः मदर्थे त्वक्तजीविताः नानाशस्त्रप्रहरणाः सर्वे युद्धविशारदाः अपर्याप्तं तदस्माकं फलं भीष्माभिरक्षितं पर्याप्तं त्विदमेतेषां फलं भीमाभिरक्षितम् अन्येषु च सर्वेषु यथा भागमवस्थिताः भीष्ममेवाभिरक्षन्तु भवन्तः सर्व एव हि तस्य सञ्जनयन् हर्षं कुरुवृद्धः पितामहः सिंहनादं द्विनद्योचैः शङ्खं दद्मौ प्रतापवान् ततः शङ्खाष्टभेर्यश्च प्रणवानकगोमुखाः सहसैवाभ्यहन्यन्त
सशब्दस्तु मूलोऽभवत् ततः श्वेते हये युक्ते महति स्यन्दने स्थितौ माधवः पाण्डवश्चैव दिव्यौ शङ्कौ प्रदत्मतुः पाञ्चजन्यं ऋषिकेशः देवदत्तं धनञ्जय पौण्ड्रं दत्मो महाशङ्खं भीमकर्मावृकोदरः अनन्तविजयं राजा कुन्तीपुत्रो युधिष्ठिरः नकुलः सहदेवश्च सुघोषमणिपुष्पकौ काश्यश्च परमेशवासः शिखण्डी च महारथः धृष्टद्युम्नो विराटश्च सात्यकिश्चापराजितः द्रुपदो द्रौपदेयाश्च सर्वशः पृथिवीपते सौभद्रश्च महाबाहुः शङ्खा दद्मुः पृथक् पृथक् सघोषो धार्तराष्ट्राणां हृदयानि व्यदारयत नभश्च पृथिवीं चैव तुमुलो व्यनुनादयन् अथ व्यवस्थितान् दृष्ट्वा धार्तराष्ट्रान् कपिध्वजः प्रवृत्ते शास्त्रसम्पाते धनुरुद्यम्य पाण्डवः ऋषिकेशं तदा वाक्यम् इदमाह महीपते अर्जुन उवाच सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये रथं स्थापयमेच्युत यावदेतान् निरीक्षेऽहं योद्धुकामानवस्थितान् कर्मया सह योद्धव्यम् अस्मिन् रणसमुद्यमे योत्स्यमानानवेक्षेऽहं य एतेऽत्र समागताः धार्तराष्ट्रस्य दुर्बुद्धेः युद्धे प्रियचिकीर्षवः सञ्जय उवाच एवमुक्तो ऋषिकेशः गुडाकेशेन भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थापयित्वा रथोत्तमं भीष्मद्रोणप्रमुखतः सर्वेषां च महीक्षिताम् उवाच पार्थ पश्यैतान् समवेतान् कुरून् इति तत्रापश्यत् स्थितान् पार्थः पितॄन् अथ पितामहान् आचार्यान् मातुलान् भ्रातॄन् पुत्रान् पौत्रान् सखींस्तथा श्वशुरान् सुहृदश्चैव सेनयोरुभयोरपि तान् समीक्ष्य स कौन्तेयः सर्वान् बन्धून् अवस्थितान् कृपया परयाविष्टः विषीदन् इदम् अब्रवीत् अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेमं स्वजनं कृष्ण युयुत्सुं समुपस्थितं सीदन्ति मम गात्राणि मुखं च परिशुष्यति वेपतुश्च शरीरे मे रोमहर्षश्च जायते गान्धीवं स्रंसते हस्तात् त्वक्चैव परिदह्यते न च शक्नोम्यवस्थातुं ब्रह्मतीव च मे मनः
निमित्तानि च पश्यामि विपरीतानि केशव न च श्रेयोनुपश्यामि हत्वा स्वजनमाहवे न काङ्क्षे विजयं कृष्ण न च राज्यं सुखानि च किं नो राजेन गोविन्द किं भोगैर्जीवितेन वा येषां मर्ते काङ्क्षितं नः राज्यं भोगात् सुखानि च त इमेव स्थिता युद्धे प्राणां त्यक्त्वा धनानि च आचार्याः पितराः पुत्राः तथैव च पितामहाः मातुलाः श्वशुराः पौत्राः श्याला सम्बन्धिनस्तथा एतान् हन्तुमिच्छामि नतोऽपि मधुसूदन अपि त्रैलोक्यराजस्य हेतो किं नु मही कृते निहत्य धार्तराष्ट्रानः का प्रीतिः स्यात् जनार्दन पापमेवाश्रयेदस्मात् हत्वैतानाततायिनः तस्मात् नार्हा वयं हन्तुं धार्तराष्ट्रान् स्वबान्धवान् स्वजनं हि कथं हत्वा सुखिनः स्याम माधव यद्यप्येतेन पश्यन्ति लोभोपहत चेतसः कुलक्षयकृतं दोषं मृत्रदोहे च पातकं कथं नज्ञेनमस्माभिः पापादस्मान्निवर्तितुं कुलक्षयकृतं दोषं प्रपश्यद्भिर्जनार्दन कुलक्षये प्रणश्यन्ति कुलधर्मा सनातनः तद्धर्मे नष्टे कुलं कृत्स्वम् अधर्मोऽभिभवत्युत अधर्माभिभवात् कृष्ण प्रदुष्यन्ति कुलस्त्रियः स्त्रीषु दुस्ताषु वार्ष्णेय जायते वर्णसङ्करः सङ्करो नरकायैव कुलघ्नानां कुलस्य च पतन्ति पितरो ह्येषां लुप्तपिण्डोदकक्रियाः दोषैरेतैकुलघ्नानां वर्णसङ्करकारकैः उत्सादन्ते जातिधर्माः कुलधर्माश्च शाश्वताः उत्सन्नकुलधर्माणां मनुष्याणां जनार्दन नरके नियतं वासः भवति त्वनुशुश्रुम अहो भतमहत्पापं कर्तुं व्यवसिता वयं यद्राजसुखलोभेन हन्तुं स्वजनमुद्यताः यदि मामप्रतीकारम् अशस्त्रं शस्त्रपाणयः धार्तराष्ट्रारणे हन्युः तन्मे क्षेमतरं भवेत् सञ्जय उवाच एवमुक्त्वार्जुनः सङ्ख्ये रथोपस्थ उपाविशत् विसृज्य सचरं चापं शोकसंविघ्नमानसः ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे अर्जुनविषादयोगो नाम प्रथमोऽध्यायः।
Radhe Radhe, the first chapter, Arjun Vishad Yoga. Lamenting the consequences of war. This Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjay, after gathering on the holy field of Kurukshetra and desiring to fight, what did my sons and the sons of Pandu do? Sanjay said, on observing the Pandavas' army standing in military formation, King Duryodhan approached his teacher Dronacharya and said the following words. Duryodhan said, respected teacher, behold the mighty army of the sons of Pandu so expertly arrayed for battle by your own gifted disciple, the son of Drupad. Behold, in their ranks are many powerful warriors like Yuyudhan, Virat, Drupad, wielding the mighty bows and equal in military prowess to Bhim and Arjun. There are also accomplished heroes like Drishta, Ketun, Chekitan, and the gallant king of Kashi, Puruchir, Kunti Bhoj, and Sayabhya, all the best of men. In their ranks, they also have the courageous Yuddhamanyu, the gallant Utmaju, the son of Subhendra, and the son of Draupadi, who all are great warrior chiefs. O best of Brahmins, hear too about the principal general of our side, who are specially qualified to lead. These I now recount unto you.
There are personalities like yourself, Bhishma, Karna, Kripa, Ashwathama, Vikan, and Bhurishrava, who are ever victorious in battle. Also, there are many other heroic warriors who are prepared to lay down their lives for my sake. They are all skilled in the art of warfare and equipped with various kinds of weapons. The strength of our army is unlimited, and we are safely marshaled by Grandsire Bhishma, while the strength of Pandava army, carefully marshaled by Bhim, is limited. Therefore, I call upon all the generals of the Kaurava army now to give full support to Grandsire Bhishma, even as you defend your respective strategic points. Then the grand old man of the Kuru dynasty, the glorious patriarch Bhishma, roared like a lion and blew his conch shell very loudly, giving joy to Duryodhana. Thereafter, conches, kettle drums, bugles, trumpets, and horns suddenly blared forth, and their combined sound was overwhelming. Then, from amidst the Pandava army, seated in a glorious chariot drawn by white horses, Madhav and Arjun blew their divine conch shells. Rishikesh blew his conch shell called Panchajanya, and Arjun blew the Devadatta. Bhim, the voracious eater and performer of Herculean tasks, blew his mighty conch called Paundra.
King Yudhishthir blew the Anantavijay, while Nakul and Sahadev blew the Sughosh and Manipushpak. The excellent archer and king of Kashi, the great warrior Shikandi, Drishtadyumna, Virat, and the invincible Satyaki, Drupad, the 5 sons of Draupadi, and the mighty armed Abhimanyu, son of Subhadra, all blew their respective conch shells, O ruler of the earth. The terrific sound thundered across the sky and the earth and shattered the hearts of your sons, O Dhritarashtra. At that time, the son of Pandu, Arjun, who had the insignia of Hanuman on the flag of his chariot, took up his bow. Seeing your sons arrayed against him, O king, Arjun then spoke the following words to Sri Krishna. Arjun said, O infallible one, please take my chariot to the middle of both armies, so that I may look at the warriors arrayed for battle, whom I must fight in this great combat. I desire to see those who have come here to fight on the side of the evil-minded son of Dhritarashtra, wishing to please him.
Sanjay said, O Dhritarashtra, having thus been addressed by Arjun, the conqueror of sleep, Sri Krishna then drew the magnificent chariot between the two armies. In the presence of Bhishma, Dronacharya, and all the other kings, Sri Krishna said, O Parth, behold these Kurus gathered here. There, Arjun could see stationed in both armies his fathers, grandfathers, teachers, maternal uncles, brothers, cousins, sons, nephews, grandnephews, friends, fathers-in-law, and well-wishers. Seeing all his relatives present there, Arjun, son of Kunti, was overwhelmed with compassion and with deep sorrow spoke the following words. Arjun said, O Krishna, seeing my own kinsmen arrayed for battle here and intent on killing each other, my limbs are giving way and my mouth is drying up. My whole body shudders, my hair is standing on end. My bow, the Gandiv, is slipping from my hand and my skin is burning all over. My mind is in a quandary and whirling in confusion. I am unable to hold myself steady any longer. O Krishna, killer of the Keshi demon, I only see omens of misfortune. I do not foresee how any good can come from killing my own kinsmen in this battle.
O Krishna, I do not desire victory, kingdom, or the happiness accruing to it. Of what avail will be a kingdom, pleasures, or even life itself, when the very persons for whom we covet them are standing before us for battle. Teachers, fathers, sons, grandfathers, maternal uncles, grandsons, father-in-law, grandnephews, brothers-in-law, and other kinsmen are present here, staking their lives and riches. O Madhusudan, I do not wish to slay them, even if they attack me. Even if we kill the sons of Dhritarashtra, what satisfaction will we derive from the dominion over the three worlds, what to speak of this earth? O maintainer of all living entities, what pleasure will we derive from killing the sons of Dhritarashtra? Even though they may be aggressors, sin will certainly come upon us if we slay them. Hence, it does not behove us to kill our own cousins, the son of Dhritarashtra, and friends. O Madhav, Krishna, how can we hope to be happy by killing our own kinsmen? Their thoughts are overpowered by greed, and they see no wrong in annihilating their relatives or wreaking treachery upon friends. Yet, O Janardhan, Krishna, why should we, who can clearly see the crime in killing our kindred, not turn away from the skin?
When a dynasty is destroyed, its traditions get vanquished, and the rest of the family becomes involved in irreligion. With the preponderance of vice, O Krishna, the women of the family become immoral. And from the immorality of women, O descendant of Vrishni, unwanted progeny are born. An increase in unwanted children results in hellish life both for the family and for those who destroy the family. Deprived of sacrificial offerings, the ancestors of such corrupt families also fall. Through the evil deeds of those who destroy the family tradition and thus give rise to unwanted progeny, a variety of social and family welfare activities are ruined. O Janardhan, Krishna, I have heard from the learned that those who destroy family traditions dwell in hell for an indefinite period of time. Alas, how strange it is that we have set our mind to perform this great sin with horrifying consequences. Driven by the desire for kingly pleasures, we are intent on killing our own kinsmen. It would be better if, with weapons in hand, the sons of Dhritarashtra kill me unarmed and unresisting on the battlefield. Sanjay said, speaking thus, Arjun cast aside his bow and arrows and sank into the seat of his chariot, his mind in distress and overwhelmed with grief.
ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः। अथ द्वितीयोऽध्यायः साङ्ख्ययोगः। सञ्जय उवाच तं तथा कृपयाविष्टम् अश्रुपूर्णाकुलेक्षणम् विषीदन्तमिदं वाक्यम् उवाच मधुसूदनः। श्रीभगवानुवाच कुतस्त्वाकश्मलमिदं विषमे समुपस्थितम् अनार्यजुष्टमस्वर्ग्यम् अकीर्तिकरमर्जुन। क्लैब्यं मास्मगमः पार्थ नैतत्त्वय्युपपद्यते क्षुद्रं हृदयदौर्बल्यं त्यक्त्वोत्तिष्ठ परन्तप। अर्जुन उवाच कथं भीष्ममहं सङ्ख्ये द्रोणं च मधुसूदन इषुभिः प्रतियोत्स्यामि पूजार्हावरिसूदना गुरून् हत्वा हि महानुभावान् श्रेयो भोक्तुं भैक्षमपीह लोके हत्वार्थकामंस्तु गुरूनिहैव भुञ्जीय भोगान् रुधिरप्रदिग्धान् न चैतद्विद्मः कतरन्नो गरीयः यद्वा जयेम यदि वा नो जयेयुः यानैव हत्वा न जिजीविषामः ते वस्थिताः प्रमुखे धार्तराष्ट्राः कार्पण्यदोषोपहतः स्वभावः पृच्छामि त्वां धर्मसम्मूढचेताः यच्छ्रेयस्यानिश्चितं ब्रूहि तन्मे शिष्यस्तेऽहं शाधि मां त्वां प्रपन्नम् न हि प्रपश्यामि ममापनुद्याद् यच्चोकमुच्चोषणमिन्द्रियाणाम् अवाप्य भूमावसपत्नमृद्धम् राज्यं सुराणामपि चाधिपत्यम् सञ्जय उवाच एवमुक्त्वा हृषीकेशं गुडाकेशः परन्तपा न योत्स्य इति गोविन्दम् उक्त्वा तूष्णीं बभूवः तमुवाच हृषीकेशः प्रहसन्निव भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये विषीदन्तमिदं वचः श्रीभगवानुवाच अशोचानन्वशोचस्त्वं प्रज्ञावादंश्च भाषसे गतासु न गतासूंश्च नानुशोचन्ति पण्डिताः न त्वेवाहं जातु नासं न त्वं नेमे जनाधिपाः न चैव न भविष्यामः सर्वे वयमतः परम् देहिनोऽस्मिन् यथा देहे कौमारं यौवनं जरा तथा देहान्तरप्राप्तिः धीरस्तत्र न मुह्यते मात्रस्पर्शास्तु कौन्तेय शीतोष्णसुखदुःखदाः आगमापायिनो नित्याः तंस्तितिक्षस्व भारत यं हि न व्यथयन्त्येते पुरुषं पुरुषर्षभा समदुःखसुखं धीरं सोमृतत्वाय कल्पते नासतो विद्यते भावः नाभावो विद्यते सतः उभयोरपि दृष्टोऽन्तः त्वानयोस्तत्त्वदर्शिभिः अविनाशि तु तद्विद्धि येन सर्वमिदं ततं विनाशमव्ययस्यास्य न कश्चित् कर्तुमर्हति अन्तवन्त इमे देहाः नित्यस्योक्ता शरीरिणः अनाशिनो प्रमेयस्य तस्माद्युध्यस्व भारत य एनं वेत्ति हन्तारम् यश्चैनं मन्यते हतम् उभौ तौ न विजानीतः नायं हन्ति न हन्यते न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचित् नायं भूत्वा भविता वा न भूयः अजो नित्यः शाश्वतोऽयं पुराणः न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे वेदाविनाशिनं नित्यं य एनमजमव्ययम् कथं स पुरुषः पार्थ कं घातयति हन्तिकम् वासांसि जीर्णानि यथा विहाय नवानि गृह्णाति नरोपराणि तथा शरीराणि विहाय जीर्णानि अन्यानि संयाति नवानि देहि नैनं छिन्दन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनं दहति पावकः न चैनं क्लेदयन्त्यापः न शोषयन्ति मारुतः अच्छेद्योऽयं मदाह्योऽयम् अक्लेद्यो शोष एव च नित्यः सर्वगतस्थाणुः अचलोऽयं सनातनः अव्यक्तोऽयम् अचिन्त्योऽयम् अविकार्योऽयमुच्यते तस्मादेवं विदित्वैनं नानुशोचितुमर्हसि
Tatchainam nityajatam nityam va manyase mritam tatapi tvam mahabaho naivam shochitumarhasi jatasya hi dhruvo mrityurhi dhruvam janmamritasya cha tasmada pariharyerte natvam shochitumarhasi avyaktadini bhutani vyaktamadhyani bharata avyaktanidhananyeva tatra ka paridevana Ascharyavat pashyati kaschida enan Ascharyavat vadati tataiva chanyaha Ascharyavat chainam anya shrinoti Shrudvapyenam vedana chaiva kaschit Dehi nityam avadyoyam Dehe sarvasya bharata Tasmat sarvani bhutani Natvam shochitumarhasi Swadharmam api chaveksha Navikamputumarhasi Dharmyadi yudat shrenyontaha Kshatriya shana vidyate Yadrichchaya chopapanam Swargadvaram apavritam Sukhinakshatriya partha Labante yudam idrisham Atachetvam imam dharmyam Sangramam na karishyasi Tatasva dharmam kirtim cha Hidva papam avapsyasi Akirtam chapi bhutani Katayishyanti te vyayam Sambhavitasya chakirtihi Maranat atirichate Bayadranat uparatam mansyante tvam maharataha yesham cha tvam bahumato budvaya silagavam avachavan vadanscha bahun vadishanti tavahitaha nidantasva samarjam tato dukataram nukim Hatova prapsyasi swargam jitvava bokshase mahim tasmadutishta kunteya yudaya kripta nishchayaha sukha duke same kritva labao jaya jaya tato yudaya yujasva naivam papam avapsyasi esha te bihita sankhye buddhir yoge trimam shrinu buddha hyukto yaya partha karma bandham prahasyasi Neha bhikrama nashosti pratavayo navidyate swapam apasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayato vyavasayatmika buddhehi eka kuru nandana bahu sakha yanantascha Buddhayo vyavasainam yamimam pushpitam vacham pravadancha vipaschitaha vedavadarataf partha nanyadashtiti vadinaha karmatmana swarga para janma karma palapradam kriya vishesha bahulam Bhogaishwarya gatim prati Bhogaishwarya prasaktanam Taya paritachetasam Vyavasayatmika buddhehi Samadhavna vidhyate Trigunya Vishaya Veda Nishtraya Gunyo Bhavarjuna Nirdvandvo Nityasattvasto Nirgoyakshema Atmavan Yavan Artha Udapane Sarvata Sampluto Dake Tavan Sarveshu Vedeshu Brahmasya Vijanataha Karmanya eva dikaraste mapaleshu kadachana makarma palahetur buhu mate sangostva karmani Yogasta kuru karmani sangam chaktva dhananjaya sidya sidjo samo bhutva samatvam yoga uchate Durena Yavaram Karma Buddhiyoga Dhananjaya Buddhau Sharanam Anvicha Kripana Palahetavaha
बुद्धि युक्तो जहाति है उभे सुकृत दुष्कृते तस्माद्योगाय युजस्व योग कर्मसु कौशलम् कर्मजं बुद्धियुक्ता हि फलं त्यक्त्वा मनीषिणः जन्मबन्धविनिर्मुक्ताः पदं गच्छन्त्यनामयम् यदा ते मोहकलिलं बुद्धिर्व्यतितरिष्यति तदा गन्तासि निर्वेदं श्रोतव्यस्य श्रुतस्य च श्रुतिविप्रतिपन्ना ते यदा स्थास्यति निश्चला समाधावचला बुद्धिः तदा योगमवाप्स्यसि अर्जुन उवाच स्थितप्रज्ञस्य का भासा समाधिस्थस्य केशव स्थितधीमि किं प्रभासेत किमासीत व्रजेत किम् श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रजहाति यदा कामान् सर्वान् पार्थमनोगतान् आत्मन्येवात्मना तुष्टः स्थितप्रज्ञस्त्यदोच्यते दुःखेष्वनुद्विग्नमनाः सुखेषु विगतस्पृहः वीतरागभयक्रोधः स्थितधीमुनिरुच्यते यः सर्वत्रान्विस्नेहः तत्तत्प्राप्य शुभाशुभं नाभिनन्दति न द्वेष्टि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता यदा संहरते चायं कुर्मोऽङ्गानीव सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यः तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता विषया विनिवर्तन्ते निराहारस्य देहिनः रसवर्ज्यं रसोऽप्यस्य परं दृष्ट्वा निवर्तते यततो ह्यपि कौन्तेय पुरुषस्य विपश्चितः इन्द्रियाणि प्रमाथीनि हरन्ति प्रसभं मनः तानि सर्वाणि संयम्य युक्त आसीत मत्परः वशे हि यस्येन्द्रियाणि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता ध्यायतो विषयं पुंसः सङ्गस्ते सुपजायते सङ्गात् तत्सच्चायते कामः कामात् क्रोधोऽभिजायते क्रोधात् भवति सम्मोहः सम्मोहात् स्मृति विभ्रमः स्मृतिभ्रंशात् बुद्धिनाशः बुद्धिनाशात् प्रणश्यति रागद्वेषवियुक्तैस्तु विषयानिन्द्रियैश्चरन् आत्मवश्ये विधेयात्मा प्रसादमधिगच्छति प्रसादे सर्वदुःखानां हानिरस्योपजायते प्रसन्नचेतसो ह्यासु बुद्धिर्पर्यवतिष्ठते नास्ति बुद्धिर्युक्तस्य न चायुक्तस्य भावना न चावतयः शान्तिः अशान्तस्य कुतः सुखम् इन्द्रियाणां हि चरतां यन्मनो नु विधीयते तदस्य हरति प्रज्ञां वायुर्नाम विवाम्वसि तस्मादस्य महाबाहो निगृहीतानि सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यः तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता या निशा सर्वभूतानां तस्यां जागृति संयमी यस्यां जागृति भूतानि सा निशा पश्यतो मुनिः आपूर्यमाणमचलप्रतिष्ठं समुद्रमाप प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामायं प्रविशन्ति सर्वे संशान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी विहाय कामान् यशर्वान् पुमांश्चरति निःस्पृहः निर्ममो निरहङ्कारः स शान्तिमधिगच्छति एषा ब्राह्मी स्थितिः पार्थ नैनां प्राप्य विमुह्यति स्थित्वा स्यामन्तकालेऽपि ब्रह्मनिर्वाणमृच्छति ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे द्वितीयोऽध्यायः।
Chapter 2 Sankhya Yoga. Sanjay said, seeing Arjun overwhelmed with pity, his mind grief-stricken, and his eyes full of tears, Sri Krishna spoke the following words. The Supreme Lord said, "My dear Arjun, how has this delusion overcome you in this hour of peril? It is not befitting an honorable person. It leads not to the higher abodes but to disgrace. O Parth, it does not befit you to yield to this unmanliness. Give up such petty weakness of heart and arise, O vanquisher of enemies." Arjun said, "O Madhusudan, how can I shoot arrows in battle on men like Bhishma and Dronacharya who are worthy of my worship, O destroyer of enemies? It would be better to live in this world by begging than to enjoy life by killing these noble elders who are my teachers. If we kill them, the wealth and pleasure we enjoy will be tainted with blood. We do not even know which result of this war is preferable for us, conquering them or being conquered by them. Even after killing them, we will not desire to live. Yet they have taken the side of Dhritarashtra and now stand before us on the battlefield.
I am confused about my duty and I am besieged with anxiety and faint-heartedness. I am your disciple and I am surrendered to you. Please instruct me for certain what is best for me. I can find no means of driving away this anguish that is drying up my senses. Even if I win a prosperous and unrivaled kingdom on the earth, or gain sovereignty like the celestial gods, I will be unable to dispel this grief." Sanjay said, having thus spoken, Godakesh, that chastiser of enemies, addressed Rishikesh, "Govind, I shall not fight," and became silent. O Dhritarashtra, thereafter in the midst of both the armies, Shri Krishna smilingly spoke the following words to the grief-stricken Arjun. The Supreme Lord said, "While you speak words of wisdom, you are mourning for that which is not worthy of grief. The wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead. Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings. Nor in the future shall any of us cease to be."
Just as the embodied soul continuously passes from childhood to youth to old age, similarly at the time of death, the soul passes into another body. The wise are not deluded by this. O son of Kunti, the contact between the senses and the sense objects gives rise to fleeting perceptions of happiness and distress. These are not permanent and come and go like the winter and summer seasons. O descendant of Bharat, one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. O Arjun, noblest amongst men, that person who is not affected by happiness and distress and remains steady in both becomes eligible for liberation. Of the transient there is no endurance, and of the eternal there is no cessation. This has verily been observed and concluded by the seers of the truth after studying the nature of both. That which pervades the entire body, know it to be indestructible. No one can cause the destruction of the imperishable soul. Only the material body is perishable. The embodied soul within is indestructible, immeasurable, and eternal. Therefore, fight of descendant of Bharat.
Neither of them is in knowledge. The one who thinks the soul can slay, and the one who thinks the soul can be slain. For truly, the soul neither kills nor can it be killed. The soul is neither born nor does it ever die, nor having once existed does it ever cease to be. The soul is without birth, eternal, immortal, and ageless. It is not destroyed when the body is destroyed.
O Parth, how can one who knows the soul to be imperishable, eternal, unborn, and immutable kill anyone or cause anyone to kill? A person sheds worn out garments and wears new ones. Likewise, at the time of death, the soul casts off its worn out body and enters a new one. Weapon cannot shed the soul, nor can fire burn it. Water cannot wet it, nor can the wind dry it. The soul is unbreakable and incombustible. It can neither be damped nor dried. It is everlasting in all places, unalterable, immutable, and primordial.
The soul is spoken of as invisible, inconceivable, and unchangeable. Knowing this, you should not grieve for the body. If, however, you think that the self is subject to constant birth and death, O mighty armed Arjun, even then you should not grieve like this. Death is certain for one who has been born, and rebirth is inevitable for one who has died. Therefore, you should not lament over the inevitable. O scion of Bharat, all created beings are unmanifest before birth, manifest in life, and again unmanifest on death. So why grieve? Some see the soul as amazing, some describe it as amazing, and some hear of the soul as amazing, while others, even on hearing, cannot understand it at all. O Arjun, the soul that dwells within the body is immortal, therefore you should not mourn for anyone.
Besides, considering your duty as a warrior, you should not waver. Indeed, for a warrior, there is no better engagement than fighting for upholding of righteousness. O Parth, happy are the warriors to whom such opportunities to defend righteousness come unsought, opening for them the stairway to the celestial abodes. If, however, you refuse to fight this righteous war, abandoning your social duty and reputation, you will certainly incur sin.
People will speak of you as a cowherd and a deserter. For a respectable person, infamy is worse than death. The great generals who hold you in high esteem will think that you fled from the battlefield out of fear and thus will lose their respect for you. Your enemies will defame and humiliate you with unkind words, disparaging your might, alias what could be more powerful than that? If you fight, you will either be slain on the battlefield and go to the celestial abodes, or you will gain victory and enjoy the kingdom on earth. Therefore, arise with determination, O son of Kunti, and be prepared to fight.
Fight for the sake of duty, treating alike happiness and distress, loss and gain, victory and defeat. Fulfilling your responsibility in this way, you will never incur sin. Hitherto, I have explained to you Sankhya Yoga, or analytical knowledge regarding the nature of the soul. Now listen, O Parth, as I reveal Buddhi Yoga, or the yoga of intellect. When you work with such understanding, you will be freed from the bondage of karma. Working in this state of consciousness, there is no loss or adverse result, and even a little effort saves one from great danger.
Of the Kurus, the intellect of those who are on this path is resolute, and their aim is one-pointed. But the intellect of those who are irresolute is many-branched. Those with limited understanding get attracted to the flowery words of the Vedas, which advocate ostentatious rituals for elevation to the celestial abodes and presume no higher principle is described in them. They glorify only those portions of the Vedas that please their senses and perform pompous ritualistic ceremonies for attaining higher birth, opulence, sensual enjoyment, and elevation to the heavenly planets.
With their minds deeply attached to worldly pleasures and their intellects bewildered by such things, they are unable to possess the resolute determination for success on the path to God. The Vedas deal with the three modes of material nature. O Arjun, rise above the three modes to a state of pure spiritual consciousness, freeing yourself from dualities, eternally fixed in truth, and without concern for material gain and safety, be situated in the self. Whatever purpose is served by a small well of water is naturally served in all respects by a large lake. Similarly, one who realizes the absolute truth also fulfills the purpose of all the Vedas.
You have a right to perform your prescribed duties, but you are not entitled to the fruits of your actions. Never consider yourself to be the cause of the results of your activities, nor be attached to inaction. Be steadfast in the performance of your duty, O Arjun, abandoning attachment to success and failure. Such equanimity is called yoga. Seek refuge in divine knowledge and insight, O Arjun, and discard reward seeking actions that are certainly inferior to works performed with the intellect established in divine knowledge. Miserly are those who seek to enjoy the fruits of their works.
One who prudently practices the science of work without attachment can get rid of both good and bad reactions in this life itself. Therefore, strive for yoga, which is the art of working skillfully in proper consciousness. The wise endowed with the equanimity of intellect abandon attachment to the fruits of actions which bind one to the cycle of life and death. By working in such consciousness, they attain the state beyond all suffering. When your intellect crosses the quagmire of delusion, you will then acquire indifference to what has been heard and what is yet to be heard about enjoyments in this world and the next.
When your intellect ceases to be allured by the fruitive sections of Vedas and remains steadfast in divine consciousness, you will then attain the state of perfect yoga. Arjun said, O Keshav, what is the disposition of one who is situated in divine consciousness? How does an enlightened person talk? How does he sit? How does he walk? The Supreme Lord said, O Parth, when one discards all selfish desires and cravings of the senses that torment the mind and becomes satisfied in the realization of the self, such a person is said to be transcendently situated.
One whose mind remains undisturbed amidst misery, who does not crave for pleasure, and who is free from attachment, fear, and anger is called a sage of steady wisdom. One who remains unattached under all conditions and is neither delighted by good fortune nor dejected by tribulation, he is a sage with perfect knowledge. One who is able to withdraw the senses from their objects, just as tortoise withdraws its limbs into its shell, is established in divine wisdom.
Aspirants may restrain the senses from their objects of enjoyment, but the taste for sense object remains. However, even this taste ceases for those who realize the Supreme. The senses are so strong and turbulent, O son of Kunti, that they can forcibly carry away the mind even of a person endowed with discrimination and who practices self-control. They are established in perfect knowledge, who subdue their senses and keep their minds ever absorbed in me.
While contemplating on the objects of the senses, one develops attachment to them. Attachment leads to desire, and from desire arises anger. Anger leads to clouding of judgment, which results in bewilderment of memory. When memory is bewildered, the intellect gets destroyed, and when the intellect is destroyed, one is ruined. But one who controls the mind and is free from attachment and aversion, even while using the objects of the senses, attains the grace of God.
By divine grace comes the peace in which all sorrow ends, and the intellect of such a person of tranquil mind soon becomes firmly established in God. But an undisciplined person who has not controlled the mind and senses can neither have a resolute intellect nor steady contemplation on God. For one who never unites the mind with God, there is no peace. And how can one who lacks peace be happy? Just a strong wind sweeps a boat off its chartered course on the water. Even one of the senses on which the mind focuses can lead the intellect astray.
Therefore, one who has restrained the senses from their objects, O mighty armed Arjun, is firmly established in transcendental knowledge. What all beings consider as day is the night of ignorance for the wise, and what all creatures see as night is the day for the introspective sage. Just as the ocean remains undisturbed by the incessant flow of waters from rivers merging into it, likewise the sage who is unmoved despite the flow of desirable objects all around him attains peace, and not the person who strives to satisfy desires.
That person who gives up all material desires and lives free from a sense of greed, proprietorship, and egoism attains perfect peace. O Parth, such is the state of an enlightened soul that having attained it, one is never again deluded. Being established in this consciousness even at the hour of death, one is liberated from the cycle of life and death and reaches the supreme abode of God.
After listening to all these divine words, I am not going to call you Uma anymore. I am going to call you Soul.
Oh, I so wished that even souls had names.
I believe they do. Once we attain God, we will become gopis. And yes, gopis have name in Golok.
Oh, is it? Well, that's some news to me. But, anyways, it's time to test the spiritual knowledge of our audience. Yes, exactly. It is time for our trivia question. So, let's see who can get this right. Here it goes. Who was seated on the flag of Arjun's chariot? Do let us know in the comment section. Think hard.
I'm thinking as well. And while our audience is busy answering in the comments, Umaji, let me ask you something. Now that we are soaking ourselves in this divine wisdom of Bhagavad Gita, how would you feel if we could truly internalize this knowledge and deepen our understanding?
I would totally love that, Vidyaji. But how are we going to do that?
Well, we are all going to take part in a beautiful guided meditation specifically made on the chapter 1 and 2 that we just heard. So, everyone, get ready to internalize these beautiful gems of wisdom that you just heard in this amazing meditation that is coming your way. And followed by it, we will have the recitation and reading of chapter 3 to 5.
Radhe Radhe. Sit with your back straight, neck straight. Keep your hands in your lap or on your knees, wherever comfortable. Relax your shoulders. Close your eyes and take a deep cleansing breath in. Radhe. And exhale. Sham. And let's begin. You are studying the Gita and you are thinking over the part where Arjun asks Sri Krishna to take the chariot in the middle of the two armies. Kurukshetra. Kurukshetra. you think, my office is a Kurukshetra too. I always find myself torn between my boss and my subordinates. I have compassion for my subordinates. I don't want to get angry at them or fire them, but I do have my duty. Same with my family and my work. What to do? I have a soft heart and want to be with my family. But what will I do if I lose my job? And the house is no less than a battlefield. I find myself in a no-win situation. Should I side with my spouse and confront my teenagers, or take their side and argue with my spouse? I'm attached to both. And there's another war between this material world and my spiritual path. My family and society are pulling me into the world, and my mind wanting to be in God. I am at my wit's end. But then you remember how Krishna enhances Arjun's inner strength, keeps reminding Arjun of who he really is. You too remind yourself that you have the ability to overcome lamentation and delusion. But there are days when you feel like you just want to run away from it all. But then you think, what will happen to your family, your responsibilities? You don't want to be a coward. So like Arjun, you too pray to the Lord to show you the way. You close your eyes and bring the image of Sri Krishna in front of you, sitting on a magnificent chariot drawn by white horses. And you see yourself kneeling before him. And Krishna is saying to you, you are not this body, my child. You are the soul, indestructible, eternal. So be fearless. All this material world, relatives, associates are temporary. They can leave you at any time. And this happiness and distress you're feeling when interacting with them, it's also temporary. Learn to become steady in both. The soul doesn't die, just changes bodies. These relatives are for this lifetime alone, and death is inevitable. Dust to dust. Don't get attached to anything. Just do your duty and keep your mind in me. You open your eyes and with the firm resolve, pull out a journal and begin writing. Dear Krishna, I will try my best to be undisturbed in happiness and distress, loss and gain, victory and defeat. With a resolute intellect and one pointed aim, I will continue to do my duty and remember that I am not entitled to the fruit of my actions. I will steadfastly perform my duties, abandoning attachment to success and failure. I'll seek refuge at the lotus feet of my Guru and receive divine knowledge. And I will practice detachment. I promise. You then remember what Krishna said about Sthita Pragya, and you're reminded of your Guru. You close your eyes and bring his image in front of you. He is the personality who's transcendently situated, a sage of steady wisdom with perfect knowledge. He is established in divine wisdom, and his mind is always absorbed in God. You bow down to the image of your Guru. Pleased with your contemplation, you realize that your problem is that you keep thinking your happiness is in all the people and objects around you, which is resulting in attachment, desire, anger, and greed. If you don't make some changes soon, you will bring your own ruin. You need to exercise control over your mind and contemplate happiness in Krishna alone. Only that will attract God's grace. And with that divine grace will come peace, in which all sorrows will end. Bring your mind to the present moment. Rub your palms together. Place your palms on your eyes. Gently rub your eyes. And with a few blinks, open them. बोलिए राधा कृष्ण भगवान की जय, सद्गुरु सरकार की जय, जय जय श्री राधे, जय जय श्री राधे, जय जय श्री राधे श्याम.
परमात्मने नमः. अथ तृतीयोऽध्यायः. कर्मयोगः. अर्जुन उवाच ज्यायसि चेत् कर्मणस्ते मता बुद्धिर्जनार्दन, तत्किं कर्मणि घोरे मां नियोजयसि केशव. व्यामिश्रेणेव वाक्येन बुद्धिं मोहयसीव मे, तदेकं वद निश्चित्य येन श्रेयोऽहमाप्नुयाम्. श्रीभगवानुवाच लोकेऽस्मिन् द्विविधा निष्ठा पुरा प्रोक्ता मया नघ. ज्ञानयोगेन साङ्ख्यानां कर्मयोगेन योगिनां. न कर्मणामनारम्भात् नैष्कर्म्यं पुरुषोऽश्नुते, न च सन्न्यसनादेव सिद्धिं समधिगच्छति न हि कश्चित् क्षणमपि जातु तिष्ठत्य कर्मकृत् कार्यते ह्यवशः कर्म सर्वः प्रकृतिजैर्गुणैः कर्मेन्द्रियाणि संयम्य ययास्ते मनसा स्मरन् इन्द्रियार्थान् विमूढात्मा मिथ्याचारः स उच्यते यस्त्विन्द्रियाणि मनसा नियम्यारभतेऽर्जुन कर्मेन्द्रियैर्कर्मयोगम् असक्तः स विशिष्यते नियतं कुरु कर्म त्वं कर्म ज्यायो ह्यकर्मणः शरीरयात्रापि च ते न प्रसिद्ध्येद कर्मणः यज्ञार्थात् कर्मणोऽन्यत्र लोकोऽयं कर्मबन्धनः तदर्थं कर्म कौन्तेय मुक्तसङ्गः समाचर सह यज्ञाः प्रजाः सृष्ट्वा पुरोवाच प्रजापतिः अनेन प्रसविष्यध्वम् एषवोऽस्त्विष्टकामधुक् देवान् भावयतानेन ते देवा भावयन्तु वः परस्परं भावयन्तः श्रेयः परमवाप्स्यथ इष्टान् भोगान् हि वो देवाः दास्यन्ते यज्ञभाविताः तैर्दत्तानप्रदायैभ्यः यो भुङ्क्तेस्तेन एव सः यज्ञषष्ठाशिनः सन्तः मुच्यन्ते सर्वकिल्बिषैः भुञ्जते ते त्वघं पापाः ये पचन्त्यात्मकारणात् अन्नाद्भवन्ति भूतानि पर्जन्यादन्नसम्भवः यज्ञाद्भवति पर्जन्यः यज्ञः कर्मसमुद्भवः कर्म ब्रह्मोद्भवं विद्धि ब्रह्माक्षरसमुद्भवम् तस्मात् सर्वगतं ब्रह्म नित्यं यज्ञे प्रतिष्ठितम् एवं प्रवर्तितं चक्रं नानुवर्तयति हयः अघायुरिन्द्रियारामः मोघं पार्थ स जीवति यस्त्वात्मरतिरेव स्यात् आत्मतृप्तश्च मानवः आत्मन्येव च सन्तुष्टः तस्य कार्यं न विद्यते नैव तस्य कृतेनार्थः नाकृते नेह कश्चन न चास्य सर्वभूतेषु कश्चिदर्थव्यपाश्रयः तस्मादसक्तः सततं कार्यं कर्म समाचर असक्तो ह्याचरन् कर्म परमाप्नोति पूरुषः कर्मणैव हि संसिद्धिम् आस्थिता जनकादयः लोकसङ्ग्रहमेवापि सम्पश्यन् कर्तुमर्हसि यद्यदाचरते श्रेष्ठः तत्तदेवेतरो जनः स यत्प्रमाणं कुरुते लोकस्तदनुवर्तते न मे पार्थास्ति कर्तव्यम् त्रिषु लोकेषु किञ्चन नानवाप्तमवाप्तव्यम् वर्त एव च कर्मणि
यदि ह्यहं न वर्तेयं जातु कर्मण्यतन्द्रितः मम वर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्याः पार्थ सर्वशः उत्सीदेयुरिमे लोकाः न कुर्यां कर्म चेदहं संकरस्य च कर्ता स्याम् उपहन्यामि माः प्रजाः सक्ताः कर्मण्य विद्वांसः यथा कुर्वन्ति भारत कुर्याद् विद्वांस्तथा सक्तः चिकीर्षुर्लोकसङ्ग्रहम् न बुद्धिभेदं जनयेत् अज्ञानां कर्मसङ्गिनां जोषयेत् सर्वकर्माणि विद्वांसयुक्तः समाचरन् प्रकृतेः क्रियमाणानि गुणैः कर्माणि सर्वशः अहङ्कारविमूढात्मा कर्ताहमिति मन्यते तत्त्ववित्तु महाबाहो गुणकर्मविभागयोः गुणागुणेषु वर्तन्ते इति मत्वा न सज्जते प्रकृतेर्गुणसम्मूढाः सज्जन्ते गुणकर्मसु तान् कृत्स्नविदो मन्दान् कृत्स्नविन्न विचालयेत् मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि सन्न्यस्याध्यात्मचेतसा निराशीर्निर्ममो भूत्वा युध्यस्व विगतज्वरः एमे मतमिदं नित्यम् अनुतिष्ठन्ति मानवाः श्रद्धावन्तो नासूयन्तः मुच्यन्ते तेऽपि कर्मभिः एत्वेतदभ्यसूयन्तः नानुतिष्ठन्ति मे मतम् सर्वज्ञानविमूढांस्तान् विद्धि नष्टान चेतसः सदृशं चेष्टते स्वस्याः प्रकृतेर्ज्ञानवानपि प्रकृतं यान्ति भूतानि निग्रहः किं करिष्यति इन्द्रियस्येन्द्रियस्यार्थे रागद्वेषौ व्यवस्थितौ तयोर्न वशमागच्छेत् तौ ह्यस्य परिपन्थिनौ श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणः परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वधर्मे निधनं श्रेयः परधर्मो भयावहः अर्जुन उवाच अथ केन प्रयुक्तोऽयं पापं चरति पूरुषः अनिच्छन्नपि वार्ष्णेय बलादिव नियोजितः श्रीभगवानुवाच काम एष क्रोध एषः रजोगुणसमुद्भवः महाशनो महापाप्मा विद्येनमिह वैरिणम् धूमेनाव्रियते वह्निः यथादर्शो मलेन च यथोल्बेनावृतो गर्भः तथा तेनेदमावृतम् आवृतं ज्ञानमेतेन ज्ञानिनो नित्यवैरिणा कामरूपेण कौन्तेय दुष्पूरेणानलेन च इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिः अस्याधिष्ठानमुच्यते एतैर्विमोहयत्येषः ज्ञानमावृत्य देहिनम् तस्मात् त्वम् इन्द्रियाण्यादौ नियम्य भरतर्षभ
पाप्मानं प्रजहिह्येनं ज्ञानविज्ञाननाशनम् इन्द्रियाणि पराण्याहुः इन्द्रियेभ्यः परं मनः मनसस्तु परा बुद्धिः यो बुद्धेः परतस्तु सः एवं बुद्धेः परं बुद्ध्वा संस्तभ्यात्मानमात्मना जहि शत्रुं महाबाहो कामरूपं दुरासदम् ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे कर्मयोगो नाम तृतीयोऽध्यायः हरिः ॐ सर्वं श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु हरिः ॐ
Radhe Radhe. Chapter 3 Karma Yoga, the Yoga of Action. Arjun said, "Oh Janardana, if you consider knowledge superior to action, then why do you ask me to wage this terrible war? My intellect is bewildered by your ambiguous advice. Please tell me decisively the one path by which I may attain the highest good." The Lord said, "O sinless one, the two paths leading to enlightenment were previously explained by me, the path of knowledge for those inclined towards contemplation and the path of work for those inclined towards action. One cannot achieve freedom from karmic reactions by merely abstaining from work, nor can one attain perfection of knowledge by mere physical renunciation. There is no one who can remain without action even for a moment. Indeed, all beings are compelled to act by their qualities born of material nature, the three gunas. Those who restrain the external organs of action while continuing to dwell on sense objects in the mind certainly delude themselves and ought to be called hypocrites.
But those karma yogis who control their knowledge senses with the mind, O Arjun, and engage the working senses in working without attachment are certainly superior. You should thus perform your prescribed Vedic duties, since action is superior to inaction. By ceasing activity, even your bodily maintenance will not be possible. Work must be done as a yajna to the Supreme Lord. Otherwise, work causes bondage in this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, for the satisfaction of God, perform your prescribed duties without being attached to the results. In the beginning of creation, Brahma created humankind along with duties and said, "Prosper in the performance of these yajnas, sacrifices, for they shall bestow upon you all you wish to achieve. By your sacrifices, the celestial gods will be pleased, and by cooperation between humans and celestial gods, great prosperity will reign for all. The celestial gods, being satisfied by the performance of sacrifice, will grant you all the desired necessities of life. But those who enjoy what is given to them without making offerings in return are verily thieves."
The spiritually minded who eat food that is first offered in sacrifice are released from all kinds of sin. Others who cook food for their own enjoyment verily eat only sin. All living beings subsist on food, and food is produced by rains. Rains come from the performance of sacrifice, and sacrifice is produced by the performance of prescribed duties. The duties for human beings are described in the Vedas, and the Vedas are manifested by God Himself. Therefore, the all-pervading Lord is eternally present in acts of sacrifice. O Parth, those who do not accept their responsibility in the cycle of sacrifice established by the Vedas are sinful. They live only for the delight of their senses. Indeed, their lives are in vain. But those who rejoice in the self, who are illumined and fully satisfied in the self, for them there is no duty. Such self-realized souls have nothing to gain or lose either in discharging or renouncing their duties, nor do they need to depend on other living beings to fulfill their self-interest.
Therefore, giving up attachment, perform actions as a matter of duty, because by working without being attached to the fruits, one attains the Supreme. By performing their prescribed duties, King Janak and others attained perfection. You should also perform your duties to set an example for the good of the world. Whatever actions great persons perform, common people follow. Whatever standards they set, all the world pursues. There is no duty for me to do in all the three worlds, O Parth, nor do I have anything to gain or attain, yet I am engaged in prescribed duties. For if I did not carefully perform the prescribed duties, O Parth, all men would follow my path in all respects. If I ceased to perform prescribed actions, all these worlds would perish. I would be responsible for the pandemonium that would prevail and would thereby destroy the peace of the human race.
Ignorant people perform their duties with attachment to the results, O sign of Bharat, so should the wise act without attachment for the sake of leading people on the right path. The wise should not create discord in the intellect of ignorant people who are attached to fruitive actions by inducing them to stop work. Rather, by performing their duties in an enlightened manner, they should inspire the ignorant also to do their prescribed duties. All activities are carried out by the three modes of material nature, but in ignorance, the soul, deluded by false identification with the body, thinks of itself as the doer. O mighty armed Arjun, illumined persons distinguish the soul as distinct from gunas and karmas. They perceive that it is only the gunas, in the shape of the senses, mind, and others, that move among the gunas in the shape of the objects of perception, and thus they do not get entangled in them. Those who are deluded by the operation of the gunas become attached to the results of their actions, but the wise who understand these truths should not unsettle such ignorant people who know very little. Performing all works as an offering unto me, constantly meditate on me as the Supreme. Become free from desire and selfishness, and with your mental grief departed, fight.
Those who abide by these teachings of mine with profound faith and free from envy are released from the bondage of karma. But those who find faults with my teachings, being bereft of knowledge and devoid of discrimination, they are disregarded these principles and bring about their own ruin. Even wise people act according to their natures, for all living beings are propelled by their natural tendencies. What will one gain by presentation? The senses naturally experience attachment and aversion by the sense objects, but do not be controlled by them, for they are the waylayers and foes. It is far better to perform one's natural prescribed duties, though tinged with faults, than to perform another's prescribed duties, though perfectly
In fact, it is preferable to die in the discharge of one's duty than to follow the path of another, which is fraught with danger. Arjun asked, why is a person impelled to commit sinful acts, even unwillingly, as if by force, O descent of Vanshi?
Supreme Lord said, it is lust alone which is born of contact with the mode of passion and later transformed into anger. Know this as the sinful, all-devouring enemy in the world. Just as a fire is covered by smoke, a mirror is masked by dust, and an embryo is concealed in the womb, similarly, one's knowledge gets shrouded by desire. The knowledge of even the most discerning gets covered by this perpetual enemy in the form of insatiable desire, which is never satisfied and burns like fire, O son of Kunti. The senses, mind, and intellect are said to be breeding grounds of desire. Through them, it clouds one's knowledge and dilutes the embodied soul. Therefore, O best of the Bharats, in the very beginning, bring the senses under control and slay this enemy called desire, which is the embodiment of sin and destroys knowledge and realization. The senses are superior to the gross body, and superior to the senses is the mind. Beyond the mind is the intellect, and even beyond the intellect is the soul. Thus, knowing the soul to be superior to the material intellect, O mighty armed Arjun, subdue the lower self, senses, mind, and intellect by the higher self, strength of the soul, and kill this formidable enemy called lust.
ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः। अथ चतुर्थोऽध्यायः ज्ञानकर्मसन्न्यासयोगः। श्रीभगवानुवाच इमं विवस्वते योगम् प्रोक्तवानहमव्ययम् विवस्वान्मनवे प्राह मनुरीक्ष्वाकवे ब्रवीत् एवं परम्परा प्राप्तम् इमं राजर्षयो विदुः सकाले नेह महता योगो नष्टः परन्तप स एवायं मया तेद्य योगः प्रोक्तः पुरातनः भक्तोऽसि मे सखा चेति रहस्यं ह्येतदुत्तमम्। अर्जुन उवाच अपरं भवतो जन्म परं जन्म विवस्वतः कथमेतद्विजानीयाम् त्वमादौ प्रोक्तवानिति। श्रीभगवानुवाच बहूनि मे व्यतीतानि जन्मानि तव चार्जुन तान्यहं वेद सर्वाणि न त्वं वेत्थ परन्तप अजोऽपि सन्नव्ययात्मा भूतानामीश्वरोऽपि सन् प्रकृतिं स्वामधिष्ठाय सम्भवाम्यात्ममायया यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानमधर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहम्
परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्मसंस्थापनार्थाय सम्भवामि युगे युगे जन्म कर्म च मे दिव्यम् एवं यो वेत्ति तत्त्वतः त्यक्त्वा देहं पुनर्जन्म नैति मामेति सोऽर्जुन वीतरागः भयक्रोधाः मन्मया मामुपाश्रिताः बहवो ज्ञानतपसा पूता मद्भावमागताः ये यथा मां प्रपद्यन्ते तांस्तथैव भजाम्यहम् मम वर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्याः पार्थ सर्वशः काङ्क्षन्तः कर्मणां सिद्धिं यजन्त इह देवताः क्षिप्रं हि मानुषे लोके सिद्धिर्भवति कर्मजा चातुर्वर्ण्यं मया सृष्टं गुणकर्म विभागशः तस्य कर्तारमपि मां विद्यकर्तारमव्ययम् न मां कर्माणि लिम्पन्ति न मे कर्मफले स्पृहा इति मां योऽभिजानाति कर्मभिर्न स बध्यते एवं ज्ञात्वा कृतं कर्म पूर्वैरपि मुमुक्षुभिः कुरु कर्मैव तस्मात् त्वं पूर्वैः पूर्वतरं कृतं किं कर्मेति कवयोऽप्यत्र मोहिताः तत्ते कर्म प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ञात्वा मोक्ष्यसे शुभात् कर्मणो ह्यपि बोधव्यं च विकर्मणः अकर्मणश्च बोधव्यं गहना कर्मणो गतिः कर्मण्यकर्म यः पश्येद् अकर्मणि च कर्म यः स बुद्धिमान् मनुष्येषु स युक्तः कर्मकृत् यस्य सर्वे समारम्भाः कामसङ्कल्पवर्जिताः ज्ञानाग्निदग्धकर्माणं तमाहुः पण्डितं बुधाः त्यक्त्वा कर्मफलासङ्गं नित्यतृप्तो निराश्रयः कर्मण्यभिप्रवृत्तोऽपि नैव किञ्चित् करोति सः निराशीरयत चित्तात्मा त्यक्तः सर्वपरिग्रहः शारीरं केवलं कर्म कुर्वन्नाप्नोति किल्बिषम् यद्रच्छालाभसन्तुष्टो द्वन्द्वातीतो विमत्सरः समः सिद्धावसिद्धौ च कृत्वापि न निबध्यते
गतसङ्गस्य मुक्तस्य ज्ञानावस्थितचेतसः यज्ञायाचरतः कर्म समग्रं प्रविलीयते ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्महविः ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना दैवमेवापरे यज्ञं योगिनः पर्युपासते ब्रह्माग्नावपरे यज्ञं यन्येनैवोपजुह्वति श्रोत्रादीनिन्द्रियाण्यन्ये संयमाग्निषु जुह्वति शब्दादीन् विषयान् अन्ये इन्द्रियाग्निषु जुह्वति सर्वाणीन्द्रियकर्माणि प्राणकर्माणि चापरे आत्मसंयमयोगाग्नौ जुह्वति ज्ञानदीपिते द्रव्ययज्ञास्तपोयज्ञाः योगयज्ञास्तथा परे स्वाध्यायज्ञानयज्ञाश्च यतय संशितव्रताः अपाने जुह्वति प्राणं प्राणे पानं तथा परे प्राणापानगतिरुद्ध्वा प्राणायामपरायणाः अपरे नियताहाराः प्राणान् प्राणेषु जुह्वति सर्वेऽप्येते यज्ञविदः यज्ञशपितकल्मषाः यज्ञशिष्टामृतभुजः यान्ति ब्रह्म सनातनं नायं लोकोऽस्त्ययज्ञस्य कुतोऽन्यः कुरु सत्तम एवं बहुविधा यज्ञाः वितता ब्रह्मणो मुखे कर्मजान् विद्धितान् सर्वान् एवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्ष्यसे श्रेयान् द्रव्यमयात् यज्ञाच् ज्ञानयज्ञः परन्तप सर्वं कर्माखिलं पार्थ ज्ञाने परिसमाप्यते तद्विद्धि प्रणिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदेक्ष्यन्ति ते ज्ञानं ज्ञानिनस्तत्त्वदर्शिनः यज्ञात्वा न पुनर्मोहम् एवं यास्यसि पाण्डव येन भूतान्यशेषेण द्रक्ष्यस्यात्मन्यथो मयि अपि चेदसि पापेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः पापकृत्तमः सर्वं ज्ञानप्लवेनैव वृजिनं सन्तरिष्यसि यथैधांसि समिद्धोऽग्निः भस्मसात् कुरुतेऽर्जुन ज्ञानाग्निः सर्वकर्माणि भस्मसात् कुरुते तथा न हि ज्ञानेन सदृशं पवित्रमिह विद्यते तत्स्वयं योगसंसिद्धः कालेनात्मनि विन्दति श्रद्धावान् लभते ज्ञानं तत्परसंयतेन्द्रियः ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परां शान्तिः अचिरेणाधिगच्छति अज्ञश्च श्रद्धधानश्च संशयात्मा विनश्यति नायं लोकोऽस्ति न परः न सुखं संशयात्मनः योगसन्न्यस्तकर्माणं ज्ञानसञ्छिन्नसंशयम् आत्मवन्तं न कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय तस्मात् अज्ञानसम्भूतं हृत्स्थं ज्ञानासीनात्मनः छित्त्वैनं संशयं योगम् आतिष्ठोत्तिष्ठ भारत। ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे ज्ञानकर्मसन्न्यासयोगो नाम चतुर्थोऽध्यायः।
Chapter 4, Gyan Karma Sannyas Yoga, the Yoga of Knowledge and the Disciplines of Action. The Supreme Lord Sri Krishna said, I taught this eternal science of yoga to the sun god Vivaswan, who passed it on to Manu, and Manu in turn instructed it to Ikshvaku. O subduer of enemies, the saintly kings thus received this science of yoga in a continuous tradition, but with the long passage of time, it was lost to the world. The same ancient knowledge of yoga, which is the supreme secret, I am today revealing unto you, because you are my friend as well as my devotee, who can understand this transcendental wisdom. Arjun said, You are born much after Vivaswan. How am I to understand that in the beginning you instructed this science to him? The Supreme Lord said, Both you and I have had many births, O Arjun. You have forgotten them, while I remember them all, O Parantapa. Although I am unborn, the Lord of all living entities, and have an imperishable nature, yet I appear in this world by virtue of Yogmaya, my divine power.
Whenever there is a decline in righteousness and an increase in unrighteousness, O Arjun, at that time I manifest myself on earth to protect the righteous, to annihilate the wicked, and to re-establish the principles of Dharma. I appear on this earth age after age. Those who understand the divine nature of my birth and activities, O Arjun, upon leaving the body, do not have to take birth again, but come to my eternal abode. Being free from attachment, fear, and anger, becoming fully absorbed in me, and taking refuge in me, many persons in the past became purified by knowledge of me and thus attained my divine love. In whatever way people surrender unto me, I reciprocate accordingly. Everyone follows my path, knowingly or unknowingly, O son of Pritha. In this world, those desiring success in material activities worship the celestial gods, since material rewards manifest quickly. The 4 categories of occupations were created by me according to people's qualities and activities. Although I am the creator of this system, know me to be the non-doer and eternal.
Activities do not tempt me, nor do I desire the fruits of action. One who knows me in this way is never bound by karmic reactions of work. Knowing this truth, even seekers of liberation in ancient times performed actions. Therefore, following the footsteps of those ancient sages, you too should perform your duty. What is action and what is inaction? Even the wise are confused in determining this. Now, I shall explain to you the secret of action, by knowing which you may free yourself from material bondage. You must understand the nature of all 3 recommended: action, wrong action, and inaction. The truth about these are profound and difficult to understand.
Those who see action in inaction and inaction in action are truly wise amongst humans. Although performing all kinds of actions, they are yogis and masters of all their actions. The enlightened sages call those persons wise whose every action is free from the desire for material pleasures and who have burned the reactions of work in the fire of divine knowledge. Such people, having given up attachment to the fruits of their actions, are always satisfied and not dependent on external things. Despite engaging in activities, they do not do anything at all. Free from expectations and the sense of ownership, with the mind and intellect fully controlled, they incur no sin even though performing actions by their body. Content with whatever gain comes of its own accord and free from envy, they are beyond the dualities of life, being equipoised in success and failure. They are not bound by their actions even while performing all kinds of activities.
They are released from the bondage of material attachments and their intellect established in divine knowledge. Since they perform all actions as a sacrifice to God, they are freed from all karmic reactions. For those who are completely absorbed in God consciousness, the oblation is Brahman. The ladle with which it is offered is Brahman. The act of offering is Brahman. And the sacrificial fire is also Brahman. Such persons who view everything as God easily attain Him. Some yogis worship the celestial gods with material offerings unto them. Others worship perfectly who offer the self as sacrifice in the fire of the supreme truth. Others offer hearing and other senses in the sacrificial fire of restraint. Still, others offer sound and other objects of the senses as sacrifice in the fire of the senses. Some, inspired by knowledge, offer the functions of all their senses and their life energy in the fire of controlled mind. Some offer their wealth as sacrifice, while others offer severe austerities as sacrifice. Some practice the eightfold path of yogic practices, and yet others study the scriptures and cultivate knowledge as sacrifice while observing strict vows.
Still others offer as sacrifice the outgoing breath in the incoming breath, while some offer the incoming breath into the outgoing breath. Some arduously practice pranayam and restrain the incoming and outgoing breaths, purely absorbed in the regulation of the life energy. Yet others curtail their food intake and offer the breath into life energy as a sacrifice. All these knows of sacrifice are cleansed of these impurities as a result of such performances. Those who know the secret of sacrifice and engaging in it partake of remnants that are like a nectar. Advance toward the absolute truth. O best of the Kurus, those who perform no sacrifice find no happiness either in this world or the next. All these different kinds of sacrifice have been described in the Vedas. Know them as originating from different types of work. This understanding cuts the knots of material bondage. O subduer of enemies, sacrifice performed in knowledge is superior to any mechanical material sacrifice. After all, O Parth, all sacrifice of work culminate in knowledge.
Learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him with reverence and render service unto him. Such an enlightened saint can impart knowledge unto you because he has seen the truth. Following this path and having achieved enlightenment from a guru, O Arjun, you will no longer fall into delusion. In this light of that knowledge, you will see that all living beings are but parts of Supreme and are within me. Even those who are considered the most immoral of all sinners can cross over this ocean of material existence by seating themselves in the boat of knowledge. As a kindled fire reduces wood to ashes, O Arjun, so does the fire of knowledge burn to ashes all reactions from material activities. In this world, there is nothing as purifying as divine knowledge, one who has attained purity of mind. through prolonged practice of yoga, receive such knowledge within the heart in due course of time.
Those whose faith is deep and who have practiced controlling their mind and senses attain divine knowledge. Through such transcendental knowledge, they quickly attain everlasting supreme peace. But persons who possess neither faith nor knowledge and who are of a doubting nature suffer a downfall. For the skeptical souls there is no happiness either in this world or the next. O Arjuns, actions do not bind those who have renounced karma in the fire of yoga, whose doubts have been dispelled by knowledge, and who are situated in knowledge of the self. Therefore, with the sword of knowledge, cut asunder the doubts that have arisen in your heart. O Scion of Bharat, establish yourself in Karma Yoga. Arise, stand up, and take action.
ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः। अथ पञ्चमोऽध्यायः कर्मसन्न्यासयोगः। अर्जुन उवाच सन्न्यासं कर्मणां कृष्ण पुनर्योगं च शंससि यच्छ्रेययेतयोरेकं तन्मे ब्रूहि सुनिश्चितम्। श्रीभगवानुवाच सन्न्यासः कर्मयोगश्च निःश्रेयसकरावुभौ तयोस्तु कर्मसन्न्यासात् कर्मयोगो विशिष्यते। ज्ञेयस्य नित्यसन्न्यासी यो न द्वेषि न काङ्क्षति निर्द्वन्द्वो हि महाबाहो सुखं बन्धात् प्रमुच्यते। साङ्ख्ययोगौ पृथक् बालाः प्रवदन्ति न पण्डिताः एकमप्यास्थितः सम्यग् उभयोर्विन्दते फलम्। यत्साङ्ख्यै प्राप्यते स्थानं तद्योगैरपि गम्यते। एकं साङ्ख्यं च योगं च य पश्यति स पश्यति। सन्न्यासस्तु महाबाहो दुःखमाप्तुमयो गतः योगयुक्तो मुनिर्ब्रह्म न चिरेणाधिगच्छति। योगयुक्तो विशुद्धात्मा विजितात्मा जितेन्द्रियः सर्वभूतात्मभूतात्मा कुर्वन्नपि न लिप्यते। नैव किञ्चित् करोमीति युक्तो मन्येत तत्त्ववित्। पश्यन् शृण्वन् स्पृशन् जिघ्रन् अश्नन् गच्छन् स्वपन् श्वसन् प्रलपन् विसृजन् गृह्णन् उन्मिषन् निमिषन्नपि इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेषु वर्तन्त इति धारयन् ब्रह्मण्याधाय कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा करोति यः लिप्यते न स पापेन पद्मपत्रमिवाम्बसा। कायेन मनसा बुद्ध्या केवलैरिन्द्रियैरपि योगिनः कर्म कुर्वन्ति सङ्गं त्यक्त्वात्मशुद्धये। युक्तकर्मफलं त्यक्त्वा शान्तिमाप्नोति नैष्टिकीम्। अयुक्तः कामकारेण फले सक्तो निबध्यते। सर्वकर्माणि मनसा सन्न्यस्यास्ते सुखं वशी। नवद्वारे पुरे देहि नैव कुर्वन्न कारयन् न कर्तृत्वं न कर्माणि लोकस्य सृजति प्रभुः। न कर्मफलसंयोगं स्वभावस्तु प्रवर्तते। नादत्ते कस्यचित् पापं न चैव सुकृतं विभुः। अज्ञानेनावृतं ज्ञानं तेन मुह्यन्ति जन्तवः।
ज्ञानेन तु तदज्ञानं येषां नाशितमात्मनः तेषामादित्यवज्ञानं प्रकाशयति तत्परं तत्बुद्धयस्तदात्मानः तन्निष्ठास्तत्परायणाः गच्छन्त्य पुनरावृत्तिं ज्ञाननिर्धूतकल्मषाः विद्याविनयसम्पन्ने ब्राह्मणे गविहस्तिनि शुनि चैव श्वपाके च पण्डितः समदर्शिनः इहैव तैर्जितः सर्गः येषां साम्ये स्थितं मनः निर्दोषं हि समं ब्रह्म तस्मात् ब्रह्मणि ते स्थिताः न प्रहृष्येत् प्रियं प्राप्य न द्विजेत् प्राप्य च प्रियं स्थिरबुद्धिरसम्मूढः ब्रह्मविद् ब्रह्मणि स्थितः बाह्यस्पर्शेष्वसक्तात्मा विन्दत्यात्मानि यत् सुखं स ब्रह्मयोगयुक्तात्मा सुखमक्षयमश्नुते ये हि संस्पर्शजा भोगाः दुःखयोनय एव ते आद्यन्तवन्तः कौन्तेय न तेषु रमते बुधः शक्नोति हैव यः श्रोतुं प्राक्शरीरविमोक्षणात् कामक्रोधोद्भवं वेगं स युक्तः स सुखी नरः योऽन्तः सुखोऽन्तरारामः तथान्तर्ज्योतिरेव यः स योगी ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ब्रह्मभूतोऽधिगच्छति लभन्ते ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ऋषयः क्षीणकल्मषाः क्षीणद्वैतायतात्मानः सर्वभूतहिते रताः कामक्रोधाभियुक्तानां यतीनां यत्तचेतसाम् अभितो ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं वर्तते विदितात्मनाम् स्पर्शान् कृत्वा बहिर्बाह्यांश्च चक्षुश्चैवान्तरे भ्रुवोः प्राणापानौ समौ कृत्वा नासाभ्यन्तरचारिणौ यतेन्द्रियमनोबुद्धिः मुनिर्मोक्षपरायणः विगतेच्छाभयक्रोधः यः सदा मुक्त एव सः भोक्तारं यज्ञतपसां सर्वलोकमहेश्वरं सुहृदं सर्वभूतानां ज्ञात्वा मां शान्तिमृच्छति। ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे कर्मसन्न्यासयोगो नाम पञ्चमोऽध्यायः। हरि ओम् श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः। सर्वं श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु।
Chapter 5, Karam Sannyas Yoga, the Yoga of Renunciation. Arjun said, O Shri Krishna, you praised Karam Sannyas, the path of renunciation of actions, and you also advised to do Karam Yoga, work with devotion. Please tell me decisively which one of the two is more beneficial. The Supreme Lord said, both the path of Karam Sannyas and Karam Yoga lead to the supreme goal. But Karam Yoga is superior to Karam Sannyas. The Karam Yogis, who neither desire nor hate anything, should be considered always renounced. Free from all dualities, they are easily liberated from the bonds of material energy. Only the ignorant speak of Sankhya, which is Karam Sannyas, and Karam Yoga as different. Those who are truly learned say that by applying ourselves to any of these paths, we can achieve the results of both. The supreme state that is attained by means of Karam Sannyas
is also attained by working in devotion. Hence, those who see Karam Sannyas and Karam Yoga to be identical truly see things as they are.
Perfect renunciation, karma sannyas, is difficult to attain without performing work in devotion, karma yoga, O mighty Arjuna. But the sage who is adept in karma yoga quickly attains the supreme. The karma yogis, who are of purified intellect and who control the mind and senses, see the soul of all souls in every living being. Though performing all kinds of actions, they are never entangled. Those steadfast in karma yoga always think, I am not the doer, even while engaged in seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, moving, sleeping, breathing, speaking, excreting, grasping, and opening or closing the eyes. With the light of divine knowledge, they see that it is only the material senses that are moving amongst their objects. Those who dedicate their actions to God, abandoning all attachment, remained untouched by sin, just as a lotus leaf is untouched by water.
The yogis, while giving up attachment, perform actions with their body, senses, mind and intellect only for the purpose of self-purification. Offering the results of all activities to God, karma yogis attain everlasting peace, whereas those who, being compelled by their desires, work with a selfish motive become entangled because they are attached to the fruits of their actions. The embodied beings who are self-controlled and detached reside happily in the city of 9 gates, free from thoughts that they are the doers or the cause of anything. Neither the sense of doership nor the nature of actions comes from God, nor does He create the fruits of actions. All this is enacted by the modes of material nature, gunas. The omnipresent God does not involve Himself in the sinful or virtuous deeds of anyone. The living entities are deluded because their inner knowledge is covered by ignorance.
But for those whose ignorance is destroyed by the divine knowledge, the supreme entity is revealed, just as the sun illumines everything when it rises. Those whose intellect is fixed in God, who are completely absorbed in God with firm faith in Him as the supreme goal. Such persons quickly reach the state from which there is no return, their sins having been dispelled by the light of knowledge. The truly learned, with the eyes of divine knowledge, see with equal vision a Brahmin, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog-eater.
Those whose minds are established in equality of vision conquer the cycle of birth and death in this very life. They possess the flawless qualities of God and are therefore seated in the absolute truth. Established in God, having a firm understanding of divine knowledge and not hampered by delusion, they neither rejoice in getting something pleasant nor grieve on experiencing the unpleasant. Those who are not attached to external sense pleasures realize divine bliss in the self. Being united with God through yoga, they experience unending happiness. The pleasures that arise from contact with sense objects, though appearing as enjoyable to worldly-minded people, are verily a source of misery. O son of Kunti, such pleasures have a beginning and an end, so the wise do not delight in them.
Those persons are yogis who before giving up the body are able to check the forces of desire and anger, and they alone are happy. Those who are happy within themselves, enjoying the delight of God within and are illumined by the inner light, such yogis are united with the Lord and are liberated from material existence. Those holy persons whose sins have been purged, whose doubts are annihilated, whose minds are disciplined and who are devoted to the welfare of all beings, attain God and are liberated from material existence.
For those sannyasis who have broken out of anger and lust through constant effort, who have subdued their mind and are self realized, liberation from material existence is both here and hereafter. Shutting out all thoughts of external enjoyment with the gaze fixed on the space between the eyebrows, equalizing the flow of the incoming and outgoing breath in the nostrils, and thus controlling the senses, mind, and intellect. The sage who becomes free from desire, fear, and anger always lives in freedom. Having realized me as the enjoyer of all sacrifices and austerities, the supreme lord of all the worlds, and the selfless friend of all living beings, my devotee attains peace.
I hope the audience was able to guess the answer. Yes, you got it right. It is Lord Hanuman. Bajrang Bali ki jai. So, at the end of the Mahabharat war, in fact, Sri Krishna tells to Arjun that you have to get off the chariot first, and later I will. The moment Sri Krishna got off the chariot, it exploded and shattered into pieces. To Arjun's astonishment, he asked Krishna, "What is this?" The Supreme Lord replied, "Arjun, your chariot was damaged at the very beginning of the war itself. But then it was only the presence of Hanuman which kept your chariot together, and he was the one who protected you throughout the war."
That is how God protects us, in each and every step. In the chapters we just heard, Sri Krishna was teaching us about the Karma Yoga and Karma Sannyas and how 90% of people should choose the path of Karma Yoga because Karma Sannyas without the inner maturity can push us into even deeper darkness.
Absolutely. And talking about inner strength, it is time for my yoga practice. I gotta go.
And I am going to start doing pranayam to achieve perfection in my breath control.
Yes, absolutely. We all should definitely practice yoga, pranayam, and meditation. By the way, fun fact, did you know that there are more than 8.4 million yogasanas? With that, we come to our next trivia question, and that is, who is the first ever yogi? Simple yet thought provoking. Do let us know in the comments below.
Yeah, I love the trivia question. It got me thinking as well. And oh my god, it is 8.4 million yogasanas, just like in 8.4 million species we have. Of course, let's see who can guess the right answer to this trivia question. And meanwhile, let us now dive into the recitation and reading of chapter 6 to 9. But before that, we are going to soak our minds into yet another beautiful immersive meditation.
Radhe Radhe. Sit with your back straight, neck straight. Keep your hands in your lap or on your knees, wherever comfortable. Relax your shoulders. Close your eyes and take a deep cleansing breath in. Radhe. And exhale. Sham. And let's begin. You have had it. You are about to throw in the towel. Give up. All the pressures to excel, to compete, keep everything balanced, meet everyone's expectations. It's just too much. You think to yourself, why should I do anything? Why don't I just do nothing? Just sit. Just be. Your friend is having a hard time with your attitude. He asks you to go with him to listen to a discourse on the Bhagavad Gita. He says, just do this one last thing. Please. You go with him. You enter a nicely decorated hall, and a lot of people are in attendance there. And the volunteers are buzzing around, making sure everything is in place. You sit down, and then, to a thunderous applause, a saffron-clad personality takes the stage. You look at him and say, this is a sannyasi, a renunciant. Why is he not sitting peacefully in the Himalayas meditating? Why go through all this trouble of teaching, preaching, and that too for free? Just then, you hear his voice, and to your surprise, he begins with Karma Yoga, the yoga of action. Your ears perk up. He goes on to say, there is no one who can remain without action, even for a moment. We are compelled to act by our qualities born of material nature. But this work must be done as an offering to God for His satisfaction. Pleased with your offerings, the celestial gods will bestow prosperity. It is your duty to accept responsibility in the cycle of sacrifice. So do your duty, but do it without attachment to the results. Bring your senses under control and slay this enemy called desire. This is an aha moment for you. You think, how ignorant you have been. You have been considering yourself to be the doer, and were always worried about the results. You were about to bring about your own ruin. You are impressed with this personality who's imparting this wisdom. You now realize why he is doing this. He doesn't have anything to gain. He is only concerned for the welfare of others. You sit up and listen attentively. You notice his face beaming as he repeats Krishna's words. I'm unborn, imperfect, imperishable and the Lord of all living entities. I manifest on earth age after age to protect the righteous, annihilate the wicked, and to re-establish the principles of dharma. Those who understand the divine nature of my births and activities do not have to take birth again and again. You hear these words and say to yourself, I want that. I want that. You glance at the beautiful deity of Radha Krishna in the hall and think, from now on, I will take refuge in you and work on freeing myself from attachment. I'll practice contentment and will not depend on external things to keep me happy and motivated. Success or failure, I'll practice to stay equipoised. But then, you know, you're going to need guidance, a mentor. You cannot do this on your own. You think, just these few gems of knowledge that you have received today have inspired you so much. It has certainly made you hungry for more. And this divine personality in front of you is a treasure trove, a powerhouse of knowledge. He will certainly dispel your delusion. You approach the saintly personality and bow down to him and humbly say, will you please be my guru? Will you accept me as your disciple? I am a sinner and really not worthy. But I'm asking for your causeless grace. Your Guru says, even those who are considered the most immoral of all sinners can cross over the ocean of material existence by seating themselves in the boat of divine knowledge. The fire of knowledge will certainly burn all reactions from your material activities. There is nothing more purifying than divine knowledge. So now, with the sword of knowledge, cut the doubts in your heart. He puts his hand on your head and says, stand up. Stand up and take action.
अथ षष्ठोऽध्यायः आत्मसंयमयोगः अनाश्रितः कर्मफलं कार्यं कर्म करोति यः स सन्न्यासी च योगी च न निरग्निर्न चाक्रियः यन् सन्न्यासमिति प्राहुः योगं तं विद्धि पाण्डव न ह्यसन्न्यस्तसङ्कल्पः योगी भवति कश्चन आरुरुक्षोर्मुनेर्योगं कर्मकारणमुच्यते योगारूढस्य तस्यैव शमः कारणमुच्यते
यदा हिनेन्द्रियार्थेषु न कर्मस्वनुषज्जते सर्वसङ्कल्पसन्न्यासी योगारूढस्तदोच्यते उद्धरेदात्मनात्मानं नात्मानमवसादयेत् आत्मैव ह्यात्मनो बन्धुः आत्मैव रिपुरात्मनः बन्धुरात्मात्मनस्तस्य येनात्मैवात्मना जितः अनात्मनस्तु शत्रुत्वे वर्तेतात्मैव शत्रुवत् जितात्मनः प्रशान्तस्य परमात्मा समाहितः शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु तथा मानापमानयोः ज्ञानविज्ञानतृप्तात्मा कूटस्थो विजितेन्द्रियः युक्त इत्युच्यते योगी समलोष्टाश्मकाञ्चनः सुहृन्मित्रायुदासीनमध्यस्तद्वेष्य बन्धुषु साधुष्वपि च पापेषु समबुद्धिर्विशिष्यते योगी युञ्जीत सततम् आत्मानं रहसि स्थितः एकाकीयत चित्तात्मा निराशीरपरिग्रहः शुचौ देशे प्रतिष्ठाप्य स्थिरमासनमात्मनः नात्युच्छ्रितं नातिनीचं चैलाजिनकुशोत्तरम् तत्रैकाग्रं मनः कृत्वा यतचित्तेन्द्रियक्रियः उपविश्यासने युञ्ज्यात् योगमात्मविशुद्धये समं कायशिरो ग्रीवं धारयन्नचलं स्थिरः सम्प्रेक्ष्य नासिकाग्रं स्वं दिशश्चानवलोकयन् प्रशान्तात्मा विगतभिः ब्रह्मचारी व्रते स्थितः मनः संयम्यमच्चित्तः युक्त आसीत मत्परः युञ्जन्नेवं सदात्मानं योगी नियतमानसः शान्तिं निर्वाणपरमां मत्संस्थामधिगच्छति नात्यश्नतस्तु योगोऽस्ति न चैकान्तमनश्नतः न चातिस्वप्नशीलस्य जाग्रतो नैव चार्जुन युक्ताहारविहारस्य युक्तचेष्टस्य कर्मसु युक्तस्वप्नावबोधस्य योगो भवति दुःखः यदा विनियतं चित्तम् आत्मन्येवावतिष्ठते निःस्पृहः सर्वकामेभ्यः युक्त इत्युच्यते तदा यथा दीपो निवातस्थः नेङ्गते सोपमा स्मृता योगिनो यतचित्तस्य युञ्जतो योगमात्मनः यत्रो परमते चित्तं निरुद्धं योगसेवया यत्र चैवात्मनात्मानं पश्यन्नात्मनि तुष्यति सुखमात्यन्तिकं यत्तद् बुद्धिग्राह्यमतीन्द्रियं वेत्ति यत्र न चैवायं स्थितश्चलति तत्त्वतः यल्लब्ध्वा चापरल्लाभं मन्यते नाधिकं ततः यस्मिन् स्थितो न दुःखेन गुरुणापि विचाल्यते तं विद्या दुःखसंयोगविनियोगं योगसंगितं न निश्चयेन योक्तव्यः योगो निर्विण्णचेतसा सङ्कल्पप्रभवान् कामान् त्यक्त्वा सर्वान् शेषतः मनसैवेन्द्रियग्रामं विनियम्य समन्ततः
नैशनैरुपरमेद् बुद्धया धृतिगृहीतया आत्मसंस्थं मनः कृत्वा न किञ्चिदपि चिन्तयेत् यतो यतो निश्चरति मनश्चञ्चलमस्थिरम् ततस्ततो नियम्यैतत् आत्मन्येव वशं नयेत् प्रशान्तमनसं ह्येनं योगिनं सुखमुत्तमम् उपैति शान्तरजसं ब्रह्मभूतमकल्मषम् युञ्जनेवं सदात्मानं योगी विगतकल्मषः सुखेन ब्रह्म संस्पर्शम् अत्यन्तं सुखमश्नुते सर्वभूतस्थमात्मानं सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि ईक्षते योगयुक्तात्मा सर्वत्र समदर्शनः यो मां पश्यति सर्वत्र सर्वं च मयि पश्यति तस्याहं न प्रणश्यामि स च मे न प्रणश्यति सर्वभूतस्थितं यो मां भजत्येकत्वमास्थितः सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि स योगी मयि वर्तते आत्मौपम्येन सर्वत्र समं पश्यति योऽर्जुन सुखं वा यदि वा दुःखं स योगी परमो मतः अर्जुन उवाच योऽयं योगस्त्वया प्रोक्तः साम्येन मधुसूदन एतस्याहं न पश्यामि चञ्चलत्वा स्थितिं स्थिरां चञ्चलं हि मनः कृष्ण प्रमाथि बलवदृढम् तस्याहं निग्रहं मन्ये वायोरिव सुदुष्करम् श्रीभगवानुवाच असंशयं महाबाहो मनो दुर्निग्रहं चलम् अभ्यासेन तु कौन्तेय वैराग्येण च गृह्यते
असंयतात्मना योगो दुष्प्राप इति मे मतिः वश्यात्मना तु यतता शक्यो वाप्तुमुपायतः अर्जुन उवाच आयते श्रद्धयोपेताः योगाश्चलितमानसः अप्राप्य योगसंसिद्धिं कां गतिं कृष्ण गच्छति कच्चिन्नो भयविभ्रष्टः छिन्नाभ्रमिव नश्यति अप्रतिष्ठो महाभागो विमूढो ब्रह्मणः पति एतन्मे संशयं कृष्ण चेतुमर्गस्य शेषतः त्वदन्यः संशयस्यास्य चेता न ह्युपपद्यते श्रीभगवानुवाच पार्थ नैवेगना मुद्र विनाशस्तस्य विद्यते न हि कल्याणकृत् कश्चित् दुर्गतिं तात गच्छति प्राप्य पुण्यकृतां लोकान् उषित्वा शाश्वती समाग शुचीनां श्रीमतां गेहे योगो भ्रष्टोऽभिजायते अथवा योगिनामेव कुले भाति धीमताम् एतद्धि दुर्लभतरं लोके जन्म यदीदृशं तत्र तं बुद्धिसंयोगं लभते पौर्वदेहिकं यतते च ततो भूयः पूर्वाभ्यासेन तेनैव क्रियते ह्यवशोऽपि सः जिज्ञासुरपि योगस्य शब्दब्रह्मति वर्तते प्रयत्नाध्यतमानस्तु योगी संशुद्ध किल्बिषः अनेकजन्म संसिद्धः ततो याति पराङ्गतिं तपस्विभ्योऽधिको योगी ज्ञानिभ्योऽपि मतोऽधिकः कर्मिभ्यश्चाधिको योगी तस्माद् योगी भवार्जुन योगिनामपि सर्वेषां मद्गतेनान्तरात्मनः श्रद्धावान् भजते यो मां समे युक्ततमो मतः। ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे षष्ठोऽध्यायः आत्मसंयगयोगः। ॐ सर्वं श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु। हरिः ॐ श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ॐ।
The Supreme Lord said, those who perform prescribed duties without desiring the results of their actions are actual sannyasis and yogis, not those who have merely ceased performing sacrifices such as Agnihodra Yajna or abandoned bodily activities. What is known as sannyas is non-different from yoga, for none become yogis without renouncing worldly desires. To the soul who is aspiring for perfection in yoga, work without attachment is said to be the means. To the sage who is already elevated in yoga, tranquility in meditation is said to be the means. When one is neither attached to the sense objects nor to actions, such a person is said to be elevated in the science of yoga, having renounced all desires for the fruits of actions. Elevate yourself through the power of your mind and not degrade yourself, for the mind can be the friend and also the enemy of the self. For those who have conquered the mind, it is their friend. For those who have failed to do so, the mind works like an enemy.
The yogis who have conquered the mind rise above the dualities of cold and heat, joy and sorrow, and honor and dishonor. Such yogis remain peaceful and steadfast in their devotion to God. The yogi who are satisfied by knowledge and discrimination and have conquered their senses remain undisturbed in all circumstances. They see everything, dirt, stones, and gold, as the same. The yogis look upon all well-wishers, friends, foes, and the pious and the sinners with an impartial intellect. The yogi who is of equal intellect towards friend, companion, and foe, neutral among enemies and relatives, and unbiased between the righteous and sinful, is considered to be distinguished among humans. Those who seek the state of yoga should reside in seclusion, constantly engaged in meditation with a controlled mind and body, getting rid of all desires and possessions for enjoyment. To practice yoga, one should make an asana in a sanctified place by placing kush grass, deer skin, and the cloth one over the other. The asana should be neither too high nor too low. Seated firmly on it, the yogi should strive to purify the mind by focusing it in meditation with one-pointed concentration, controlling all thoughts and activities. He must hold the body, neck and head firmly in a straight line and gaze at the top of the nose, without allowing the eyes to wander.
Thus, with a serene, fearless and unwavering mind, and staunch in the vow of celibacy, the vigilant yogi should meditate on me, having me alone as the supreme goal. Thus, constantly keeping the mind absorbed in me, the yogi of disciplined mind attains nirvana and abides in me in supreme peace. O Arjun, those who eat too much or eat too little, sleep too much or too little cannot attain success in yoga. But those who are temperate in eating and recreation, balanced in work and regulated in sleep can mitigate all sorrows by practicing yoga. With thorough discipline, They learn to withdraw the mind from selfish cravings and rivet it on the unsurpassable good of the self. Such persons are said to be in yoga and are free from all yearnings of the senses. Just as a lamp in a windless place does not flicker, so the disciplined mind of a yogi remains steady in meditation on the Supreme.
When the mind, restrained from material activities, becomes still by the practice of yoga, then the yogi is able to behold the soul through the purified mind, and he rejoices in the inner joy. In that joyous state of yoga called samadhi, one experiences supreme boundless divine bliss, and thus situated, one never deviates from the eternal truth. Having gained that state, one does not consider any attainment to be greater. Being thus established, one is not shaken even in the midst of the greatest calamity. That state of severance from union with misery is known as yoga. This yoga should be resolutely practiced with determination, free from pessimism. Completely renouncing all desires arising from thoughts of the world, one should restrain the senses from all sides with the mind. Slowly and steadily, with conviction in the intellect, the mind will become fixed in God alone and will think of nothing else.
Whenever and wherever the restless and uneasy mind wanders, one should bring it back and continually focus it on God. Great transcendental happiness comes to the yogi whose mind is calm, whose passions are subdued, who is without sin, and who sees everything in connection with God. The self-controlled yogi, thus uniting the self with God, becomes free from material contamination and, being in constant touch with the Supreme, achieves the highest state of perfect happiness. The true yogis, uniting their consciousness with God, see with equal eye all living beings in God and God in all living beings. For those who see me everywhere and see all things in me, I am never lost, nor are they ever lost to me. This yogi, who is established in union with me and worships me as the Supreme Soul, residing in all beings, dwells only in me, though engaged in all kinds of activities.
I regard them to be perfect yogis who see the true equality of all living beings and respond to the joys and sorrows of others as if they were their own. Arjun said, "The system of yoga that you have described, O Madhusudan, appears impractical and unattainable to me due to the restless mind. The mind is very restless, turbulent, strong, and obstinate. O Krishna, it appears to me that it is more difficult to control than the wind." Lord Krishna said, "O mighty armed son of Kunti, what you say is correct. The mind is indeed very difficult to restrain, but by practice and detachment it can be controlled. Yoga is difficult to attain for one whose mind is unbridled. However, those who have learned to control the mind and who strive earnestly by proper means can attain perfection in yoga. This is my opinion. Arjun said, what is the fate of the unsuccessful yogi who begins the path with faith but who does not endeavor sufficiently due to an unsteady mind and is unable to reach the goal of yoga in this life?
Such a person who deviates from yoga get deprived of both material and spiritual success, O mighty arm Krishna, and perish like a broken cloud with no position in either sphere? O Krishna, please dispel this doubt of mine completely, for who other than you can do so? The Supreme Lord said, O Parth, one who engages on the spiritual path does not meet with destruction either in this world or the world to come. My dear friend, one who strives for God realization is never overcome by evil. The unsuccessful yogis upon death go to the abodes of the virtuous. After dwelling there for many ages, they are again reborn in the earth plane into a family of pious and prosperous people. Else, if they had developed dispassion due to long practice of yoga, they are born into a family endowed with divine wisdom. Such a birth is very difficult to attain in this world. On taking such a birth, O descendant of Kurus, they reawaken the wisdom of their previous lives and strive even harder toward perfection in yoga.
Indeed, they feel drawn toward God, even against their will, on the strength of their past discipline. Such seekers naturally rise above the ritualistic principles of the scriptures. With the accumulated merits of many past births, when these yogis engage in sincere endeavors to make further progress, they become purified from material desires and attain perfection in this life itself. A yogi is superior to the tapasvi, ascetic, superior to the jnani, a person of learning, and even superior to the karmi, ritualistic performer. Therefore, O Arjun, strive to be a yogi. Of all yogis, those whose minds are always absorbed in me and who engage in devotion to me with great faith, them I consider to be the highest of all.
ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः। अथ सप्तमोऽध्यायः ज्ञानविज्ञानयोगः। श्रीभगवानुवाच मय्यासक्तमनः पार्थ योगं युञ्जन्मदाश्रयः असंशयं समग्रं मां यथा ज्ञास्यसि तच्छृणु। ज्ञानं तेऽहं सविज्ञानम् इदं वक्ष्याम्यशेषतः यज्ञात्वा नेह भूयोऽन्यत् ज्ञातव्यमवशिष्यते। मनुष्याणां सहस्रेषु कश्चित् यतति सिद्धये यततामपि सिद्धानां कश्चिन्मां वेत्ति तत्त्वतः। भूमिरापो नलो वायुः खं मनो बुद्धिरेव च अहंकार इतीयं मे भिन्ना प्रकृतिरस्तथा। अपरेयमितस्त्वन्यां प्रकृतिं विद्धि मे परां जीवभूता महाबाहो ययेदं धार्यते जगत्। एतद्योनीनि भूतानि सर्वाणि उपधारय अहं कृष्णस्य जगतः प्रभवः प्रलयस्तथा। मत्तः परतरं नान्यत् किञ्चिदस्ति धनञ्जय। मयि सर्वमिदं प्रोतं सूत्रे मणिगणा इव रसोऽहमप्सु कौन्तेय प्रभास्मि शशिसूर्ययोः। प्रणवः सर्ववेदेषु सप्तखे पौरुषं नृषु पुण्यो गन्धः पृथिव्यां च तेजश्चास्मि विभावसौ। जीवनं सर्वभूतेषु तपश्चास्मि तपस्विषु बीजं मां सर्वभूतानां विद्धि पार्थ सनातनं बुद्धिर्बुद्धिमतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनामहं बलं बलमतां चाहं कामरागविवर्जितं धर्मविरुद्धो भूतेषु कामोऽस्मि भरतर्षभ यचैव सात्विका भावाः रजसास्तामसाश्च ये मत्त एवेति तान् विद्धि न त्वहं तेषु ते मयि त्रिभिर्गुणमये भावैः एभिः सर्वमिदं जगत् मोहितं नभिजानाति मामेभ्यः परमव्ययम् दैवी हेषा गुणमयी मम माया दुरत्यया मामेव ये प्रपद्यन्ते मायामेतां तरन्ति ते न मां दुष्कृतिनो मूढाः प्रपद्यन्ते नराधमाः मायया पहृतः ज्ञानाः आसुरं भावमाश्रिताः चतुर्विधा भजन्ते मा जना सुकृतिनोऽर्जुन आर्तो जिज्ञासुरर्तास्ति ज्ञानी च भरतर्षभ तेषां ज्ञानी नित्ययुक्तः एकभक्तिर्विशिष्यते प्रियो हि ज्ञानिनोत्यर्थम् अहं स च मम प्रियः उतरा सर्व एवैते ज्ञानीत्यात्मैव मे मतम् आस्थितः स हि युक्तात्मा मामेवानुत्तमां गतिम् बहुनां जन्मनामन्ते ज्ञानवान् मां प्रपद्यते वासुदेवः सर्वमिति स महात्मा सुदुर्लभः कामैस्तैस्ते हृतः ज्ञानाः प्रपद्यन्ते न्यदेवताः तं नियममास्थाय प्रकृत्या नियता स्वया यो यं तनुं भक्तः श्रद्धयार्चितुमिच्छति तस्याचलां श्रद्धां तामेव विदधाम्यहम् ततया श्रद्धया युक्तः तस्याराधनमीहते लभते च ततः कामान् मय्येव विहितान् हितान् अन्तवत्तु फलं तेषां तद्भवत्यल्पमेधसाम् देवयजो यान्ति मद्भक्ता यान्ति मामपि अव्यक्तं व्यक्तिमापन्नं मन्यते माम बुद्धयः परं भावमजानन्तः ममाव्ययमनुत्तमं नाहं प्रकाश सर्वस्य योगमाया समावृतः मूढोऽयं नभिजानाति लोको मामजमव्ययम् वेदाहं समतीतानि वर्तमानानि चार्जुन भविष्यानि च भूतानि मां तु वेद न कश्चन इच्छाद्वेषसमुत्थेन द्वन्द्वमोहेन भारत सर्वभूतानि सम्मोहं सर्गे यान्ति परन्तप येषां त्वन्तगतं पापं जनानां पुण्यकर्मणां ते द्वन्द्वमोहनिर्मुक्ताः भजन्ते मां दृढव्रताः जरामरणमोक्षाय मामाश्रित्य यतन्ति ते ब्रह्म तद्विदुः कृत्स्नम् अध्यात्मं कर्म चाखिलम् तदिभूताधिदैवं माम् सधियज्ञं च ये विदुः प्रयाणकालेऽपि च माम् ते विदुर्युक्तचेतसाः ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे ज्ञानविज्ञानयोगो नाम अथ सप्तमोऽध्यायः।
The Supreme Lord said, "Now listen, O Arjun, how, with the mind attached exclusively to me and surrendering to me through the practice of Bhakti Yoga, you can know me completely free from doubt. I shall now reveal unto you fully this knowledge and wisdom, knowing which nothing else remains to be known in this world. Amongst thousands of persons, hardly one strives for perfection, and amongst those who have achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. Earth, water, fire, air, space, mind, intellect, and ego, these are 8 components of my material energy. Such is my inferior energy, but beyond it, O mighty armed Arjun, I have a superior energy. This is the Jiva Shakti, the soul energy, which comprises the embodied souls who are the basis of life in this world. Know that all living beings are manifested by these 2 energies of mine. I am the source of the entire creation, and into me it again dissolves.
There is nothing higher than myself, O Arjun. Everything rests in me, as beads strung on a thread. I am the taste in water, O son of Kunti, and the radiance of the sun and moon. I am the sacred syllable Om in the Vedic mantras. I am the sound in ether and the ability in humans. I am the pure fragrance of the earth and brilliance in fire. I am the life force in all beings and the penance of the ascetics. O Arjun, know that I am the eternal seed of all beings. I am the intellect of the intelligent and the splendor of the glorious. O best of Bharatas, in strong persons I am their strength, devoid of desire and passion. I am sexual activity, not conflicting with virtue or spiritual injunctions. The 3 states of material existence, goodness, passion, and ignorance, are manifested by my energy. They are in me, but I am beyond them.
Deluded by the 3 modes of Maya, people in this world are unable to know me, the imperishable and eternal. My divine energy, Maya, consisting of 3 modes of nature, is very difficult to overcome, but those who surrender unto me cross over it easily. 4 kinds of people do not surrender unto me: those ignorant of knowledge, those who lazily follow their lower nature, though capable of knowing me, those with deluded intellect, and those with a demoniac nature. O best amongst the Bharatas, 4 kinds of pious people engage in my devotion: the distressed, the seekers of knowledge, the seekers of worldly possessions, and those who are situated in knowledge. Amongst these I consider them to be the highest, who worship me with knowledge and are steadfastly and exclusively devoted to me. I am very dear to them, and they are very dear to me. All those who are devoted to me are indeed noble, but those in knowledge who are of steadfast mind, whose intellect is merged in me, and who have made me alone as the supreme goal, I consider as my very self.
After many births of spiritual practice, one who is endowed with knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be all that is. Such a great soul is indeed very rare. Those whose knowledge has been carried away by material desires surrender to the celestial gods. Following their own nature, they worship the devatas, practicing rituals meant to propitiate these celestial personalities. Whatever celestial form a devotee seeks to worship with faith, I study the faith of such a devotee in that form. Endowed with faith, the devotee worships a particular celestial god and obtains the objects of desire. But in reality, I alone arrange these benefits. But the fruit gained by these people of little understanding is perishable. Those who worship the celestial gods go to the celestial abodes, while my devotees come to me. The less intelligent think that I, the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, was formless earlier and have now assumed this personality. They do not understand the imperishable, exhaled nature of my personal form.
I am not manifest to everyone, being wielded by my divine Yogamaya energy.
Hence, those without knowledge do not know that I am without birth and changeless. O Arjun, I know of past, present and future, and I also know all living beings, but me no one knows. O descendant of Bharat, the dualities of desire and aversion arise from illusion. O conqueror of enemies, all living beings in the material realm are deluded by these. But persons whose sins have been destroyed by engaging in pious activities become free from the illusion of dualities. Such persons worship me with determination. Those who take shelter in me, striving for liberation from old age and death, come to know the Brahman, the individual self, and the entire field of karmic action. Those who know me as the governing principle of Adhibhuta, the field of matter, and the Adhidaiva, the celestial gods, and as Adi Yajna, the lord of all sacrificial performances. Such enlightened souls are in full consciousness of me even at the time of death.
ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः। अथ अष्टमोऽध्यायः। अक्षर ब्रह्मयोगः। अर्जुन उवाच किं तद्ब्रह्म किमध्यात्मं किं कर्म पुरुषोत्तम अधिभूतं च किं प्रोक्तम् अधिदैवं किमुच्यते अधियज्ञ कथं कोत्र देहेऽस्मिन् मधुसूदन प्रयाणकाले च कथं ज्ञेयोऽसि नियतात्मभिः। श्रीभगवानुवाच अक्षरं ब्रह्म परमं स्वभावोऽध्यात्म उच्यते भूत भावोद्भवकरः विसर्ग कर्म संनितः अधिभूतं क्षरो भावः पुरुषश्चाधिदैवतम् अधियज्ञोऽहमेवात्र देहे देहभृतां वर अन्धकाले च मामेव स्मरन् मुक्त्वा कलेवरम् यः प्रयाति समद्भावं याति नास्त्यत्र संशयः यं यं वापि स्मरन् भावं त्यजत्यन्ते कलेवरं तं तमेवैति कौन्तेय सदा तद्भावभावितः। तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु मामनुस्मर युध्य च मय्यर्पितमनो बुद्धिः मामे वैश्यस्य संशयम् अभ्यासयोगयुक्तेन चेतसा नान्यगामिना परमं पुरुषं दिव्यं याति पार्थानुचिन्तयन् कविं पुराणमनुशासितारम् अनोरणीयां समनुस्मरेद्यः सर्वस्य धातारमचिन्त्य रूपम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसः परस्तात् प्रयाणकाले मनसाचलेन भक्त्या युक्तो योगबलेन चैव भ्रुवोर्मध्ये प्राणमावेश्य सम्यक् सतं परं पुरुषमुपैति दिव्यम् यदक्षरं वेदविदो वदन्ति विशन्ति यद्यतयो वीतरागाः यदिच्छन्तो ब्रह्मचर्यं चरन्ति तत्ते पदं सग्रहेण प्रवक्ष्ये सर्वद्वाराणि संयम्य मनोहृदि निरुध्य च बुद्धाधायात्मनः प्राणम् आस्थितो योगधारणाम् ओमित्येकाक्षरं ब्रह्म व्याहरन् मामनुस्मरन् यः प्रयाति त्यजद्देहं स याति परमां गतिम् अनन्यचेताः सततं यो मां स्मरति नित्यशः तस्याहं सुलभः पार्थ नित्ययुक्तस्य योगिनः मामुपेत्य पुनर्जन्म दुःखालयमशाश्वतम् नाप्नुवन्ति महात्मानः संसिद्धिं परमां गताः आब्रह्म भुवनालोकाः पुनरावर्तिनोऽर्जुन मामुपेत्य तु कौन्तेय पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते सहस्रयुगपर्यन्तम् अहर्यद्ब्रह्मणो विदुः रात्रियुगसहस्रान्ताम् ते होरात्रविदो जनाः अव्यक्ताद्व्यक्तयः सर्वाः प्रभवन्त्यः रागमे रात्र्यागमे प्रलीयन्ते तत्रैवाव्यक्तसंज्ञके भूतग्राम स एवायं भूत्वा भूत्वा प्रलीयते रात्र्यागमे वशः पार्थ प्रभवन्त्यः रागमे परस्तस्मातु भावोऽन्यः अव्यक्तो व्यक्तात् सनातनः यस्य सर्वेषु भूतेषु नश्यत्सु न विनश्यति अव्यक्तोऽक्षर इत्युक्तः तमाहुः परमां गतिं यं प्राप्य न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम पुरुषस्य परः पार्थ भक्त्या लभ्यस्त्वनन्यया यस्यान्तस्थानि भूतानि येन सर्वमिदं ततं यत्र काले त्वनावृत्तिम् आवृत्तिं चैव योगिनः प्रयाता याति तं कालं वक्ष्यामि भरतर्षभ अग्निर्ज्योतिरः शुक्लः षण्मासा उत्तरायणम् तत्र प्रयाता गच्छन्ति ब्रह्म ब्रह्मविदो जनाः धूमो रात्रिस्तथा कृष्णः षड्मासा दक्षिणायनम् तत्र चान्द्रमसं ज्योतिः योगी प्राप्य निवर्तते शुक्लकृष्णे गतिहेते जगतः शाश्वते मते एकया यात्यनावृत्तिम् अनन्या वर्तते पुनः नैते श्रुति पार्थ जानन् योगी मुह्यति कश्चन तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु योगयुक्तो भवार्जुन वेदेषु यज्ञेषु तपस्सु चैव दानेषु यत् पुण्यफलं प्रतिष्ठम् अत्येति तत्सर्वमिदं विदित्वा योगी परं स्थानमुपैति चाद्यम् ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुन संवादे अक्षर ब्रह्मयोगो नाम अष्टमोऽध्यायः।
Arjun said, O Supreme Lord, what is Brahman, absolute reality? What is Adhyatma, the individual soul? And what is Karma? What is said to be Adibhuta and who is said to be Adidaiva? Who is Adiyajna in the body and how is he the Adiyajna? O Krishna, how are you to be known at the time of death by those of steadfast mind? The Lord said, the supreme indestructible entity is called Brahman. One's own self is called Adhyatma. Actions pertaining to the material personality of living beings and its development are called karma or fruitive activities. O best of the embodied souls, the physical manifestation that is constantly changing is called Adibhuta. The universal form of God which presides over the celestial gods in this creation is called Adidaiva. I, who dwell in the heart of every living being, am called Adiyajna or the Lord of all sacrifices. Those who relinquish the body while remembering me at the moment of death will come to me. There is certainly no doubt about this. Whatever one remembers upon giving up the body at the time of death, O son of Kunti, one attains that state being always absorbed in such contemplation. Therefore, always remember me and also do your duty of fighting the war. With mind and intellect surrender to me. You will definitely attain me. Of this, there is no doubt.
With practice, O Parth, when you constantly engage the mind in remembering me, the Supreme Divine Personality, without deviating, you will certainly attain me. God is omniscient, the most ancient one, the controller, subtler than the subtlest, the support of all, and the possessor of an inconceivable divine form. He is brighter than the sun and beyond all darkness of ignorance. One who at the time of death, with unmoving mind attained by the practice of yoga, fixes the prawn, life as between the eyebrows and steadily remembers the divine Lord with great devotion, certainly attains him. Scholars of the Vedas describe him as imperishable, great aesthetics, practice the oath of celibacy, and renounce worldly pleasures to enter into him. I shall now explain to you briefly the path to that goal. Restraining all the gates of the body and fixing the mind in the heart region, and then drawing the life breath to the head, one should get established in steadfast yogic concentration. One who departs from the body while remembering me, the Supreme Personality, and chanting the syllable Om will attain the supreme goal. O Parth, for those yogis who always think of me with exclusive devotion, I am easily attainable because of their constant absorption in me.
Having attained me, the great souls are no more subject to rebirth in this world, which is transient and full of misery, because they have attained the highest perfection. In all the worlds of this material creation, up to the highest abode of Brahma, you will be subject to rebirth, O Arjun. But on attaining my abode, O son of Kunti, there is no further rebirth. One day of Brahma, that is a kalp, lasts 1,000 cycles of the 4 ages Mahayug, and his night also extends for the same span of time. The wise who know this understand the reality about day and night. At the advent of Brahma's day, all living beings emanate from the unmanifest source, and at the fall of his night, all embodied beings again merge into their unmanifest source. Multitudes of beings repeatedly take birth with the advent of Brahma's day and are reabsorbed on the arrival of the cosmic night, to manifest again automatically on the advent of the next cosmic day. Transcendental to this manifest and unmanifest creation, there is yet another unmanifest eternal dimension. That realm does not cease even when all others do. Jai Shri Krishna.
That unmanifest dimension is the supreme goal, and upon reaching it, one never returns to this mortal world. That is my supreme abode. The Supreme Divine Personality is greater than all that exists. Although He is all prevailing and all living beings are situated in Him, yet He can be known only through devotion. I shall now describe to you the different paths of passing away from this world. O best of Bharat, one of which leads to liberation and the other leads to rebirth. Those who know the Supreme Brahman and who depart from this world during the 6 months of the sun's northern course, the bright fortnight of the moon, and the bright part of the day, attain the supreme destination. The practitioners of Vedic rituals who pass away during the 6 months of sun's southern course, the dark fortnight of the moon,
In the time of smoke, the night attain the celestial abodes. After enjoying celestial pleasures, they again return to the earth. These two bright and dark paths always exist in the world. The way of light leads to liberation, and the way of darkness leads to rebirth. Yogis who know the secret of these two paths, O Parth, are never bewildered. Therefore, at all times be situated in yoga, which is union of God. The yogis who know this secret gain merit far beyond the fruits of Vedic rituals, the study of the Vedas, performance of sacrifices, austerities, and charities. Such yogis reach the supreme abode.
ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः। नवमोऽध्यायः राजविद्या योगः। श्रीभगवानुवाच इदं तु ते गुह्यतमं प्रवक्ष्याम्यनसूयवे ज्ञानं विज्ञानसहितं यज्ञात्वा मोक्ष्यसे शुभात्। राजविद्या राजगुह्यं पवित्रमिदमुत्तमं प्रत्यक्षावगमं धर्म्यं सुसुखं कर्तुमव्ययम्। अश्रद्धधानाः पुरुषाः धर्मस्यास्य परन्तप अप्राप्य मां निवर्तन्ते मृत्युसंसारवर्त्मनि। मया ततमिदं सर्वं जगदव्यक्तमूर्तिना मत्स्थानि सर्वभूतानि न चाहं तेष्वस्थितः न च मत्स्थानि भूतानि। पश्य मे योगमैश्वरं भूतभृन्न च भूतस्थः ममात्मा भूतभावनः। यथाकाशस्थितो नित्यं वायुः सर्वत्र गोमहान् तथा सर्वाणि भूतानि मत्स्थानीत्युपधारय। सर्वभूतानि कौन्तेय प्रकृतिं यान्ति मामिकां कल्पक्षये पुनस्तानि कल्पादौ विसृजाम्यहम्। प्रकृतिं स्वामवष्टभ्य विसृजामि पुनः पुनः भूतग्राममिमं कृत्स्नम् अवशं प्रकृतेर्वशात् न च मां तानि कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय। उदासीनवदासीनम् असक्तं तेषु कर्मसु मयाध्यक्षेण प्रकृतिः स्तूयते सचराचरं हेतुनानेन कौन्तेय जगद्विपरिवर्तते। अवजानन्ति मां मूढाः मानुषीं तनुमाश्रितं परं भावमजानन्तः मम भूतमहेश्वरं। मोघाशामोघकर्माणः मोघज्ञानविचेतसः राक्षसीमासुरीं चैव प्रकृतिं मोहिनीं श्रिताः। महात्मानस्तु मां पार्थ दैवीं प्रकृतिमाश्रिताः भजन्त्यनन्यमनसः ज्ञात्वा भूतादिमव्ययम्। सततं कीर्तयन्तो मां यतन्तश्च दृढव्रताः नमस्यन्तश्च मां भक्त्या नित्ययुक्ता उपासते। ज्ञानयज्ञेन चाप्यन्ये यजन्तो मामुपासते एकत्वेन पृथक्त्वेन बहुधा विश्वतोमुखम्। अहं क्रतुरहं यज्ञः स्वधाहमहमौषधम् मन्त्रोऽहमहमेवाच्यम् अहमग्निरहं हुतं। पिताहमस्य जगतः माता धाता पितामहः वेद्यं पवित्रमोङ्कार ऋक्सामयजुरेव च। गतिर्भर्ता प्रभुः साक्षी निवासः शरणं सुहृत् प्रभवः प्रलयस्थानं निधानं बीजमव्ययम्। तपाम्यहमहं वर्षं निगृह्णाम्युत्सृजामि च अमृतं चैव मृत्युश्च सदसच्चाहमर्जुन। त्रैविद्या मां सोमपाः पूतपापाः यज्ञैरिष्ट्वा स्वर्गतिं प्रार्थयन्ते ते पुण्यमासाद्य सुरेन्द्रलोकम् अश्नन्ति दिव्यान् दिवि देवभोगान्। ते तं भुक्त्वा स्वर्गलोकं विशालं क्षीणे पुण्ये मर्त्यलोकं विशन्ति एवं त्रयी धर्ममनुप्रपन्नाः कृतागतं कामकामा लभन्ते अनन्याश्चिन्तयन्तो मां ये जनाः पर्युपासते तेषां नित्याभियुक्तानां योगक्षेमं वहाम्यहम् येऽप्यन्यदेवता भक्ताः यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्विताः तेऽपि मामेव कौन्तेय यजन्त्यविधिपूर्वकम् अहं हि सर्वयज्ञानां भोक्ता च प्रभुरेव च न तु अभिजानन्ति तत्त्वेनातश्च वन्ति ते यान्ति देवव्रता देवान् पितॄन् यान्ति पितृव्रताः भूतानि यान्ति भूतेज्याः यान्ति मद्याजिनोऽपि माम् पत्रं पुष्पं फलं तोयं यो मे भक्त्या प्रयच्छति तदहं भक्त्युपहृतम् अश्नामि प्रयतात्मनः यत्करोषि यदश्नासि यज्जुहोसि ददासि यत् यत्तपस्यसि कौन्तेय तद्कुरुष्व मदर्पणम् शुभाशुभफलैरेवं मोक्ष्यसे कर्मबन्धनैः सन्न्यासयोगयुक्तात्मा विमुक्तो मामुपैष्यसि समोऽहं सर्वभूतेषु न मे द्वेषोऽस्ति न प्रियः ये भजन्ति तु मां भक्त्या मयि तेषु चाप्यहम् अपि चेत् सुदुराचारः भजते मामनन्यभाक् साधुरेव समन्तव्यः सम्यग् व्यवसितो हि सः क्षिप्रं भवति धर्मात्मा शश्वच्छान्तिं निगच्छति कौन्तेय प्रतिजानीहि न मे भक्तः प्रणश्यति मां हि पार्थव्यपाश्रित्य येऽपि स्युः पापयोनयः स्त्रियो वैश्यास्तथा शूद्राः तेऽपि यान्ति परां गतिम् किं पुनर्ब्राह्मणाः पुण्याः भक्ता राजर्षयस्तथा अनित्यमसुखं लोकम् इमं प्राप्य भजस्व मां मन्मना भव मद्भक्तः मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामे वैश्यसि युक्त्वैवम् आत्मानं मत्परायणः ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे राजविद्यायोगो नाम नवमोऽध्यायः।
Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 1. The Supreme Lord said, O Arjun, because you are not envious of me, I shall now impart to you this very confidential knowledge and wisdom, upon knowing which you will be released from the miseries of material existence. The knowledge is the king of sciences and the most profound of all secrets. It purifies those who hear it. It is directly realizable in accordance with Dharma, easy to practice, and everlasting in effect. People who have no faith in this Dharma are unable to attain me, O conqueror of enemies. They repeatedly come back to this world in the cycle of birth and death. This entire cosmic manifestation is pervaded by me in my unmanifest form. All living beings dwell in me, but I do not dwell in them. And yet, the living beings do not abide in me. Behold the mystery of my divine energy. Although I am the creator and sustainer of all living beings, I am not influenced by them or by material nature. Know that as the mighty wind blowing everywhere rests always in the sky, likewise, all living beings always rest in me.
At the end of one kalpa, all living beings merge into my primordial material energy. At the beginning of the next creation, O son of Kunti, I manifest them again. Presiding over my material energy, I generate these myriad forms again and again in accordance with the force of their natures. O conqueror of wealth, none of these actions bind me. I remain like a neutral observer, ever detached from these actions. Working under my direction, this material energy brings into being all animate and inanimate forms, O son of Kunti. For this reason, the material world undergoes the changes of creation, maintenance, and dissolution. When I descend in my personal form, deluded persons are unable to recognize me. They do not know the divinity of my personality as the Supreme Lord of all beings. Bewildered by the material energy, such persons embrace demoniac and atheistic views. In that deluded state, their hopes for welfare are in vain, their fruitive actions are wasted, and their culture of knowledge is baffled.
But the great souls who take shelter of my divine energy, O Parth, know me, Lord Krishna, as the origin of all creation. They engage in my devotion with their minds fixed exclusively on me, always singing my divine glories, striving with great determination, and humbly bowing down before me. They constantly worship me in loving devotion. Others engaging in the yajna of cultivating knowledge worship me by many methods. Some see me as undifferentiated oneness that is non different from them, while others see me as separate from them. Still, others worship me in the infinite manifestations of my cosmic form. It is I who am the Vedic ritual, am the sacrifice, and am the oblation offered to the ancestors, am the medicinal herb, and am the Vedic mantra, am the clarified butter, am the fire, and the act of offering. Of this universe, am the father, am also the mother, the sustainer, and the grandsire. Am the purifier, the goal of knowledge, the sacred syllable Om. Am the Rig Veda, Sam Veda, and the Yajur Veda. Am the supreme goal of all living beings, and am also their sustainer, master, witness, abode, shelter, and friend. Am the origin, end, and resting place of creation. Am the repository and eternal seed.
I radiate heat as the sun, and I withhold, as well as send forth rain. I am immortality as well as death personified. O Arjun, I am the spirit as well as matter. Those who are inclined to the fruitive activity described in the Vedas worship me through ritualistic sacrifices. Being purified from sin by drinking the soma juice, which is the remnant of the yajnas, they seek to go to heaven. By virtue of their pious deeds, they go to abode of the Indra, the king of heaven, and enjoy the pleasures of the celestial gods. When they have enjoyed the vast pleasures of heaven, the stock of their merits being exhausted, they return to the earthly plane. Thus, those who follow the Vedic rituals, desiring objects of enjoyment, repeatedly come and go in this world. There are those who always think of me and engage in exclusive devotion to me. To them, whose minds are always absorbed in me, I provide what they lack and preserve what they already possess. O son of Kunti, even those devotees who faithfully worship other gods also worship me, but they do so by the wrong method. I am the enjoyer and the only Lord of all sacrifices, but those who fail to realize my divine nature must be reborn.
Worshippers of the celestial gods take birth among the celestial gods. Worshippers of the ancestors go to the ancestors. Worshippers of the ghosts take birth among such beings, and my devotees come to me alone. If one offers to me with devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or even water, I delightfully partake of that item offered with love by my devotee in pure consciousness. Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer as oblation to the sacred fire, whatever you bestow as a gift, and whatever austerities you perform, O son of Kunti, do them as an offering to me. By dedicating all your works to me, you will be freed from the bondage of good and bad results. With your mind attached to me through renunciation, you will be liberated and you will reach me. I am equally disposed to all living beings. I am neither inimical nor partial to anyone, but the devotees who worship me with love reside in me and I reside in them. Even if the vilest sinners worship me with exclusive devotion, they are to be considered righteous because they have made the proper resolve.
Quickly they become virtuous and attain lasting peace. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that no devotee of mine is ever lost. All those who take refuge in me, whatever their birth, race, gender or caste, even those whom society scorns will attain the supreme destination. What then to speak about kings and sages with meritorious deeds? Therefore, having come to this transient and joyless world, engage in devotion unto me. Always think of me, be devoted to me, worship me and offer obeisance to me. Having dedicated your mind and body to me, you will certainly come to me.
Lord Shiva.
Oh, Vidyaji, are you trying to practice Ananya Bhakti to Lord Shiv? Just like Sri Krishna explained in chapter 9.
Well, actually, I was answering the trivia question.
Oh, really? Tell me more.
Yeah, the highest and the greatest yogi is Lord Shiva. In fact, his mind is always absorbed in the lotus feet of Sri Krishna. Speaking of exclusivity, do you know what happened to that crow that was chanting the name of God and felt thirsty?
It must have just drunk the water. Obviously, what else would it do?
No, actually, the crow kept chanting God's name. You know why? Because if it had taken even a sip of water, it would have disrupted its focus on meditating on the Lord.
Wow, what an elevated crow. I mean, if I had even 1% of such high devotion, I am sure I would have already met Sri Krishna. But nevertheless, I think life always gives us plenty of opportunities. And one more opportunity is here as we dive deep into the recitation and reading of chapters 10 to 12.
Of course, Umaji. But before that, let's also come into focus by putting aside all our distractions and fully engage our mind and body in this beautiful meditation. Let's go.
Radhe Radhe. Sit with your back straight, neck straight. Keep your hands in your lap or on your knees, wherever comfortable. Relax your shoulders. Close your eyes and take a deep cleansing breath in. Radhe. And exhale. Sham. Take another deep cleansing breath in. Radhe. And exhale. Sham. And let's begin. You have begun practicing meditation. You want to take a journey within. You want to reach deep within and cleanse your mind. To learn to hold your mind in concentration and work to harness its latent potential. You know that this practice will help you organize your personality, awaken your inner consciousness, and expand your self-awareness. It is your restless mind that you want to harness. And it is meditation that is going to help you keep your mind balanced in adverse situations. You have begun your spiritual journey, and you need to develop a strong resolve. Then, and only then, you'll be successful in achieving your ultimate goal. You sincerely wish to cultivate good habits and good qualities. Sitting with your back straight and closing your eyes, you sit for meditation. You bring the image of Sri Krishna in front of you. Tall, big, beautiful eyes, the peacock crown, the cows. A great surge of happiness is running through your body. But after a while, your mind begins to wander, and you keep bringing it back to the divine image of the Lord. You're visualizing the presence of Krishna in everything and everything in Him. He is the Supreme Lord. Again, the mind is tempted to wander, but you bring it back and focus on the lotus feet of the Lord. You keep doing this over and over again. When your meditation is over, you open your eyes, but worry. What if I can't do this? This mind is so stubborn. What if I fail? But then you remember what Krishna says in the Gita. One who engages on the spiritual path does not meet with destruction, either in this world or the world to come. If you're unsuccessful in this life, even after trying your best, don't be disheartened. You will then be given birth in a family where you will have the opportunity to continue your spiritual journey. These words give you immense hope. The next morning, you wake up early again and sit for meditation. You bring the beautiful image of Krishna in front of you. He is sitting under the Kadamba tree, legs crossed, and playing his melodious flute. You approach him and fall at his feet and say, Krishna, I'll try to keep my mind always absorbed in you and engaged in devotion to you with unshakable faith. You are my creator, the eternal seed. I rest in you. But your Maya is very difficult to overcome. So I surrender to you, my Lord. Only by your grace I will be able to come to you. I need your grace, O Lord. I will do everything to please you. I'll worship you and I'll be steadfast in my devotion. You are my supreme goal. Lord, you know my past, present, and future. Please protect me from the dualities of desire and aversion. Lord, I want to remember you until my last breath. You are the supreme divine personality. Who can know you without your grace? I am in this cycle of birth and death because I have failed to recognize you when you descended on this earth planet. But now, I am seeking shelter in you. O origin of all creation, I will sing your divine glories with great determination, and I will cultivate knowledge. O supreme goal of all human beings, you are my sustainer, master, witness, abode, and friend. You raise your head and look into the lotus eyes of Krishna and say, "What can I offer you? What can I do to please you?" Krishna says, "Always think of me and engage in my exclusive devotion. Then I'll provide what you lack and preserve what you already possess. Dedicate all your works to me, and I will free you from the bondage of good and bad results. Just attach your mind to me through renunciation, and you will reach me." Tears roll down your eyes. You enter the loving arms of Krishna, and your joy knows no bounds. Now, you're going to walk on this path confidently, with determination, motivation, and without a trace of doubt.
ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः। अथ दशमोऽध्यायः विभूतियोगः। श्रीभगवानुवाच भूय एव महाबाहो शृणु मे परमं वचः यत्तेऽहं प्रीयमाणाय वक्ष्यामि हितकाम्यया न मे विदुः सुरगणाः प्रभवं न महर्षयः अहमादिर्हि देवानां महर्षीणां च सर्वशः यो मामजमनादिं च वेत्ति लोकमहेश्वरम् असम्मूढः समर्थ्येषु सर्वपापैः प्रमुच्यते बुद्धिर्ज्ञानमसम्मोहः क्षमा सत्यं दमश्रमः सुखं दुःखं भवो भावः भयं चाभयमेव च अहिंसा समता तुष्टिः तपोदानं यशो यशः भवन्ति भावा भूतानां मत्त एव पृथग्विधाः महर्षयः सप्त पूर्वे चत्वारो मनवस्तथा मद्भावा मानसा जाताः येषां लोक इमाः प्रजाः एतां विभूतिं योगं च मम यो वेति तत्त्वतः सोऽविकम्पेन योगेन युज्यते नात्र संशयः अहं सर्वस्य प्रभवः मत्तः सर्वं प्रवर्तते इति मत्वा भजन्ते मां बुधा भावसमन्विताः मच्चित्ता मद्गतप्राणाः बोधयन्तः परस्परं कथयन्तश्च मां नित्यं तुष्यन्ति च रमन्ति च तेषां सततयुक्तानां भजतां प्रीतिपूर्वकं ददामि बुद्धियोगं तं येन मामुपयान्ति ते तेषामेवानुकम्पार्थम् अहमज्ञानजं तमः नाशयाम्यात्मभावस्थः ज्ञानदीपेन भास्वता अर्जुन उवाच परं ब्रह्म परं धाम पवित्रं परमं भवान् पुरुषं शाश्वतं दिव्यम् आदिदेवमजं विभुम् आहुस्त्वां ऋषयः सर्वे देवर्षिर्नारदस्तथा असितो देवलो व्यासः स्वयं चैव ब्रवीषि मे सर्वमेतदृतं मन्ये यन्मां वदसि केशव न हि ते भगवन् व्यक्तिं विदुर्देवान दानवाः स्वयमेवात्मनात्मानं वेत्थत्वं पुरुषोत्तम भूतभावन भूतेश देवदेव जगत्पते वक्तुमर्हस्य शेषेण दिव्या ह्यात्मविभूतयः याभिर्विभूतिभिर्लोकान् इमांस्त्वं व्याप्य तिष्ठसि कथं विद्यामहं योगिं त्वां सदा परिचिन्तयन् केषु केषु च भावेषु चिन्त्योऽसि भगवन्मया विस्तरेणात्मनो योगं विभूतिं च जनार्दन भूयः कथय तृप्तिर्हि शृण्वतो नास्ति मे मृतम् श्रीभगवानुवाच हन्त ते कथयिष्यामि दिव्या ह्यात्मविभूतयः प्राधान्यतः कुरु श्रेष्ठ नास्त्यन्तो विस्तरस्य मे अहमात्मा गुडाकेश सर्वभूताशयस्थितः अहमादिश्च मध्यं च भूतानामन्त एव च आदित्यानामहं विष्णुः ज्योतिषां रविरंशुमान् मरीचिर्मरुतामस्मि नक्षत्राणामहं शशि वेदानां सामवेदोऽस्मि देवानामस्मि वासवः इन्द्रियाणां मनश्चास्मि भूतानामस्मि चेतना रुद्राणां शङ्करश्चास्मि वित्तेषो यक्षरक्षसां वसूनां पावकश्चास्मि मेरुशिखरिणामहं पुरोधसां च मुख्यं मां विद्धि पार्थ बृहस्पतिं सेनानीनामहं स्कन्दः सरसामस्मि सागरः महर्षीणां भृगुरहं गिरामस्म्येकमक्षरं यज्ञानां जपयज्ञोऽस्मि स्थावराणां हिमालयः अश्वत्थः सर्ववृक्षाणां देवर्षीणां च नारदः गन्धर्वाणां चित्ररथः सिद्धानां कपिलो मुनिः उच्चैश्रवसमश्वानां विद्धि माममृतोद्भवम् ऐरावतं गजेन्द्राणां नराणां च नराधिपम् आयुधानामहं वज्रं धेनूनामस्मि कामधुक् प्रजनश्चास्मि कन्दर्पः सर्पाणामस्मि वासुकिः अनन्तश्चास्मि नागानां वरुणो यादसामहं पितॄणामर्यमा चास्मि यमः संयमतामहं प्रह्लादश्चास्मि दैत्यानां कालः कलयतामहं मृगाणां च मृगेन्द्रोऽहं वैनतेयश्च पक्षिणां पवनः पवतामस्मि रामः शस्त्रभृतामहं झषाणां मकरश्चास्मि स्रोतसामस्मि जाह्नवी सर्गाणामादिरन्तश्च मध्यं चैवाहमर्जुन अध्यात्मविद्या विद्यानां वादः प्रवदतामहम् अक्षराणामकारोऽस्मि द्वन्द्वः सामासिकस्य च अहमेवाक्षयः कालः धाताहं विश्वतो मुखः मृत्युः सर्वहरश्चाहम् उद्भवश्च भविष्यताम् कीर्तिश्रीर्वाक्शनारीणां स्मृतिर्मेधा धृतिः क्षमा बृहत्साम तथा साम्नां गायत्री छन्दसामहं मासानां मार्गशीर्षोऽहं ऋतूनां कुसुमाकरः द्यूतं चलयतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनामहं जयोऽस्मि व्यवसायोऽस्मि सत्त्वं सत्त्ववतामहं वृष्णीनां वासुदेवोऽस्मि पाण्डवानां धनञ्जयः मुनीनामप्यहं व्यासः कवीनामुषणा कविः दण्डो दमयतामस्मि नीतिरस्मि जिगीषताम् मौनं चैवास्मि गुह्यानां ज्ञानं ज्ञानवतामहं यच्चापि सर्वभूतानां बीजं तदहमर्जुन न तदस्ति विना यत् स्यात् मया भूतं चराचरं नान्तोऽस्ति मम दिव्यानां विभूतीनां परन्तप एष तुद्देशतः प्रोक्तः विभूतेर्विस्तरो मया यद्यद्विभूतिमत्सत्त्वं श्रीमदूर्जितमेव वा तत्तदेवावगच्छत्वं मम तेजोंशसम्भवम् अथवा बहुनैतेन किं ज्ञातेन तवार्जुन विष्टभ्याहमिदं कृत्स्नम् एकांशेन स्थितो जगत् ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे विभूतियोगो नाम दशमोऽध्यायः।
This is Bhagavad Gita, chapter 10, Vibhuti Yoga. The Lord said, "Listen again to my divine teachings, O mighty armed one. Desiring your welfare, because you are my beloved friend, I shall reveal them to you. Neither celestial gods nor the great sages know of my origin. I am the source from which the gods and great seers come. Those who know me as unborn and beginningless and as the Supreme Lord of the universe, they among mortals are free from illusion and released from all evils. From me alone arise the varieties of qualities in humans, such as intellect, knowledge, clarity of thought, forgiveness, truthfulness, control over the senses and mind, joy and sorrow, birth and death, fear and courage, non-violence, equanimity, contentment, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy.
The 7 great sages, the 4 great saints before them, and the 14 Manus are all born from my mind. From them, all the people in the world have descended. Those who know in truth my glories and divine powers become united with me through unwavering bhakti yoga. Of this there is no doubt. I am the origin of all creation. Everything proceeds from me. The wise who know this perfectly worship me with great faith and devotion. With their minds fixed on me and their lives surrendered to me, My devotees remain ever content in me. They derive great satisfaction and bliss in enlightening one another about me and in conversing about my glories. To those whose minds are always united with me in loving devotion, I give the divine knowledge by which they can attain me.
Out of compassion for them, I, who dwell within their hearts, destroy the darkness born of ignorance with the luminous lamp of knowledge. Arjun said, "You are the Supreme Divine Personality, the Supreme Abode, the Supreme Purifier, the Eternal God, the Primal Being, the Unborn and the Greatest." The great sages like Narad, Asit, Deval and Vyas proclaimed this, and now you're declaring it to me yourself. O Krishna, I totally accept everything you have told me as the truth. O Lord, neither gods nor the demons can understand your true personality. Indeed, you alone know yourself by your inconceivable energy. O Supreme Personality, the Creator and Lord of all beings, the God of gods and the Lord of the universe.
Please describe to me your divine opulences, by which you pervade all the worlds and reside in them. O Supreme Master of Yoga, how may I know you and think of you? And while meditating, in what forms can I think of you? O Supreme Divine Personality. Tell me again in detail your divine glories and manifestations. O Janardhan, I can never tire of hearing your nectar. The Lord spoke, I shall now briefly describe my divine glories to you. O best of the Kurus, for there is no end to their detail. O Arjun, I am seated in the heart of all living entities. I am the beginning, middle and end of all beings.
Amongst the 12 sons of Aditi, I am Vishnu. Amongst luminous objects, I am the sun. Know me to be Mairichi amongst the Maruts and the moon amongst the stars in the night sky. I am the Samaved amongst the Vedas and Indra amongst the celestial gods. Amongst the senses, I am the mind. Amongst the living beings, I am consciousness. Amongst the Rudras, know me to be Shankar. Amongst the semi-celestial beings and demons, I am Kuber. I am Agni amongst the Vasus and Meru amongst the mountains. O Arjun, amongst priests, I am Brihaspati. Amongst warrior chiefs, I am Kartikeya. And amongst reservoirs of water, know me to be the ocean. I am Bhrigu amongst the great seers and the transcendental Om amongst sounds. Amongst chants, know me to be the repetition of the holy name. Amongst immovable things, I am the Himalayas.
Among trees, I am the peepal tree, sacred fig tree of the celestial sages. I am Narad. Among the Gandharvas, I am Chitrat, and amongst the Siddhas, I am sage Kapil. Amongst horses, know me to be Ucheshrava, begotten from the churning of the ocean of nectar. I am Airavata among all lordly elephants and king amongst humans. I am the Vajra amongst weapons and Kamadhenu amongst the cows. I am Kamdev, the god of love, amongst all causes for procreation, and amongst serpents I am Vasuki. Amongst the snakes I am Anant. Amongst aquatics I am Varun. Amongst the departed ancestors, I am Aryama. Amongst dispensers of law, I am Yamraj, the Lord of Death. I am Prahalad amongst the demons. Amongst all that controls, I am time. Know me to be the lion amongst animals and Garud amongst the birds.
Amongst purifiers, I am the wind, and amongst wielders of weapons, I am Ram. Of water creatures, I am the crocodile, and of flowing rivers, I am the Ganges. O Arjun, know me to be the beginning, middle, and end of all creation. Among sciences, I am the science of spirituality, and in debates, I am the logical conclusion. I'm the beginning A amongst all letters. I'm the dual sword in grammatical compounds. I'm the endless time, and amongst creators, I am Brahma.
I am the all-devouring death, and I am the origin of those things that are yet to be. Amongst feminine qualities, I am fame, prosperity, fine speech, memory, intelligence, courage, and forgiveness. Amongst the hymns in the Samaveda, know me to be the Brihatsama. Amongst poetic meters, I am the Gayatri. Of the 12 months of the Hindu calendar, I am Margashirsha, and of seasons, I am spring, which brings forth flowers. I am the gambling of the cheats and the splendor of the splendid. I am the victory of the victorious, the resolve of the resolute, and the virtue of the virtuous.
Amongst the descendants of Vrishni I am Krishna, and among the Pandavas I am Arjuna. Know me to Vedvyas among sages and Sukracharya among the great thinkers. I am just punishment amongst means of preventing lawlessness and proper conduct amongst those who seek victory. Among secrets I am silence, and in the voice I am the wisdom. I am the generating seed of all living beings, O Arjuna. No creatures, moving or non-moving, can exist without me.
There is no end to my divine manifestations, O conqueror of enemies. What I have declared to you is a mere sample of my infinite glories. Whatever you see as beautiful, glorious, or powerful, knowing it to spring from but a spark of my splendor. What need is there for all this detailed knowledge? O Arjuna, simply know that by one fraction of my being, I pervade and support this entire creation.
ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः। अत एकादशोऽध्यायः विश्वरूपदर्शनयोगः। अर्जुन उवाच मदनुग्रहाय परमं गुह्यमध्यात्मसंज्ञितम् यत्त्वयोक्तं वचस्तेन मोहोऽयं विगतो मम। भवाप्ययौ हि भूतानां श्रुतौ विस्तरशो मया त्वतः कमलपत्राक्ष माहात्म्यमपि चाव्ययम्। एवमेतद्यथा तत्त्वम् आत्मानं परमेश्वर द्रष्टुमिच्छामि ते रूपम् ऐश्वरं पुरुषोत्तम। मन्यसे यदि तच्छक्यं मया द्रष्टुमिति प्रभो योगेश्वर ततो मे त्वं दर्शयात्मानमव्ययम्। श्रीभगवानुवाच पश्य मे पार्थरूपाणि शतशोतसहस्रशः नानाविधानि दिव्यानि नानावर्णाकृतीनि च। पश्यादित्यान् वसून् रुद्रान् अश्विनौ मरुतस्तथा बहून्यदृष्टपूर्वाणि पश्याश्चर्याणि भारत। इहैकस्तं जगत्कृत्स्नं पश्याद्य सचराचरं मम देहे गुढाकेश यच्चान्यद्द्रष्टुमिच्छसि। न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्। सञ्जय उवाच एवमुक्त्वा ततो राजन् महायोगेश्वरो हरिः
दर्शयामास पार्थाय परमं रूपमैश्वरम् अनेकवक्त्रनयनम् अनेकाद्भुतदर्शनम् अनेकदिव्याभरणम् दिव्यानेकोद्यतायुधम् दिव्यमाल्याम्भरधरम् दिव्यगन्धानुलेपनम् सर्वाश्चर्यमयं देवम् अनन्तं विश्वतोमुखम् दिवि सूर्यसहस्रस्य भवेद्युगपदुत्थिता यदि भासदृशी सा स्यात् भासस्तस्य महात्मनः तत्रैकस्तं जगत्कृत्स्नं प्रविभक्तमनेकदा अपश्येद्देवदेवस्य शरीरे पाण्डवस्तदा ततः स विस्मयाविष्टो हृष्टरोमा धनञ्जयः प्रणम्य शिरसा देवं कृताञ्जलिरभाषत अर्जुन उवाच पश्यामि देवांस्तव देवदेहे सर्वांस्तथा भूतविशेषसङ्घान् ब्रह्माणमीशं कमलासनस्थं ऋषींश्च सर्वान् उरगांश्च दिव्यान् अनेकबाहूदरवक्त्रनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां सर्वतोऽनन्तरूपं नान्तं न मध्यं न पुनस्तवादिं पश्यामि विश्वेश्वर विश्वरूप किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रिणं च तेजोराशिं सर्वतो दीप्तिमन्तम् पश्यामि त्वां दुर्निरीक्ष्यं समन्ताद् दीप्तानलार्कद्युतिमप्रमेयम् त्वमक्षरं परमं वेदितव्यं त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं त्वमव्यय शाश्वतधर्मगोप्ता सनातनस्त्वं पुरुषो मतो मे अनादिमध्यान्तमनन्तवीर्यम् अनन्तबाहुं शशिसूर्यनेत्रम् पश्यामि त्वां दीप्तहुताशवक्त्रं स्वतेजसा विश्वमिदं तपन्तम् द्यावा पृथिव्योरिदमन्तरं हि व्याप्तं त्वयैकेन दिशश्च सर्वाः दृष्ट्वाद्भुतं रूपमुग्रं तवेदं लोकत्रयं प्रव्यतितं महात्मन् अमीहि त्वां सुरसङ्घा विशन्ति केचिद्भीता प्राञ्जलयो गृह्णन्ति स्वस्तीत्युक्त्वा महर्षिसिद्धसङ्घाः स्तुवन्ति त्वां स्तुतिभिः पुष्कलाभिः रुद्रादित्या वसवो ये च साध्या विश्वेश्विनौ मरुतश्चोष्मपाश्च गन्धर्वयक्षासुरसिद्धसङ्गा वीक्षन्ते त्वां विस्मिताश्चैव सर्वे रूपं महत्ते बहुवक्त्रनेत्रं महाबाहो बहुबाहुरुपादं बहूदरं बहुदंष्ट्राकरालं दृष्ट्वा लोका प्रव्यतितास्तताहम् नभः स्पृशं दीप्तमनेकवर्णं व्यात्थाननं दीप्तविशालनेत्रं दृष्ट्वा हि त्वां प्रव्यथितान्तरात्मा धृतिं न विन्दामि शमं च विष्णो दंष्ट्राकरालानि च ते मुखानि दृष्ट्वैव कालानलसन्निभानि दिशो न जाने न लभे च शर्मा प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास अमी च त्वां धृतराष्ट्रस्य पुत्राः सर्वे सहैवावनिपालसङ्गैः भीष्मो द्रोणः सूतपुत्रस्तथासौ सहास्मदीयैरपि योद्धमुखैः वक्त्राणि ते त्वरमाणा विशन्ति दंष्ट्राकरालानि भयानकानि केचिद्विलग्ना दशनान्तरेषु सन्दृश्यन्ते चूर्णितैरुत्तमाङ्गैः यथा नदीनां बहवोऽम्बुवेगाः समुद्रमेवाभिमुखा द्रवन्ति तथा तवामि नरलोकवीरा विशन्ति वक्त्राण्यभिविज्वलन्ति यथा प्रदीप्तं ज्वलनं पतङ्गा विशन्ति नाशाय समृद्धवेगाः तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकास्तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्धवेगाः लेलिह्यसेग्रसमानः समन्ताल् लोकान् समग्रान् वदनैज्ज्वलद्भिः तेजोभिरापूर्य जगत्समग्रं भासस्तवोग्रा प्रतपन्ति विष्णो
आख्याहि मे को भवानुग्ररूपो नमोऽस्तु ते देववर प्रसीद विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाद्यं न हि प्रजानामि तव प्रवृत्तिम् श्रीभगवानुवाच कालोऽस्मि लोकक्षयकृत् प्रवृद्धो लोकान् समाहर्तुमिह प्रवृत्तः ऋतेऽपि त्वां न भविष्यन्ति सर्वे एव स्थिताः प्रत्यनीकेषु योधाः तस्मात् त्वमुत्तिष्ठ यशो लभस्व जित्वा शत्रून् भुङ्क्ष्व राज्यं समृद्धम् मयैवैते निहताः पूर्वमेव निमित्तमात्रं भव सव्यसाचिन् द्रोणं च भीष्मं च जयद्रथं च कर्णं तथान्यानपि योधवीरान् मया हतांस्त्वं जहिमा व्यतिष्ठा युध्यस्व जेतासि रणे सपत्नान् सञ्जय उवाच एतत् श्रुत्वा वचनं केशवस्य कृताञ्जलिर्वेपमानः किरीटी नमस्कृत्वा भूय एवाह कृष्णं स गद्गदं भीतः प्रणम्य अर्जुन उवाच स्थाने ऋषिकेश तव प्रकीर्त्य जगत्प्रहृष्यत्यनुरज्यते च रक्षांसि भीतानि दिशो द्रवन्ति सर्वे नमस्यन्ति च सिद्धसङ्गाः कस्माच्च तेन न मेरन्महात्मन् गरीयसे ब्रह्मणोऽप्यादिकर्त्रे अनन्तदेवेश जगन्निवास त्वमक्षरं सदसत्तत्परं यत् त्वमादिदेवः पुरुषः पुराणस्त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निदानं वेदासि वेद्यं च परं च धाम त्वया ततं विश्वमनन्तरूप वायुर्यमोऽग्निर्वरुणः शशाङ्कः प्रजापतिस्त्वं प्रपितामहश्च नमो नमस्तेस्तु सहस्रकृत्वः पुनश्च भूयोऽपि नमो नमस्ते नमः पुरस्तादत पृष्ठतस्ते नमोऽस्तु ते सर्वत एव सर्व अनन्तवीर्यामितविक्रमस्त्वं सर्वं समाप्नोषि ततोऽसि सर्वः सखेति मत्वा प्रसभं यदुक्तं हे कृष्ण हे यादव हे सखेति अजानता महिमानं तवेदं मया प्रमादात् प्रणयेन वापि यच्छावहासार्थमसत्कृतोऽसि विहारशय्यासनभोजनेषु एको तव यच्युत तत्समक्षं तत्क्षामये त्वाम् अहम् अप्रमेयम् पितासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य त्वमस्य पूज्यश्च गुरुर्गरीयान् न त्वत्समोऽस्त्यभ्यधिकः कुतोऽन्यो लोकत्रयेऽप्यप्रतिमप्रभाव
तस्मात् प्रणम्य प्रणिधाय कायं प्रसादये त्वाम् अहम् ईशम् ईड्यम् पितेव पुत्रस्य सखेव सख्युः प्रियः प्रिया यार्हसि देव सोदम् अदृष्टपूर्वं हृषितोऽस्मि दृष्ट्वा भयेन च प्रव्यथितं मनो मे तदेव मे दर्शय देवरूपम् प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रहस्तम् इच्छामि त्वां द्रष्टुमहं तथैव तेनैव रूपेण चतुर्भुजेन सहस्रबाहो भव विश्वमूर्ते श्रीभगवानुवाच मया प्रसन्नेन तवर्जुनेदं रूपं परं दर्शितम् आत्मयोगात् तेजोमयं विश्वम् अनन्तमाद्यं यन्मे त्वदन्येन न दृष्टपूर्वम् न वेदयज्ञाध्यायनेर्न दानैर्न च क्रियाभिर्न तपोभिरुग्रैः एवं रूप शक्य अहं नृलोके द्रष्टुं त्वदन् येन कुरु प्रवीरा मा ते व्यथा मा च विमूढभावो दृष्ट्वा रूपं घोरम् ईदृममेदम् व्यपेतभिप्रीतमना पुनस्त्वं तदेव मे रूपमिदं प्रपश्य सञ्जय उवाच इत्यर्जुनं वासुदेवस्ततोक्त्वा स्वकं रूपं दर्शयामास भूयः आश्वासयामास च भीतमेनं भूत्वा पुनः सौम्यवपुर्महात्मा अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेदं मानुषं रूपं तव सौम्यं जनार्दन इदानीमस्मि संवृत्तः सचेता प्रकृतिं गतः श्रीभगवानुवाच सुदुर्दर्शमिदं रूपं दृष्टवानसि यन्मम देवाप्यस्य रूपस्य नित्यं दर्शनकाङ्क्षिणः नाहं वेदैर्न तपसा न दानेन न चेज्यया शक्य एवं विदो द्रष्टुं दृष्टवानसि मां यथा भक्त्या त्वनन्यया शक्य अहम् एवं विदोऽर्जुन ज्ञातुं द्रष्टुं च तत्त्वेन प्रवेष्टुं च परन्तप मत्कर्म कृन्मत्परमो मद्भक्तः सङ्गवर्जितः निर्वैर सर्वभूतेषु समामेति पाण्डव
ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे विश्वरूपदर्शनयोगो नाम एकादशोऽध्यायः सर्वं श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु।
Chapter 11 Vishwaroop Darshan Yog. Yog through beholding the cosmic form of God. Arjun said, having heard the supremely confidential spiritual knowledge which you have revealed out of your compassion for me, my illusion is now dispelled. I have heard from you in detail about the appearance and disappearance of all living beings, O lotus-eyed one, and also about your eternal magnificence. O Supreme Lord, you are precisely what you declare yourself to be. Now, I desire to see your divine cosmic form, O greatest of persons.
O Lord of all mystic powers, if you think I am strong enough to behold it, then kindly reveal that imperishable cosmic form to me. The Supreme Lord said, behold, O Parth, my hundreds and thousands of wonderful forms of various shapes, sizes, and colors. Behold in me, O scion of the Bharatas, the 12 sons of Aditi, the 8 Vasus, the 11 Rudras, the twin Ashwini Kumars, as well as the 49 Maruts, and many more marvels never revealed before.
Behold now, Arjun, the entire universe, with everything moving and non-moving, assembled together in my universal form. Whatever else you wish to see, observe it all within this universal form. But you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you divine vision. Behold my majestic opulence. Sanjay said, O king, having spoken thus, the Supreme Lord of Yoga, Shri Krishna, displayed his divine and opulent form to Arjun.
In that cosmic form, Arjun saw unlimited faces and eyes, decorated with many celestial ornaments and wielding many kinds of divine weapons. He wore many garlands on his body and was anointed with many sweet-smelling heavenly fragrances. He revealed himself as the wonderful and infinite Lord whose face is everywhere. If 1,000 suns were to blaze forth together in the sky, they would not match the splendor of that great form. There, Arjun could see the totality of the entire universe established in one place, in that body of the God of gods.
Then Arjuna, full of wonder and with hair standing on end, bowed his head before the Lord and addressed him with folded hands. Arjuna said, O Shri Krishna, I behold within your body all gods and hosts of different beings. I see Brahma seated on the lotus flower. I see Shiva, all the stages, and the celestial serpents. I see your infinite form in every direction, with countless arms, stomachs, faces, and eyes. O Lord of the universe, whose form is the universe itself, I do not see in you any beginning, middle, or end.
I see your form adorned with a crown and armed with a club and disc, shining everywhere as the abode of splendor. It is hard to look upon you in the blazing fire of your effulgence, which is radiating like the sun in all directions. I recognize you as the supreme, imperishable being, the ultimate truth, to be known by the scriptures. You are the support of all creation. You are the eternal protector of Sanatan Dharma, the eternal religion. And you are the everlasting, supreme, divine personality.
You are without beginning, middle, or end. Your power has no limits. Your arms are infinite. The sun and the moon are like your eyes, and fire is like your mouth. I see you warming the entire creation by your radiance.
The space between heaven and earth and all the directions is pervaded by you alone. Seeing your wondrous and terrible form, I see the three worlds trembling in fear, O greatest of all beings. All the celestial gods are taking your shelter by entering into you. In awe, some are praising you with folded hands. The great sages and perfected beings are extolling you with auspicious hymns and profuse prayers. The Rudras, Adityas, Vasus, Sadhyas, Vishwadevas, Ashwini Kumars, Maruts, ancestors, Gandharvas, Yakshas, Asuras, and Siddhas are all beholding you in wonder.
O mighty Lord, in veneration of your magnificent form with its many mouths, eyes, arms, thighs, legs, stomach, and terrifying teeth, all the worlds are terror-stricken, and so am I. O Lord Vishnu, see your form touching the sky, effulgent in many colors, with mouths wide open and enormous blazing eyes. My heart is trembling with fear. I have lost all courage and peace of mind. Having seen your many mouths bearing your terrible teeth, resembling the raging fire at the time of annihilation, I forget where I am, and I do not know where to go. O Lord of Lords, you are the shelter of the universe. Please have mercy on me.
I see all the sons of Dhritarashtra along with their allied kings, including Bhishma, Dronacharya, Karna, and also the generals from our side, rushing headlong into your fearsome mouths. I see some with their heads smashed between your terrible teeth. As many waves of the river flowing rapidly into the ocean, so are all these great warriors entering into your blazing mouths. As moths rush with great speed into the fire to perish, so are all these armies entering with great speed into your mouths. With your fiery tongues, you are licking up the hosts of living beings on all sides and devouring them with your blazing mouths. O Vishnu, you are scorching the entire universe with the fierce, all-pervading rays of your effulgence.
Tell me who you are, so fierce of form. O God of gods, I bow before you. Please bestow your mercy on me. You, who existed before all creation, I wish to know who you are, for I do not comprehend your nature and workings. The Supreme Lord said, I am mighty time, the source of destruction that comes forth to annihilate the worlds. Even without your participation, the warriors arrayed in the opposing army shall cease to exist. Therefore, arise and attain honor, conquer your foes, and enjoy prosperous rulership. These warriors stand already slain by me, and you will only be an instrument of my work, O expert archer.
Dronacharya, Bhishma, Jayadratha, Karna, and other brave warriors have already been killed by me. Therefore, slay them without being disturbed. Just fight and you will be victorious over your enemies in battle. Sanjay said, hearing these words of Keshav, Arjun trembled with dread. With palms joined, he bowed before Sri Krishna and spoke in a faltering voice, overwhelmed with fear. Arjun said, O master of the senses, it is but apt that the universe rejoices in giving you praise and is enamored by you. Demons flee fearfully from you in all directions, and hosts of perfected saints bow to you.
O Great One, who are even greater than Brahma, the original creator, why should they not bow to you? O Limitless One, O Lord of the Devatas, O refuge of the universe. You are imperishable reality beyond both the manifest and the non-manifest. You are the primeval God and the original divine personality. You are the sole resting place of this universe. You are both the knower and the object of knowledge. You are the supreme abode. O possessor of infinite form, you alone pervade the entire universe. You are Vayu, god of wind, Yamraj, god of death, Agni, god of fire, Varun, god of water, and Chandra, moon god. You are the creator, Brahma, the great grandfather of all beings. I offer my salutations unto you 1,000 times again and again. O Lord of infinite power, my salutations to you from the front and the rear, indeed from all sides. You possess infinite valor and might and pervade everything, and thus you are everything. Thinking of you as my friend, I presumptuously addressed you as O Krishna, O Yadav, O my dear friend. I was ignorant of your majesty, showing negligence and under affection. And if jestfully I treated you with disrespect while playing, resting, sitting, eating, when alone, or before others, for all that I crave forgiveness.
You are the Father of the entire universe, of all moving and non-moving beings. You are the most deserving of worship and the supreme spiritual master. When there is none equal to you in all the three worlds, then who can possibly be greater than you, O possessor of incomparable power? Therefore, O adorable Lord, bowing deeply and prostrating before you, I implore you for your grace. As a father tolerates his son, a friend forgives his friend, and a lover pardons the beloved, please forgive me for all my offenses. Having seen your universal form that I had never seen before, I feel great joy, and yet my mind trembles with fear. Please have mercy on me, and again show me your pleasing form, O God of gods, O abode of the universe. O thousand-armed one, though you are the embodiment of all creation, I wish to see you in your four-armed form, carrying the mace and disc and wearing the crown. The Lord said, Arjun, being pleased with you, by my Yog Maya power, I gave you a vision of my resplendent, unlimited, and primeval cosmic form. No one before you has seen it.
Not by study of the Vedas, nor by the performance of sacrifice, rituals, or charity, nor even by practicing severe austerities, has any mortal ever seen what you have seen, O best of the Kuru warriors. Be neither afraid nor bewildered on seeing this terrible form of mine. Be free from fear, and with a cheerful heart, behold me once again in my personal form. Sanjay said, having spoken thus, the compassionate son of Vasudeva displayed his personal four-armed form again. Then he further consoled the frightened Arjun by assuming his gentle two-armed form.
Arjun said, O Sri Krishna, seeing your gentle human form, I have regained my composure and my mind is restored to normal. The Supreme Lord said, this form of mine that you are seeing is exceedingly difficult to behold. Even the celestial gods are eager to see it. Neither by the study of the Vedas, nor by the penance, charity, or fire sacrifices can I be seen as you have seen me. O Arjun, by unalloyed devotion alone can I be known as I am, standing before you. Thereby, on receiving my divine vision, O sculptor of foes, one can enter into union with me. Those who perform all their duties for my sake, who depend upon me and are devoted to me, who are free from attachment and are without malice towards all beings, such devotees certainly come to me.
ॐ श्रीकृष्ण परमात्मने नमः। अथ द्वादशोऽध्यायः। भक्तियोगः। अर्जुन उवाच एवं सततयुक्ता ये भक्तास्त्वां पर्युपासते ये चाप्यक्षरमव्यक्तं तेषां के योगवित्तमाः। श्रीभगवानुवाच मय्यावेश्य मनो ये मां नित्ययुक्ता उपासते श्रद्धया परयोपेताः ते मे युक्ततमां मताः। ये त्वक्षरमनिर्देश्यम् अव्यक्तं पर्युपासते सर्वत्र गमचिन्त्यं च कूटस्थमचलं ध्रुवं सन्नियम्येन्द्रियग्रामं सर्वत्र समबुद्धयः ते प्राप्नुवन्ति मामेव सर्वभूतहिते रताः। क्लेशोऽधिकतरस्तेषाम् अव्यक्तासक्तचेतसाम् अव्यक्ताहिकतर्दुःखं देहवद्भिरवाप्यते ये तु सर्वाणि कर्माणि मयि सन्न्यस्य मत्पराः अनन्येनैव योगेन मां ध्यायन्त उपासते तेषामहं समुद्धर्ता मृत्युसंसारसागरात् भवामि न चिरात् पार्थ मय्यावेशितचेतसां मय्येव मन आदत्स्व मयि बुद्धिं निवेशय निवसिष्यसि मय्येव अत ऊर्ध्वं न संशयः। अत चित्तं समादातुं न शक्नोषि मयि स्थिरम् अभ्यासयोगेन ततः मामि चाप्तुं धनञ्जय अभ्यासेऽप्यसमर्थोऽसि मत्कर्म परमो भव मदर्थमपि कर्माणि कुर्वन् सिद्धिं अवाप्स्यसि। अतैतदप्यशक्तोऽसि कर्तुं मद्योगमाश्रितः सर्वकर्मफलत्यागं ततः कुरु यथात्मवान् श्रेयो हि ज्ञानमभ्यासात् ध्यानात् ध्यानं विशिष्यते ध्यानात् कर्मफलत्यागः त्यागात् शान्तिरनन्तरम् अद्वेष्टा सर्वभूतानां मैत्रः करुण एव च निर्ममो निरहङ्कारः समदुःखसुखक्षमी सन्तुष्ट सततं योगी यथात्मा दृढनिश्चयः मय्यर्पितमनो बुद्धिः यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यस्मान्नो द्विजते लोकः लोकान्नो द्विजते च यः हर्षामर्षभयोद्वेगैः मुक्तो यः स च मे प्रियः अनपेक्षः सुचिर्दक्षः उदासीनो गतव्यतः सर्वारम्भ परित्यागी यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यो न हृष्यति न द्वेष्टि न शोचति न काङ्क्षति शुभाशुभपरित्यागी भक्तिमान् यः स मे प्रियः समशत्रौ च मित्रे च तथा मानापमानयोगो शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु समः सङ्गविवर्जितः तुल्यनिन्दास्तुतिर्मौनी सन्तुष्टो येन केनचित् अनिकेतस्थिरमतिः भक्तिमान् मे प्रियो नरः ये तु धर्म्यामृतमिदं यथोक्तं पर्युपासते श्रद्धनानामत्परमाः भक्तास्तेतीव मे प्रियाः। ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे भक्तियोगो नाम द्वादशोऽध्यायः।
Chapter 12, verse 12.1. Arjuna inquired, between those who are steadfastly devoted to your personal form and those who worship the formless Brahman, whom do you consider to be the more perfect in you? Verse 12.2. The Lord said, those who fix their minds on me and always engage in my devotion with steadfast faith, I consider them to be the best yogis. Verse 12.3 and 4. But those who worship the formless aspect of the absolute truth, the imperishable, the indefinable, the unmanifest, the all-pervading, the unthinkable, the unchanging, the eternal and immovable. By restraining their senses and being even-minded everywhere, such persons engaged in the welfare of all beings also attain me. Verse 12.5. For those whose minds are attached to the unmanifest, the path of realization is full of tribulations. Worship of the unmanifest is exceedingly difficult for embodied beings. Verse 12.6 and 7. But those who dedicate all their actions to me, regarding me as the supreme goal, worshipping me and meditating on me with exclusive devotion, O Parth, I swiftly deliver them from the ocean of birth and death, for their consciousness is united with me.
Verse 12.8. Fix your mind on me alone and surrender your intellect to me. Thereupon you will always live in me. Of this there is no doubt. Verse 12.9. If you are unable to fix your mind steadily on me, O Arjun, then practice remembering me with devotion, while constantly restraining the mind from worldly affairs. Verse 12.10. If you cannot practice remembering me with devotion, then just try to work for me. Thus performing devotional service to me, you shall achieve the stage of perfection. Verse 12.11. If you are unable to even work for me in devotion, then try to renounce the fruits of your actions and be situated in the self. Verse 12.12. Better than mechanical practice is knowledge. Better than knowledge is meditation. Better than meditation is renunciation of the fruits of actions, for peace immediately follows such renunciation. Verses 12.13 and 14. Those devotees are very dear to me, who are free from malice toward all living beings, who are friendly and compassionate. They are free from attachment to possessions and egotism, equipoised in happiness and distress, and ever forgiving. They are ever content, steadily united with me in devotion, self-controlled, of firm resolve, and dedicated to me in mind and intellect.
Verse 15. Those who are not a source of annoyance to anyone and who in turn are not agitated by anyone, who are equal in pleasure and pain and free from fear and anxiety, such devotees of mine are very dear to me. Verse 16. Those who are indifferent to worldly gains, externally and internally pure, skillful, without cares, untroubled and free from selfishness in all undertakings, such devotees of mine are very dear to me. Verse 17. Those who neither rejoice in mundane pleasures nor despair in worldly sorrows, who neither lament for any loss nor hanker for any gain, who renounce both good and evil deeds, such persons who are full of devotion are very dear to me. Verse 18 and 19. Those who are alike to friend and foe, equipoised in honor and dishonor, cold and heat, joy and sorrow, and are free from all unfavorable association, those who take praise and reproach alike, who are given to silent contemplation, content with what comes their way, without attachment to the place of residence, whose intellect is firmly fixed in me, and who are full devotion to me, such persons are very dear to me. Verse 20. Those who honor this nectar of wisdom declared here have faith in me and are devoted and intent on me as the supreme goal. They are exceedingly dear to me.
Vidya ji,
I'm busy.
Vidya ji, 1 second.
I'm busy, Umaji.
Vidya ji, listen to me.
What?
Oh my God. You are not supposed to get irritated. We just heard from Sri Krishna that no matter what the situation, we should stay patient and equipoised, isn't it?
I know, but it is so hard.
Yeah, if it were easy, everyone would have achieved God realization, right?
Of course, that is so true. Really, we need to put our efforts. And talking of God realization, here's a trivia question for everyone. Along with Arjun, who else witnessed Sri Krishna's Vishwaroop?
Okay. Well, that is something that I don't know, but I do know a way to witness Sri Krishna, and you don't need divine vision for that. You just have to close your eyes, sit in a comfortable position, and meditate upon the names, forms, pastimes, abodes, and associates of Sri Krishna. And we can simply cherish the amazingness of Sri Krishna. Yes, we are going to get started with our next meditation segment. Followed by it, we will be having the recitation and reading of chapters 13 to 16.
Sit with your back straight, neck straight, hands in your lap or on your knees, wherever comfortable. Relax your shoulders, close your eyes, and take a deep cleansing breath in. Radhe. And exhale. Sham. Take another deep cleansing breath in. Radhe. And exhale. Sham. And let's begin. You are in your puja room. You perform your puja with great love in your heart, offering fragrant, colorful flowers, sandalwood paste, and kumkum. You place a rose garland around his neck and light an incense stick in front of him. Taking the diya, you do the aarti. Sitting in front of the magnificent Murti, you bow down and say, O Krishna, you are the source of all, the origin of all creation, unborn and beginningless. O Supreme Lord of the universe, it is by your grace that I am able to practice the virtues of forgiveness, truthfulness, contentment, austerity, charity, and equanimity. Your glories are infinite. I wish to surrender to you. I want to sing your glories all day long. I want my mind to always be united with you. Please destroy the darkness of my ignorance with the luminous lamp of your knowledge. Glory to you, O Krishna, the Supreme Divine Personality. the supreme abode, the supreme purifier. O eternal God, glory to you. Glory to you, O God of gods and the Lord of the universe. You are everything, the mind, the consciousness. You are the ocean and you are the transcendental Om. You are the wind and also the river Ganga. Hail to you, O Krishna, the all-devouring death and the origin of things that are yet to be. You are fame, prosperity, fine speech, and memory. You are intelligence, courage, and forgiveness. Glory to you. Glory to you, O victory of the victorious and virtue of the virtuous. You are punishment and you are silence. O generating seed of all living beings, we cannot exist without you. Whatever I see as beautiful, glorious, and powerful is but a spark of your glory. You support this entire creation by but a fraction of your being. You then remember the description in the Bhagavad Gita of how Sri Krishna gave darshan of his Virat Roop and how Arjun, after seeing the Vishwaroop darshan, then requested Krishna to come back to his gentle form. You too love Krishna's sweet, gentle form. You visualize his beautiful lotus face smiling at you, his tender eyes full of mercy, and his gentle hands always giving. You gaze at him lovingly and say, Krishna, I want to be dear to you. I want to please you. I want to attract your divine grace. Please help me. Help me free myself from malice towards others and practice detachment towards worldly possessions and egotism. Help me. Krishna, help me practice to remain equipoised in happiness and distress and cultivate forgiveness in my heart. I will try my best to become fearless and will utilize all situations to enhance my devotion. I promise not to harm anyone. I will give highest priority to your loving service, my dear Krishna. I will rise above pleasure and despair, and I will keep on increasing my love for you. O beloved, I will not give any importance to honor and dishonor, and I will accept your will wholeheartedly. All this contemplation has motivated you to do satsang. You invite some people over to your house. You decorate your house with the sentiments in your heart that this is not your house. Rather, it is the temple of Sri Krishna. You're just the caretaker. You all gather and sing sweet devotional kirtans, glorifying Radha Krishna. Then you meditate on the beautiful divine form of the Lord and his Leelas. You end by doing aarti of your Guru and Radha Krishna. and offering your loving devotion and prayers at that lotus feet, you sincerely say, O Lord, please grace me in my spiritual journey.
ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः। अथ त्रयोदशोऽध्यायः क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञविभागयोगः। अर्जुन उवाच प्रकृतिं पुरुषं चैव क्षेत्रं क्षेत्रज्ञमेव च एतद्वेदितुमिच्छामि ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं च केशव। श्रीभगवानुवाच इदं शरीरं कौन्तेय क्षेत्रमित्यभिधीयते एतद्यो वेति तं प्राहुः क्षेत्रज्ञ इति तद्विदः। क्षेत्रज्ञं चापि मां विद्धि सर्वक्षेत्रेषु भारत। क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञयोर् ज्ञानम् यत्तज्ज्ञानं मतं मम तत्क्षेत्रं यच्च यादृक् यद्विकारी यतश्च यत् स च यो यत्प्रभावश्च तत्समासेन मे शृणु। ऋषिभिर्बहुधा गीतम् छन्दोभिर्विविधैः पृथक् ब्रह्मसूत्रपदैश्चैव हेतुमद्भिर्विनिश्चितैः। महाभूतान्यहङ्कारो बुद्धिरव्यक्तमेव च इन्द्रियाणि दशैकं च पञ्चचेन्द्रियगोचराः। इच्छा द्वेषसुखं दुःखं सङ्घातश्चेतना धृतिः एतत् क्षेत्रं समासेन सविकारम् उदाहृतम्। अमानित्वमदम्भित्वम् अहिंसा क्षान्तिरार्जवम् आचार्योपासनं शौचम् स्थैर्यमात्मविनिग्रहाः। इन्द्रियार्थेषु वैराग्यम् अनहङ्कार एव च। जन्म मृत्यु जरा व्याधि दुःखदोषानुदर्शनम् असक्तिरनभिष्वङ्ग पुत्रदारगृहादिषु नित्यं च समचित्तत्वम् इष्टानिष्टोपपत्तिषु मयि चानन्ययोगेन भक्तिरव्यभिचारिणी। विविक्तदेशसेवित्वम् अरतिर्ज्ञानसंसदि अध्यात्मज्ञाननित्यत्वम् तत्त्वज्ञानार्थदर्शनम् एतज्ज्ञानमिति प्रोक्तम् अज्ञानं यदतोऽन्यत्।
ज्ञेयं यत्तत् प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ञात्वामृतमश्नुते अनादिमत्परं ब्रह्म न सत्तन्नासदुच्यते। सर्वतः पाणिपादं तत् सर्वतोक्षिशिरोमुखम् सर्वतः श्रुतिमल्लोके सर्वम् आवृत्य तिष्ठति। सर्वेन्द्रियगुणाभासं सर्वेन्द्रियविवर्जितम् असक्तम् अव्यक्तं सर्वभृच्चैव निर्गुणं गुणभोक्तृ च बाहिरन्तश्च भूतानाम् अचरं चरमेव च सूक्ष्मत्वात् अविज्ञेयं दूरस्थं चान्तिके च तत् अविभक्तं च भूतेषु विभक्तम् इव च स्थितं भूतभर्तृ च तज्ज्ञेयं ग्रसिष्णु प्रभविष्णु च ज्योतिषामपि तज्ज्योतिः तमसा परम् उच्यते ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं ज्ञानगम्यं हृदि सर्वस्य विष्ठितम् इति क्षेत्रं तथा ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं चोक्तं समासतः मद्भक्ता एतद्विज्ञाय मद्भावयोपपद्यते प्रकृतिं पुरुषं चैव विद्यानादि उभावपि विकारांश्च गुणांश्चैव विद्धि प्रकृतिसम्भवान् कार्यकारणकर्तृत्वे हेतुप्रकृतिरुच्यते पुरुषः सुखदुःखानां भोक्तृत्वे हेतुरुच्यते पुरुषः प्रकृतिस्थो हि भुङ्क्ते प्रकृतिजान् गुणान् कारणं गुणसङ्गोऽस्य सदसद्योनिजन्मसु उपद्रष्टानुमन्ता च भर्ता भोक्ता महेश्वरः परमात्मेति चाप्युक्तो देहेऽस्मिन् पुरुषः परः या एवं वेत्ति पुरुषं प्रकृतिं च गुणैः सह सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि न सा भूयोऽभिजायते
ध्यानेनात्मनि पश्यन्ति केचित् आत्मानम् आत्मना अन्ये साङ्ख्येन योगेन कर्मयोगेन चापरे अन्ये त्वेवमजानन्तः श्रुत्वान्येभ्य उपासते तेऽपि चातितरन्त्येव मृत्युं श्रुतिपरायणाः यावत् सञ्जायते किञ्चित् सत्त्वं स्थावरजङ्गमं क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञसंयोगात् तद्विद्धि भरतर्षभ समं सर्वेषु भूतेषु तिष्ठन्तं परमेश्वरं विनश्यत्स्व विनश्यन्तं यः पश्यति स पश्यति समं पश्यन् हि सर्वत्र समवस्थितम् ईश्वरं न हिनस्यात्मनात्मानं ततो याति परां गतिम् प्रकृत्यैव च कर्माणि क्रियमाणानि सर्वशः यः पश्यति तदात्मानम् अकर्तारं स पश्यति यदा भूतपृथग्भावम् एकस्थम् अनुपश्यति तत एव च विस्तारं ब्रह्म सम्पद्यते तदा अनादित्वान् निर्गुणत्वात् परमात्मायम् अव्ययः शरीरस्थोऽपि कौन्तेय न करोति न लिप्यते यथा सर्वगतं सौक्ष्म्यात् आकाशं नोपलिप्यते सर्वत्र वस्थितो देहे तदात्मा नोपलिप्यते यथा प्रकाशयत्येकः कृत्स्नं लोकम् इमं रविः क्षेत्रं क्षेत्री तदा कृत्स्नं प्रकाशयति भारत क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञयोरेवम् अन्तरं ज्ञानचक्षुषा भूतप्रकृतिमोक्षं च ये विदुर्यान्ति ते परम् ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञविभागयोगो नाम त्रयोदशोऽध्यायः सर्वं श्रीकृष्णार्पणम् अस्तु।
Chapter 13, Kshetra Kshetrajna Yoga, Yoga of the field and knower of the field. Arjuna said, O Keshav, I wish to understand what are Prakriti and Purush, and what are Kshetra and Kshetrajna. I also wish to know what is true knowledge, and what is the goal of this knowledge. The Supreme Divine Lord said, O Arjuna, this body is termed as Kshetra, the field of activities, and the one who knows his body is called Kshetrajna, the knower of the field, by the sages who discern the truth about both. O Sayana Bharat, I am also the knower of all the individual fields of activity, the understanding of the body as of the field of activities, and the soul and God as the knowers of the field. This I hold to be true knowledge. Listen, and I will explain to you what the field is and what its nature is. I will also explain how change takes place within it, from what it was created, who the knower of the field of activity is, and what his powers are. Great sages have sung the truth about the field and the knower of the field in manifold ways. It has been stated in various Vedic hymns, and especially revealed in the Brahma Sutra, with sound logic and conclusive evidence. The field of activities is composed of the 5 great elements: the ego, the intellect, the unmanifest primordial matter, the 11 senses, 5 knowledge senses, 5 working senses, and mind, and the 5 objects of the senses.
Desire and aversion, happiness and misery, the body, consciousness, and the will of all these comprise the field and its modifications. Humbleness, freedom from hypocrisy, non-violence, forgiveness, simplicity, service of the Guru, cleanliness of body and mind, steadfastness and self-control, dispassion toward the objects of the senses, absence of egotism, keeping the mind, evils of birth, disease, old age, and death, non-attachment, absence of clinging to spouse, children, home, and so on, even-mindedness and this desired and undesired events in life, constant and exclusive devotion toward me, an inclination for solitary places and an aversion for mundane society, constancy in spiritual knowledge and philosophical pursuit of the absolute truth. All these I declare to be knowledge, and what is contrary to it I call ignorance.
I shall now reveal to you that which ought to be known, and by knowing which one attains immortality. It is the beginningless Brahman, which lies beyond existence and non-existence. Everywhere are his hands and feet, eyes, heads, and faces. His ears too are in all places, for he pervades everything in the universe. Though he perceives all sense objects, yet he is devoid of the senses. He is unattached to anything, and yet he is the sustainer of all. Although he is without attributes, yet he is the enjoyer of the three modes of material nature. He exists outside and inside of all living beings, those that are moving and not moving. He is subtle, and hence he is incomprehensible. He is very far, but he is also very near. He is indivisible, yet he appears to be divided amongst living beings. Know the Supreme Entity to be the creator, sustainer, and annihilator of all beings. He is the source of light in all luminaries and is entirely beyond the darkness of ignorance. He is knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the goal of knowledge. He dwells within the hearts of all living beings.
I have thus revealed to you the nature of the field, the meaning of knowledge, and the object of knowledge. Only my devotees can understand this in reality, and by doing so, they attain my divine nature. Know that Prakriti and Purush are both beginningless. Also know that all transformation of the body and three modes of nature are produced by material energy. In matter of creation, the material energy is responsible for cause and effect. In the matter of experiences in happiness and distress, the individual soul is declared responsible. When the Purush, seated in the Prakriti, desires to enjoy the three gunas, attachment to them becomes the cause of his birth in superior and inferior wombs.
Within the body also resides the Supreme Lord. He is said to be the witness, the permitter, the supporter, transcendental enjoyer, the ultimate controller, and the Paramatma, Supreme Soul. Those who understand the truth about Supreme Soul, the individual soul, material nature, and the interaction of the three modes of nature will not take birth here again. They will be liberated regardless of their present condition. Some try to perceive the Supreme Soul within their hearts through meditation, and others try to do so through the cultivation of knowledge, while still others strive to attain that realization by the path of action. There are still others who are unaware of these spiritual paths, but they hear from others and begin worshipping the Supreme Lord. By such devotion to hearing from saints, they too can gradually cross over the ocean of birth and death.
O best of the Bharatas, whatever moving or unmoving being you see in existence, know it to be a combination of the field of activities and the knower of the field. They alone truly see who perceive the Paramatma, Supreme Soul, accompanying the soul in all beings, and who understand both to be imperishable in this perishable body. Those who see God as the Supreme Soul equally present everywhere and in all living beings do not degrade themselves by their mind. Thereby they reach the supreme destination. They only truly see who understand that all actions of the body are performed by the material nature, while the embodied soul actually does nothing. When they see the diverse variety of living beings situated in the same material nature and understand all of them to be born from it, they attain the realization of Brahman.
The Supreme Soul is imperishable, without beginning, and devoid of any material qualities, O son of Kunti. Although situated within the body, it neither acts nor is it tainted by material energy. Space holds everything within it, but being subtle, does not get contaminated by what it holds. Similarly, though its consciousness pervades the body, the soul is not affected by the attributes of the body. Just as one sun illumines the entire solar system, so does the individual soul illumine the entire body with consciousness. Those who perceive with the eyes of knowledge the difference between the body and the knower of the body, and the process of release from material nature, attain the supreme destination.
ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः। अथ चतुर्दशोऽध्यायः। गुणत्रयविभागयोगः। श्रीभगवानुवाच परं भूह्या प्रवक्ष्यामि ज्ञानानां ज्ञानमुत्तमम् यज्ञात्वा मुनयः सर्वे परां सिद्धिमितो गता इदं ज्ञानम् उपाश्रित्य मम साधर्म्यम् आगातः सर्गेऽपि नोपजायन्ते प्रलये न व्यतन्ति च मम योनिर्महद्ब्रह्मा तस्मिन् गर्भं ददाम्यहम् सम्भवः सर्वभूतानां ततो भवति भारत सर्वयोनिषु कौन्तेय मूर्तयः सम्भवन्ति यः तासं ब्रह्म महद्योनिरहं बीजाप्रदपिता सत्वं रजस्तम इति गुणः प्रकीर्तिसम्भव निबध्नन्ति महाबाहो देहे देहिनमव्ययम् तत्र सत्वं निर्मलत्वात् प्रकाशकम् अनामयम् सुखसङ्गेन बध्नाति ज्ञानसङ्गेन चानघ रजो रागात्मकं विद्धि तृष्णासङ्गसमुद्भवम् तन्निबध्नाति कौन्तेय कर्मसङ्गेन देहिनम् तासं त्वज्ञानजं विद्धि मोहनं सर्वदेहिनां प्रमदालस्य निद्राभिः तन्निबध्नाति भारत सत्वं सुखे संजयति रजः कर्मणि भारत ज्ञानानामावृत्य तु तमा प्रमादे संजयत्युत
रजस्तमश्चाभिभूय सत्वं भवति भारत रजसत्वं तमश्चैव तमः सत्वं रजस्तथा सर्वद्वारेषु देहेऽस्मिन् प्रकाश उपजायते ज्ञानं यदा तदा विद्यात् विवृद्धं सत्वमित्युता लोभप्रवृत्तिरारम्भः कर्मणामशमस्पृहा रजस्येतानि जायन्ते विवृधे भरतर्षभा अप्रकाशो प्रवृत्तिश्च प्रमादो मोह एव च तमस्येतानि जायन्ते विवृधे कुरु नन्दन यदा सत्त्वे प्रवृद्धे तु प्रलयं याति देहभृत् तदोत्तमविदां लोकान् अमलान् प्रतिपद्यते रजसि प्रलयं गत्वा कर्मसङ्गिषु जायते तदा प्रलीनस्तमसि मूढयोनिषु जायते कर्मणः सुकृतस्याहुः सात्विकं निर्मलं फलं रजसस्तु फलं दुःखम् अज्ञानं तमसः फलं सत्त्वात् संजायते ज्ञानं रजसो लोभ एव च प्रमादमोहौ तमसो भवतो ज्ञानमेव च ऊर्ध्वं गच्छन्ति सत्त्वस्ता मध्ये तिष्ठन्ति राजसाः जगन्यगुणवृत्तिस्ता अधो गच्छन्ति तामसाः
नान्यं गुणेभ्यः कर्तारं यदा द्रष्टानुपश्यति गुणेभ्यश्च परं वेत्ति मद्भावं सोऽधिगच्छति गुणानेतानतीत्यन्त्रीन् देहि देहसमुद्भवान् जन्म मृत्युजरा दुःखै विमुक्तो मृतमश्नुते अर्जुन उवाच कैर्लिङ्गैस्त्रीन् गुणानेतान् अतीतो भवति प्रभो किमाचारः कथं चैतान् स्त्रीन् गुणानतिवर्तते श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रकाशं च प्रवृत्तिं च मोहमेव च पाण्डवा न द्वेष्टि सम्प्रवृत्तानि न निवृत्तानि काङ्क्षति उदासीनवदासीनो गुणैर्यो न विचाल्यते गुणा वर्तन्त इत्येव योऽवतिष्ठति नेङ्गते समदुःखसुखस्वस्थः समलोष्टाश्मकाञ्चनः तुल्यप्रिया प्रियो धीरः तुल्यनिन्दात्मसंस्तुतिः मानापमानयोस्तुल्यः तुल्यो मित्रारिपक्षयोः सर्वारम्भपरित्यागी गुणातीतः स उच्यते माञ्चयो व्यभिचारेण भक्तियोगेन सेवते सगुणान् समतीत्यैतान् ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते ब्रह्मणो हि प्रतिष्ठाहम् अमृतस्याव्ययस्य च शाश्वतस्य च धर्मस्य सुखस्यैकान्तिकस्य च ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे गुणत्रयविभागयोगो नाम चतुर्दशोऽध्यायः सर्वं श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु।
Chapter 14 Gunatraya Vibhag Yoga Yoga through understanding the three modes of material nature. Verse 1 The Divine Lord said, I shall once again explain to you the supreme wisdom, the best of all knowledge, by knowing which all the great saints attained the highest perfection. Verse 2 Those who take refuge in this wisdom will be united with me. They will not be reborn at the time of creation, nor destroyed at the time of dissolution. Verse 3 and 4. The total material substance, Prakriti, is the womb. I impregnate it with individual souls, and thus all living beings are born. O son of Kunti, for all species of life that are produced, the material nature is the womb, and I am the seed-giving father. Verse 5. O mighty armed Arjun, material energy consists of 3 gunas, modes: sattva, goodness; rajas, passion; and tamas, ignorance. These modes bind the eternal soul to the perishable body.
Verse number 6. Amongst these, Sattva-guna, the mode of goodness, being purer than the others, is illuminating and full of well-being. O sinless one, it binds the soul by creating attachment for sense of happiness and knowledge. Verse 7. O Arjun, Rajoguna is the nature of passion. It arises from worldly desires and affections and binds the soul through attachment to fruitive actions. Verse 8. O Arjun, Tamoguna, which is born of ignorance, is the cause of illusion for embodied souls. It deludes all living beings through negligence, laziness, and sleep. Verse 9. Sattva binds one to material happiness, Rajas conditions the soul toward actions, and Tamas clouds wisdom and binds one to delusion. Verse 10. Sometimes goodness prevails over passion and ignorance. O sign of Bharat. Sometimes passion dominates goodness and ignorance, and other times ignorance overcomes goodness and passion. Verse 11, 12 and 13. When all the gates of body are illumined by knowledge, know it to be a manifestation of the mode of goodness. When the mode of passion predominates, O Arjun, the symptoms of greed, exertion for worldly gain, relentlessness, and craving develop. O Arjun, nescience, inertia, negligence, and delusion, these are the dominant signs of mode of ignorance. Verse 14 and 15. Those who die with predominance of sattva reach the pure abodes of the learned. Those who die with prevalence of mode of passion are born among people driven by work, while those dying in the mode of ignorance take birth in animal kingdom. 16th. It is said the fruit of actions performed in mode of goodness bestow pure results. Actions done in the mode of passion results in pain, while those performed in mode of ignorance result in darkness. 17th. From the mode of goodness arises knowledge, from the mode of passion arises greed, and from the mode of ignorance arises negligence and delusion. Verse 18th. Those situated in the mode of goodness rise upward. Those in the mode of passion stay in the middle, and those in the mode of ignorance go downwards. Verse 19. When wise persons see that in all work there is no agent of action other than the 3 gunas, and they know me to be transcendental to these gunas, they attain my divine nature. Verse 20. By transcending the 3 modes of material nature associated with the body, one becomes free from birth, death, old age, and misery, and attains immortality.
Verse 21. Arjun inquired, "What are the characteristics of those who gone beyond the gunas, O Lord? How do they act? How do they go beyond the boundage of the gunas?" Verse 22-23.
the Supreme Divine Personality said, O Arjun, the persons who are transcendental to the three gunas neither hate illumination, which is born out of sattva, nor activity, which is born of rajas, and even delusion, which is born of tamas. When these are abundantly present, nor do they long for them when they are absent. They remain neutral to the modes of nature and are not disturbed by them. Knowing it is only the gunas that act, they stay established in the self without wavering. Verse 24 and 25. Those who are alike in happiness and distress, who are established in the self, who look upon a clod, a stone, and a piece of gold as of equal value, who remain the same amidst pleasant, unpleasant events, who are intelligent, who accept both blame and praise with equanimity, who remain the same in honor and dishonor, who treat both friend and foe alike, and who have abandoned all enterprises, they are said to have risen above all the three gunas. Verse 26. Those who serve me with unalloyed devotion rise above the three modes of material nature and come to the level of the Brahman. Verse 27. I am the basis of the formless Brahman, the immortal and imperishable of eternal dharma and of unending divine bliss.
Shri Krishna Paramatmane Namaha Atah Panchadashodhyayah Purushottama Yogaha Shri Bhagavanuvacha Urvamulamarashrakam Ashwattham Pravaramyam Chandamsi Yasya Parnani Yastam Veda Saveda Vita Arashchodvam Prasritastasya Shakaha Guna Pravada Vichaya Pravala Ajashtamula Yanasattatani Karmarubandhiri Manushaloke Narupabasye Atatopalabhyate Nato Rajadir Daja Sampradeshta Ashwattameram Suvirudamulam Asangashastrena Dvidena Chitva Tataparam Tatsparimargitavyam Yasmin Gatana Devatanti Bhuyaha Tameva Chadya Purusha Prapadye Yatta Pravritte Prasita Purani Nirvana Moharita Sankanosha Adhyatma Nitya Virimrita Kama Twadvairi Mukta Sukha Dukkha Sandhe Kachatya Mura Paramavyayam Data Datad Vasayaste Surya Dasashako Napavakaha Yadgat Vana Nivatante Tadama Parabambama Mame Vamsho Jiva Loke Jiva Bhutastanatanaha Manasastrani Driyani Prakratistani Karshati Shariram Yanavadoti Yachapikramati Krihitvetari Sanyati Vayurgadari Vashayat Shtotram Chakshu Parshadam Cha Rasanam Granameva Cha Adhishtaya Vanastayam Vishayanupasevate Ukramantam Stitam Vapi Punjanam Vakunadvitam Vibhudanaru Pashyati Vyana Chakshishaha. यतन्तो योगिनश्चैनं पश्यन्तात्मन्यवस्थितं यतन्तो प्रकृतात्मानः नैनं पश्यन्त चेतसः यदादित्यवकथं तेजः जगद्भासयतेऽखिलं यच्चन्द्रमसि यच्चाग्नौ तत्तेजो विद्धि मामकं कामाविश्य च भूतानि धारयाम्यहमोजसा पूष्णामि चौषधी सर्वाः सोमो भूत्वा रसात्मकः अहं वैश्वानरो भूत्वा प्राणिनां देहमाश्रितः प्राणापानसमायुक्तः पचाम्यन्नं चतुर्विधं सर्वस्य चाहं सन्निविष्टः मतस्मृतिज्ञानमपोहनं च वेदेश्च सर्वैरहमेव वेद्यः वेदान्तकृद्वेदविदेह चाहं त्वामिमौ पुरुषौ लोके क्षरक्षाक्षर एव च क्षरक्षर्वाणि भूतानि कूटस्थोऽक्षर उच्यते उत्तमः पुरुषस्त्वन्यः परमात्मेत्युदाहृतः यो लोकत्रयमाविश्य बिभर्त्वय ईश्वरः यस्माक्षरमतीतोऽहम् अक्षरादपि चोत्तमः अतोऽस्मि लोके वेदे च प्रतितः पुरुषोत्तमः यो मामेव असम्मूढः जानाति पुरुषोत्तमं स सर्वविद् भजति मां सर्वभावेन भारत इति गुह्यतमं शास्त्रम् इदमुक्तं मया नघः एतद्बुद्ध्वा बुद्धिमान् स्यात् कृतकृत्यस्य भारत ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे पुरुषोत्तमयोगो नाम पञ्चदशोऽध्यायः।
Chapter 15 Purushottam Yoga, verse 1. The Supreme Divine Personality said, they speak of an eternal Ashwath tree with its roots above and branches below. Its leaves are the Vedic hymns, and one who knows the secret of this tree is the knower of the Vedas. The branches of the tree extend upward and downward, nourished by the three gunas, with the object of the senses as tender birds. The roots of the tree hang downward, causing the flow of karma in the human form. Below, its roots branches out, causing actions in the world of humans. The real form of this tree is not perceived in this world, neither its beginning nor end, nor its continued existence. But this deep-rooted Ashwath tree must be cut down with a strong axe of detachment. Then one must search out the base of the tree, which is the Supreme Lord, from whom steamed forth the activity of the universe a long time ago. Upon taking refuge in him, one will not return to this world again. Those who are free from vanity and delusion, who have overcome the evil of attachment, who dwell constantly on the self and on God, who are free from desire to enjoy the senses and are beyond the dualities of pleasure and pain, such liberated personalities attain my eternal abode.
Neither the sun nor the moon nor fire can illumine that supreme abode of mine. Having gone there, one does not return to this material world again. The embodied souls in this material world are my eternal fragmental parts. But bound by material nature, they are struggling with the six senses, including the mind. As the air carries fragrance from place to place, so does the embodied soul carry the mind and senses with it, when it leaves an old body and enters a new one. Using the sense perceptions of the ears, eyes, skin, tongue, and nose, which are grouped around the mind, The embodied soul savors the objects of the senses. The ignorant do not perceive the soul as it resides in the body and as it enjoys sense objects, nor do they perceive it when it departs. But those who possess the eyes of knowledge can behold it.
Striving yogis too are able to realize the soul enshrined in the body. However, those whose minds are not purified cannot cognize it, even though they strive to do so.
Know that I am like the brilliance of the sun that illuminates the entire solar system. The radiance of the moon and the brightness of the fire also come from me.
Permeating the earth, I nourish all living beings with my energy. Becoming the moon, I nourish all plants with the juice of life. It is I who take the form of the fire of digestion in the stomachs of all living beings and combine with the incoming and outgoing breaths to digest and assimilate the four kinds of food.
I am seated in the hearts of all living beings, and from me come memory, knowledge, as well as forgetfulness. I alone am to be known by all the Vedas, and the author of the Veda, and the knower of the meaning of the Vedas. There are two kinds of beings in the creation, the Kshar, the perishable, and the Akshar, the imperishable. The perishable are all beings in the material realm. The imperishable are the liberated beings.
Besides these is the Supreme Divine Personality, who is the indestructible Supreme Soul. He enters the three worlds as the unchanging controller and supports all living beings. I am transcendental to the perishable world of matter and even to the imperishable soul. Hence, I am celebrated both in Vedas and the Smritis as the Supreme Divine Personality.
Those who know me without a doubt as the Supreme Divine Personality truly have complete knowledge. O Arjun, they worship me with their whole being. I have shared this most secret principle of the Vedic scriptures with you, O sinless Arjun. By understanding this, a person can become enlightened and fulfills all that is to be accomplished.
ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः। अथ षोडशोऽध्यायः। दैवासुरसम्पद्विभागयोगः। श्रीभगवानुवाच अभयं सत्त्वसंशुद्धिः ज्ञानयोगव्यवस्थितिः दानं दमश्च यज्ञश्च स्वाध्यायस्तप आर्जवम् अहिंसा सत्यमक्रोधः त्यागः शान्तिरपैशुनम् दया भूतेष्वलो लुप्त्वम् मार्दवम् ह्रीरचापलम् तेजः क्षमा धृतिः शौचम् अद्रोहो नातिमानिता भवन्ति सम्पदं दैवीम् अभिजातस्य भारत दम्भो दर्पोऽभिमानश्च क्रोधः पारुष्यमेव च अज्ञानं चाभिजातस्य पार्थसम्पदमासुरीम् दैवी सम्पद्विमोक्षाय निबन्धायासुरीमता मा शुचः सम्पदं दैवी अभिजातोऽसि पाण्डव द्वौ भूतसर्गौ लोकेऽस्मिन् दैव आसुर एव च दैवो विस्तरशः प्रोक्तः आसुरं पार्थ मे शृणु प्रवृत्तिं च निवृत्तिं च जना न विदुरासुराः न शौचं नापि चाचारो न सत्यं तेषु विद्यते असत्यमप्रतिष्ठं ते जगदाहुरनीश्वरम् अपरस्परसम्भूतं किमन्यत् कामहैतुकम्
एतां दृष्टिमवष्टभ्य नष्टात्मानोऽल्पबुद्धयः प्रभवन्ति उग्रकर्माणः क्षयाय जगतो हिताः काममाश्रित्य दुष्पूरं दम्भमानमदान्विताः मोहाद् गृहीत्वा सद्ग्राहान् प्रवर्तन्ते शुचिव्रताः चिन्तामपरिमेयां च प्रलयान्तामुपाश्रिताः कामोपभोगपरमा एतावदिति निश्चिताः आशापाशशतैर्बद्धाः कामक्रोधपरायणाः ईहन्ते कामभोगार्थम् अन्यायेनार्धसञ्चयान् इदमद्य मया लब्धम् इमं प्राप्स्ये मनोरथम् इदमस्तीदमपि मे भविष्यति पुनर्धनम् असौ मया हतः शत्रुः हनिष्ये चापरानपि ईश्वरोऽहमहं भोगी सिद्धोऽहं बलवान् सुखी आढ्योऽभिजनवानस्मि कोऽन्योऽस्ति सदृशो मया यक्ष्यो दास्यामि मोदिष्य इत्यज्ञानविमोहिताः अनेकचित्तविभ्रान्ताः मोहजालसमावृताः प्रसक्ताः कामभोगेषु पतन्ति नरकेषु च
आत्मसम्भावितास्तप्ताः धनमानमदान्विताः यजन्ते नाम यज्ञैस्ते दम्भेनाविधिपूर्वकम् अहङ्कारं बलं दर्पम् कामं क्रोधं च संश्रिताः मामात्मपरदेहेषु प्रद्विषन्तोऽभ्यसूयकाः तानहं द्विषतः क्रूरान् संसारेषु नराधमान् क्षिपां यजस्रमशुभान् आसुरीष्वेव योनिषु आसुरीभ्योनिमापन्ना मूढा जन्मनि जन्मनि मामप्राप्यैव कौन्तेय ततो यान्त्यधमां गतिम् त्रिविधं नरकस्यैतत् द्वारं नाशनमात्मनः कामः क्रोधस्तथा लोभः तस्मादेतत्त्रयं त्यज एतैर्विमुक्तकौन्तेय तमोद्वारैस्त्रिभिर्नरः आचार्यत्यात्मनश्रेयः ततो याति परां गतिम् यः शास्त्रविधिमुत्सृज्य वर्तते कामकारतः न स सिद्धिमवाप्नोति न सुखं न परां गतिम् तस्मात् शास्त्रं प्रमाणं ते कार्याकार्यव्यवस्थितौ ज्ञात्वा शास्त्रविधानोक्तम् कर्म कर्तुमिहारसि।
ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे दैवासुरसम्पद्विभागयोगः षोडशोऽध्यायः।
Chapter 16 Devasur Sampad Vibhag Yoga. The Supreme Divine Personality said, O scion of Bharat, these are the saintly virtues of those endowed with a divine nature: fearlessness, purity of mind, steadfastness in spiritual knowledge, charity, control of the senses, sacrifice, study of the sacred books, austerity, straightforwardness, non-violence, truthfulness, absence of anger, renunciation, peacefulness, restraint from fault finding, compassion towards all living beings, absence of covetousness, gentleness, modesty, lack of fickleness, vigor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, bearing enmity towards none, and absence of vanity. O Parth, the qualities of those who possess a demoniac nature are hypocrisy, arrogance, conceit, anger, harshness, and ignorance. The divine qualities lead to liberation, while the demoniac qualities are the cause for a continuing destiny of bondage. Grieve not, O Arjun, as you were born with saintly virtues.
There are two kinds of beings in this world: those endowed with the divine nature and those possessing a demonic nature. I have described the divine qualities in detail, O Arjun. Now hear from me about the demonic nature. Those possessing a demonic nature do not comprehend which actions are proper and which are improper. Hence, they possess neither purity, nor good conduct, nor even truthfulness. They say the world is without absolute truth, without any basis for moral order, or without a God who has created or is controlling it. It is created from the combination of two sexes and has no purpose other than sexual gratification. Holding fast such views, these misdirected souls with small intellect and cruel actions arise as enemies to the world, threatening its destruction. Harboring insatiable lust, full of hypocrisy, pride, and arrogance, the demonic cling to their false tenets. Thus, illusioned, they are attracted to impermanent and work with impure resolve.
They are obsessed with endless anxieties that end only with death. Still, they maintain with complete assurance that gratification of desires and accumulation of wealth is the highest purpose of life. Held in bondage by hundreds of desires and driven by lust and anger, they strive to accumulate wealth by unjust means, all for the gratification of their senses. The demoniac persons think, I have gained so much wealth today, and I shall now fulfill this desire of mine. This is mine, and tomorrow I shall have even more. That enemy has been destroyed by me, and I shall destroy the others too. I am like God Himself. I am the enjoyer, I am perfect, I am powerful, and I am happy. I am wealthy, and I have highly placed relatives. Who else is equal to me? I shall perform sacrifices to the celestial gods. I shall give alms, I shall rejoice. In this way, they are deluded by ignorance.
Possessed and led astray by such imaginings, enveloped in a mesh of delusion, and addicted to the gratification of sensuous pleasures, they descend to the murkiest hell. Such self-conceited and stubborn people, full of pride and arrogant in their wealth, perform ostentatious sacrifices in name only, with no regard to the rules of the scriptures. Blinded by egotism, strength, arrogance, desire, and anger, the demoniac abuse me, who am present in their own body and in the bodies of others. These cruel and hateful persons, the vile and vicious of humankind, I constantly hurl into the wombs of those with similar demoniac natures, in the cycle of rebirth in the material world. These ignorant souls take birth again and again in demoniac wombs. Failing to reach me, O Arjun, they gradually sink to the most abominable type of existence.
There are three gates leading to the hell of self-destruction for the soul: lust, anger, and greed. Therefore, all should abandon these three. Those who are freed from the three gates to darkness endeavor for the welfare of their soul and thereby attain the supreme goal. Those who act under the impulse of desire, discarding the injunctions of the scriptures, attain neither perfection nor happiness nor the supreme goal in life. Therefore, let the scriptures be your authority in determining what should be done and what should not be done. Understand the scriptural injunctions and teachings, and then perform your actions in this world accordingly.
Perform actions according to scriptures. Transcend the three gunas through devotion. Worship Him with all your being.
Oh my God, Vidyaji, have you become a robo? At least you have transcended all three gunas. Glad about that.
Oh my god, I don't want to be a robot. I would definitely love transcending all three gunas though. I want to love God with all my heart.
Hmm, that is one thing which AI cannot do. Love.
Exactly. And talking about love, material love is binding. I just had a fight with my husband.
Oh gosh, God is definitely testing your patience. By the way, talking of three gunas, we completely forgot about our trivia question answer. What is the answer, Vidyaji?
Oh, yeah, I too totally forgot about it. This is what husbands do. But I really wish I could say the same for my own devotion.
Well, enough ranting. I think the audience is getting really eager to know the answer. So let's reveal the answer, Vidyaji.
Yes, yes, of course. The answer is along with Arjuna, who had the Vishwarup darshan of Sri Krishna, it's Sanjay, Ved Vyas, Lord Hanuman, and Barbaric or Babrisa. They all had the divine vision of Sri Krishna's Vishwarup.
Wow, that is super fragilistic, expialidocious. You know what? I know a way of just having darshan of Sri Krishna without having the divine vision. Of course, in order to even reach that state where we can have the divine vision, it is integral to meditate upon Sri Krishna. Therefore, let us indulge into yet another Rupdhyan meditation, and followed by it will be the recitation and reading of chapters 17 and 18.
Radhe Radhe. Sit with your back straight, neck straight. Keep your hands in your lap or on your knees, wherever comfortable. Relax your shoulders. Close your eyes and take a deep cleansing breath in. Radhe. And exhale. Sham. Take another deep cleansing breath in. Radhe. And exhale. Sham. Let's begin. You're sitting at the feet of your Guru and listening to him talk about the 13th chapter of the Gita. The Kshetra Vibhag Yoga. Your Guru explains the terms Kshetra and Kshetrajna and says, we must learn the art of cultivating the field of our body with appropriate thoughts and actions. As a farmer sows seeds in a field and reaps the harvest from it, we sow the field of our body with good or bad thoughts and actions and reap the consequent destiny. So harbor pure thoughts, thoughts of humbleness, non-violence, forgiveness, simplicity, and service. Practice cleanliness of body and mind. And most of all, remain persistent in the spiritual path until your goal is reached. Repeatedly contemplate on the facts to allow the unattractiveness of this world to sink in. Do your duty towards your family without attachment. Keep your mind deeply absorbed in devotional thoughts. But you say, I try to bring positive thoughts, but my mood fluctuates. Sometimes it's easy to do the right thing, and other times the mind just doesn't listen. What is the reason for that? Your Guru says, the body, intellect, and mind are made from material energy and also possess the three modes: mode of goodness, mode of passion, and mode of ignorance. You need to deal with these forces until the soul attains illumination. The only way to break out of the bondage of the gunas is to attach your mind to the all-pure Lord, who's above these three modes. Then you'll be able to unite with God and not be reborn at the time of creation or be destroyed at the time of dissolution. You come home, but your Guru's teachings are lingering in your mind. You know that tomorrow morning you will begin with a serene and calm mind. On your way to work, you'll feel compassion for the poor and want to help them. But by afternoon, buried in work, your mind will hanker for sensual enjoyment and physical pleasures. But you will put those thoughts away and focus on work because you want that higher position, that bonus, those extra perks. And by evening, you will be all tired and spent with no energy or patience left for anyone. Your temper will flare, and all you will look forward to is going to bed. But you need to transcend these three gunas, be undisturbed by them, Remain unwavered. And you now know that the only way forward is to serve God and Guru with unalloyed devotion. Your first step is to bring your senses under control, to remember that you are the soul, not the body. You sit in a quiet place and close your eyes. You bring the image of Krishna in front of you. His face is more brilliant than the sun and brighter than the moon. You bow before him and say, "O Lord, it is your energy that is at work everywhere. It is by your energy that the moon nourishes the plants, and it is you who are responsible for the brilliance of the sun. It is you who takes the form of the fire of digestion to digest and assimilate the 4 kinds of foods. You are also seated in our hearts, and you note our karmas, keep account of them, and give us the results. And from you come memory and knowledge. Lord, please help me. Help me remember the divine knowledge I'm receiving from my Guru. And please help me put it into practice. Your transcendental personality is beyond both the material nature and divine souls. O Supreme Divine Personality, you are Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. I want to turn my senses in your direction and utilize them in your devotion. I want to worship you with full faith and with my whole being. Help me become worthy so I can come to your abode and participate in your divine pastimes and serve you for eternity.
ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः। श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता अथ सप्तदशोऽध्यायः। श्रद्धात्रयविभागयोगः। अर्जुन उवाच ये शास्त्रविधिमुत्सृज्य यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्विताः तेषां निष्ठा तु का कृष्णा सत्त्वमाहो रजस्तमः। श्रीभगवानुवाच त्रिविधा भवति श्रद्धा देहिनां सा स्वभावजा सात्विकी राजसी चैव तामसी चेति तां शृणु। सत्त्वानुरूपा सर्वस्य श्रद्धा भवति भारत। श्रद्धामयोऽयं पुरुषो यो यच्चत्र स एव सः। यजन्ते सात्विका देवान् यक्षरक्षांसि राजसाः प्रेतान् भूतगणाश्चान्ये यजन्ते तामसा जनाः।
अशास्त्रविहितं घोरं तप्यन्ते ये तपोजनाः दम्बाहङ्कारसंयुक्ताः कामरागबलान्विताः कर्षयन्तः शरीरस्थं भूतग्राममचेतसः माञ्चैवान्तशरीरस्थं तान् विद्यसुरनिश्चयान् आहारस्त्वपि सर्वस्य त्रिविधो भवति प्रियः यज्ञस्तपस्तथा दानं तेषां भेदमिमं शृणु आयुस्सत्त्वबलारोग्य सुखप्रीतिविवर्धनाः रस्या स्निग्धा स्थिरा हृद्या आहारः सात्विकप्रियाः कट्वं लवणात्युष्णा तीक्ष्णरूक्षविदाहिनः आहारा राजसस्येष्टा दुःखशोकमयप्रदाः यातयामं गतरसं पूतिपर्युषितं च यत् उच्छिष्टमपि चामेध्यं भोजनं तामसप्रियम्
अपलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्यज्ञः विधिद्रष्टो य एच्यते यष्टव्यमेवेति मनः समादाय स सात्विकः अभिसन्धाय तु फलं दम्भार्थमपि चैव यत् इच्यते भरतश्रेष्ठ तैयज्ञं विद्धि राजसं विधिहीनमश्रेष्ठानं मन्त्रहीनमदक्षिणं श्रद्धाविरहितैयज्ञं तामसं परिचक्षते देवद्विजगुरुप्राज्ञ पूजनं शौचमार्जवम् ब्रह्मचर्यमहिंसा च शारीरन्तप उच्यते अनुद्वेगकरं वाक्यं सत्यं प्रियहितं च यत् स्वाध्यायाभ्यसनं चैव वामयं तप उच्यते मनः प्रसादः सौम्यत्वं मौनमात्मविनिग्रहः भावसंशुद्धिरित्येतत् तपोमानसमुच्यते श्रद्धया परया तप्तं तपस्तत्त्रिविधन्नरैः अपलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्युक्तैः सात्विकं परिचक्षते सत्कारमानपूजार्थं तपोदम्भेन चैव यत् क्रियते तदिह प्रोक्तं राजसं चलमध्रुवम् मूढग्राहेणात्मनो यत् पीडया क्रियते तपः परस्योत्साधनार्थं वा तत्तामसमुदाहृतम्
दातव्यमिति यद्दानम् दीयतेऽनुपकारिणे देशे काले च पात्रे च तद्दानं सात्विकं स्मृतम् यत्तु प्रत्युपकारार्थम् फलम् उद्दिश्य वा पुनः दीयते च परिक्लिष्टम् तद्दानं राजसंस्मृतम् अदेशकाले यद्दानम् अपात्रेभ्यश्च दीयते असत्कृतम् अवज्ञातम् तत्तामसम् उदाहृतम् ॐ तत्सत् इति निर्देशो ब्रह्मणस्त्रिविधः स्मृतः ब्राह्मणास्तेन वेदाश्च यज्ञाश्च विहितः पुरा तस्मात् ॐ इत्युदाहृत्य यज्ञदानतपः क्रियाः प्रवर्तन्ते विधानोक्ताः सततं ब्रह्मवादिनाम् तदित्यनभिसन्धाय फलं यज्ञतपः क्रियाः दानक्रियाश्च विविधाः क्रियन्ते मोक्षकाङ्क्षिभिः सद्भावे साधुभावे च सदित्येतात् प्रयुज्यते प्रशस्ते कर्मणि तदा सच्चब्दः पार्थयुज्यते यज्ञे तपसि दाने च स्थितिः सदिति चोच्यते कर्म चैव तदार्तीयम् सदिति एवाभिधीयते अश्रद्धया हुतं दत्तम् तपस्तप्तं कृतं च यत् असदित्युच्यते पार्थ न च तत्प्रीत्य नो इह ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे श्रद्धात्रयविभागयोगो नाम सप्तदशोऽध्यायः सर्वं श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु।
Chapter 17 Shraddha Traya Vibhag Yog, Yog through discerning the three divisions of faith. Arjun said, O Krishna, where do they stand who disregard the injunction of the scriptures but still worship with faith? Is their faith in the mode of goodness, passion, or ignorance? The Supreme Divine Personality said, every human being is born with innate faith, which can be of three kinds: sattvic, rajasic, or tamasic. Now hear about this from me. The faith of all humans conforms to the nature of their mind. All people possess faith, and whatever the nature of their faith, that is verily what they are. Those in the mode of goodness worship the celestial gods. Those in the mode of passion worship the yakshas and rakshasas. Those in the mode of ignorance worship ghosts and spirits.
Some people perform stern austerities that are not enjoined by the scriptures, but rather motivated by the hypocrisy and egotism. Impelled by the desire and attachment, They torment not only the elements of their body, but also I who dwell within them as the Supreme Soul. Know these senseless people to be of demoniacal resolves. The food that people prefer in according to their dispositions, the same is true for the sacrifice, austerity, and charity they are inclined or predisposed towards. Now hear the distinctions from me. Persons in the mode of goodness prefer food that promote lifespan and increase virtue, strength, health, happiness, and satisfaction. Such foods are juicy, succulent, nourishing, and naturally tasteful. Foods that are too bitter, too sour, salty, very hot, pungent, dry, and full of chilies are dear to persons in the mode of passion. Such food produce pain, grief, and disease. Food that are overcooked, stale, putrid, polluted, and impure are dear to the person in the mode of ignorance.
Verse 11. Sacrifice that is performed according to the scriptural injunction without expectation of rewards, with the firm conviction of the mind that it is a matter of duty, is of the nature of goodness. O best of Bharatas, know that sacrifice which is performed for material benefit or with hypocritical aim is said to be in the mode of passion. Sacrifice devoid of faith and contrary to the injunctions of the scriptures, in which no food is offered, no mantras chanted, and no donation made, is considered in the mode of ignorance. Verse 14. Worship of the Supreme Lord, the Brahmins, the spiritual master, the wise, and the elders. When this is done with the observance of cleanliness, simplicity, celibacy, and non-violence, is declared as the austerity of the body. Words that do not cause distress are truthful, inoffensive, and beneficial, as well as the regular recitation of Vedic scriptures. These are declared as the austerity of speech.
Serenity of thought, gentleness, silence, self-control, and purity of purpose. All these are declared as austerity of the mind. When devout persons with ardent faith practice these threefold austerities without yearning for material rewards, they are designated as austerities in the mode of goodness. Austerity that is performed with ostentation for the sake of gaining honor, respect, and adoration is in the mode of passion. Its benefits are unstable and transitory. Austerity that is performed by those with confused notions, which involves torturing the self or harming others, is described to be in the mode of ignorance.
Bhagavad Gita, verse 17.20. Charity given to a worthy person simply because it is right to give, without consideration of anything in return, at the proper time and in the proper place, is stated to be in the mode of goodness. Bhagavad Gita, verse 17.21. But charity given with reluctance, with the hope of a return or an expectation of a reward, is said to be in the mode of passion. Bhagavad Gita, verse 17.22. And that charity which is given at the wrong place and wrong time to unworthy persons without showing respect or with contempt is held to be the nature of nescience.
The words Om Tat Sat have been declared as symbolic representations of the Supreme Absolute Truth. From the beginning of creation, from them came priests, sculptures, and sacrifice. Therefore, when performing acts of sacrifice, offering charity, or undertaking penance, expounders of Vedas have begun by uttering Om according to the prescriptions of Vedic injunctions. Persons who do not desire fruitive rewards but seek to be free from material entanglements utter the word Tat along with the acts of austerity, sacrifice and charity.
Bhagavad Gita 17.26 to 17.27. The word Sat means external existence and goodness. O Arjun, it is also used to describe an auspicious action being established in the performance of sacrifice, penance and charity is also described by the word Sat, and so any act for such purposes is named Sat. Bhagavad Gita 17.28. O son of Pritha, whatever acts of sacrifice, charity or penance are done without faith are termed as asat. They are useless both in this world and the next.
ॐ श्री परमात्मने नमः। अथ अष्टादशोऽध्यायः मोक्षसंन्यासयोगः। अर्जुन उवाच सन्न्यासस्य महाबाहो तत्त्वमिच्छामि वेदितुम् त्यागस्य च ऋषिकेश पृथक् केशिनिषूदन। श्रीभगवानुवाच काम्यानां कर्मणां न्यासं सन्न्यासं कवयो विदुः सर्वकर्मफलत्यागं प्राहुस्त्यागं विचक्षणाः। त्याज्यं दोषवदित्येके कर्म प्राहुर्मनीषिणः। यज्ञदानतपः कर्म न त्याज्यमिति चापरे। निश्चयं शृणु मे तत्र त्यागे भरतसत्तमा। त्यागो हि पुरुषव्याघ्र त्रिविधः सम्प्रकीर्तितः। यज्ञदानतपः कर्म न त्याज्यमिति कार्यमेव तत्। यज्ञो दानं तपश्चैव पावनानि मनीषिणाम्। एतान्यपि तु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा फलानि च कर्तव्यानीति मे पार्थ निश्चितं मतमुत्तमम्। नियतस्य तु सन्न्यासः कर्मणोऽन्योपपद्यते। मोहात् तस्य परित्यागः तामसः परिकीर्तितः। दुःखमित्येव यत्कर्म कार्यक्लेशभयात् त्यजेत्। स कृत्वा राजसं त्यागं नैव त्यागफलं लभेत्। कार्यमित्येव यत्कर्म नियतं क्रियते अर्जुन सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा फलं चैव स त्यागः सात्विको मतः। न द्वेष्ट्य कुशलं कर्म कुशलेनानुषज्यते। त्यागी सत्त्वसमाविष्टः मेधावी छिन्न संशयः। न हि देहभृता शक्यं त्यक्तुं कर्माण्यशेषतः। यस्तु कर्मफलत्यागी स त्यागीत्यभिधीयते। अनिष्टमिष्टं मिश्रं च त्रिविधं कर्मणः फलं भवत्यत्यागिनां प्रेत्य न तु सन्न्यासिनां क्वचित्। पञ्चैतानि महाबाहो कारणानि निबोध मे। साङ्ख्ये कृतान्ते प्रोक्तानि सिद्धये सर्वकर्मणाम्। अधिष्ठानं यथा कर्ता करणं च पृथक्विधं विविधाश्च पृथक् श्रेष्ठाः। दैवं चैवात्र पञ्चमम्। शरीरवाङ्मनोभिर्यते कर्म प्रारभते नरः। न्याय्यं वा विपरीतं वा पञ्चैते तस्य हेतवः। तत्रैवं सति कर्तारम् आत्मानं केवलं तु यः पश्यत्यकृतबुद्धित्वात् न स पश्यति दुर्मतिः। यस्य नाहं कृतो भावः बुद्धिर्यस्य न लिप्यते। हत्वापि स इमान् लोकान् न हन्ति न निबध्यते। न्यायं ज्ञेयं परिज्ञाता त्रिविधा कर्म चोदना। करणं कर्म कर्तेति त्रिविधः कर्म सङ्ग्रहः। ज्ञानं कर्म च कर्ता च त्रिधैव गुणभेदतः। प्रोच्यते गुणसङ्ख्याने यथावत् शृणुतान्यपि सर्वभूतेषु येनैकम् भावमव्ययमीक्ष्यते अविभक्तं विभक्तेषु तज्ज्ञानं विद्धि सात्विकम् पृथक्त्वेन तु यज्ञानं नानाभावान् पृथग्विधान् वेत्ति सर्वेषु भूतेषु तज्ज्ञानं विद्धि राजसम् यत् कृष्णवदेकस्मिन् कार्ये सक्तमहेतुकम् एतत्त्वार्थवदल्पं च तत्तामसमुदाहृतम् नियतं सङ्गरहितम् अरागद्वेषतः कृतम् अफलप्रेप्सुना कर्म यत्तत्त्वात्सिकमुच्यते यत्तु कामेप्सुना कर्म साहङ्कारेण वा पुनः क्रियते बहुलायासम् तद्राजसमुदाहृतम् अनुबन्धं क्षयं हिंसाम् अनपेक्ष्य च पौरुषम् मोहादारभ्यते कर्म यत्तत्तामसमुच्यते मुक्तसङ्गोऽहं वादी धृत्युत्साहमन्वितः सिद्ध्यसिद्ध्योर्निर्विकारः कर्ता सात्विक उच्यते।
रागी कर्मफलप्रेप्सुर्लुब्धो हिंसात्मको शुचिः हर्षशोकान्वितः कर्ता राजसः परिकीर्तितः अयुक्तः प्राकृतस्तब्धः शठो नैष्कृतिकोलसः विषादी दीर्घसूत्री च कर्ता तामस उच्यते बुद्धेर्भेदं धृतेश्चैव गुणतस्त्रिविधं शृणु प्रोच्यमानम् अशेषेण पृथक्त्वेन धनञ्जय प्रवृत्तिं च निवृत्तिं च कार्याकार्ये भयाभये बन्धं मोक्षं च या वेत्ति बुद्धिः सा पार्थ सात्विकी यया धर्ममधर्मं च कार्यं चाकार्यमेव च अयथावत् प्रजानाति बुद्धिः सा पार्थ राजसी अधर्मं धर्ममिति या मन्यते तमसावृता सर्वार्थान् विपरीतांश्च बुद्धिः सा पार्थ तामसी धृत्या यया धारयते मनः प्राणेन्द्रियक्रियाः योगेनाव्यभिचारिण्या धृतिः सा पार्थ सात्विकी यया तु धर्मकामार्थान् धृत्या धारयतेऽर्जुन प्रसङ्गेन फलाकाङ्क्षी धृतिः सा पार्थ राजसी यया स्वप्नं भयं शोकं विषादं मदमेव च न विमुञ्चति दुर्मेधा धृतिः सा पार्थ तामसी सुखं त्विदानीं त्रिविधं शृणु मे भरतर्षभ अभ्यासात् क्रमते यत्र दुःखान्तं च निगच्छति यत्तदग्रे विषमिव परिणामे मृतोपमम् तत्सुखं सात्विकं प्रोक्तम् आत्मबुद्धिप्रसादजम् विषयेन्द्रियसंयोगाद् यत्तदग्रे मृतोपमम् परिणामे विषमिव तत्सुखं राजसंस्मृतम् यदग्रे चानुबन्धे च सुखं मोहनमात्मनः निद्रालस्य प्रमादोत्थं तत्तामसमुदाहृतम् न तदस्ति पृथिव्यां वा दिवि देवेषु वा पुनः सत्वं प्रकृतिजैर्मुक्तं यदेभिः स्यात् त्रिभिर्गुणैः ब्राह्मणक्षत्रियविषां शूद्राणां च परन्तप कर्माणि प्रविभक्तानि स्वभावप्रभवैर्गुणैः शमोदमस्तपः शौचं क्षान्तिरार्जवमेव च ज्ञानं विज्ञानमास्तिक्यं ब्रह्मकर्म स्वभावजं शौर्यं तेजो धृतिर्दाक्ष्यं युद्धे चाप्यपलायनं दानमीश्वरभावश्च क्षात्रं कर्म स्वभावजम् कृषिगौरक्ष्य वाणिज्यं वैश्यकर्म स्वभावजम् परिचर्यात्मकं कर्म शूद्रस्यापि स्वभावजम् स्वे स्वे कर्मण्यभिरतः संसिद्धिं लभते नरः स्वकर्मनिरतः सिद्धिं यथा विन्दति तच्छृणु यतः प्रवृत्तिर्भूतानां येन सर्वमिदं ततं स्वकर्मणा तमभ्यर्च्य सिद्धिं विन्दति मानवः श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणः परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वभावनियतं कर्म कुर्वन्नाप्नोति किल्बिषम् सहजं कर्म कौन्तेय सदोषमपि न त्यजेत् सर्वारम्भ हि दोषेण धूमेनाग्निरिवावृताः असक्तबुद्धिः सर्वत्र जितात्मा विगतस्पृहः नैष्कर्म्यसिद्धिं परमां सन्न्यासेनाधिगच्छति सिद्धिं प्राप्तो यथा ब्रह्म तथाप्नोति निबोध मे समासेनैव कौन्तेय निष्ठा ज्ञानस्य या परा बुद्ध्या विशुद्धया युक्तः धृत्यात्मानं नियम्य च शब्दादीन् विषयान् त्यक्त्वा रागद्वेषव्युदस्य च विविक्तसेवी लघ्वाशी यतवाक्कायमानसः ध्यानयोगपरो नित्यं वैराग्यं समुपाश्रितः
अहङ्कारं बलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं परिग्रहं विमुच्य निर्ममः शान्तः ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते ब्रह्मभूतः प्रसन्नात्मा न शोचति न काङ्क्षति समः सर्वेषु भूतेषु मद्भक्तिं लभते परां भक्त्या मामभिजानाति यावान्यश्चास्मि तत्त्वतः ततो मां तत्त्वतो ज्ञात्वा विशते तदनन्तरं सर्वकर्माण्यपि सदा कुर्वाणो मद्व्यपाश्रयः मत्प्रसादादवाप्नोति शाश्वतं पदमव्ययम् चेतसा सर्वकर्माणि मयि सन्न्यस्य मत्परः बुद्धियोगमुपाश्रित्य मच्चित्तः सततं भव मच्चित्तः सर्वदुर्गाणि मत्प्रसादात् तरिष्यसि अथ चेत्त्वमहङ्कारात् न श्रोष्यसि विनङ्क्ष्यसि यदहङ्कारमाश्रित्य न योत्स्य इति मन्यसे मिथ्यैष व्यवसायस्ते प्रकृतिस्त्वां नियोक्ष्यति स्वभावजेन कौन्तेय निबद्धस्वेन कर्मणा कर्तुं नेच्छसि यन्मोहात् करिष्यस्य वशोऽपि तत् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां हृद्देशेऽर्जुन तिष्ठति भ्रामयन् सर्वभूतानि यन्त्रारूढानि मायया तमेव शरणं गच्छ सर्वभावेन भारत तत्प्रसादात् परां शान्तिं स्थानं प्राप्स्यसि शाश्वतम् इति ते ज्ञानमाख्यातं गुह्याद् गुह्यतरं मया विमृश्ये तदशेषेण यथेच्छसि तथा कुरु सर्वगुह्यतमं भूयः शृणु मे परमं वचः इष्टोऽसि मे दृढमिति ततो वक्ष्यामि ते हितम् मन्मना भव मद्भक्तः मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामे वैष्यसि सत्यं ते प्रतिजाने प्रियोऽसि मे सर्वधर्मान् परित्यज्य मामेकं शरणं व्रज अहं त्वां सर्वपापेभ्यः मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुचः सर्वधर्मान् परित्यज्य मामेकं शरणं व्रज अहं त्वां सर्वपापेभ्यः मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुचः सर्वधर्मान् परित्यज्य मामेकं शरणं व्रज अहं त्वां सर्वपापेभ्यः मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुचः इदन्ते न तपस्काय न भक्ताय कदाचन न चाशुश्रूषवे वाच्यं न च मां योऽभ्यसूयति य इमं परमं गुह्यं मद्भक्तेष्वभिधास्यति भक्तिं मयि परां कृत्वा मामे वैष्यत्य संशयः न च तस्मान् मनुष्येषु कश्चिन्मे प्रियकृत्तमः भविता न च मे तस्मात् अन्यः प्रियतरो भुवि अध्येष्यते च य इमं धर्म्यं संवादमावयोः ज्ञानयज्ञेन तेनाहम् इष्टस्यामिति मे मतिः श्रद्धावाननसूयश्च शृणुयादपि यो नरः सोऽपि मुक्तः शुभान् लोकान् प्राप्नुयात् पुण्यकर्मणाम् कच्चिदेतच्छ्रुतं पार्थ त्वयैकाग्रेण चेतसा कच्चिदज्ञानसम्मोहः प्रणष्टस्ते धनञ्जय अर्जुन उवाच नष्टो मोहस्मृतिर्लब्धा त्वत्प्रसादान्मयाच्युत स्थितोऽस्मि गतसन्देहः करिष्ये वचनं तव सञ्जय उवाच इत्यहं वासुदेवस्य पार्थस्य च महात्मनः संवादमिममश्रौषम् अद्भुतं रोमहर्षणम् व्यासप्रसादात् श्रुतवान् एतद्गुह्यमहं परम् योगं योगेश्वरात् कृष्णात् साक्षात् कथयतः स्वयं राजन् संस्मृत्य संवादमिममद्भुतम् केशवार्जुनयोः पुण्यं हृष्यामि च मुहुर्मुहुः तच्च संस्मृत्य रूपमत्यद्भुतं हरेः विस्मयो मे महाराजन् हृष्यामि च पुनः पुनः यत्र योगेश्वरः कृष्णः यत्र पार्थो धनुर्धरः यत्र श्रीर्विजयो भूतिः ध्रुवा नीतिर्मतिर्मम यत्र योगेश्वरः कृष्णः यत्र पार्थो धनुर्धरः तत्र श्रीर्विजयो भूतिः ध्रुवा नीतिर्मतिर्मम यत्र योगेश्वरः कृष्णः यत्र पार्थो धनुर्धरः तत्र श्रीर्विजयो भूतिः ध्रुवा नीतिर्मतिर्मम ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे मोक्षसंन्यासयोगो नाम अष्टादशोऽध्यायः हरिः ॐ श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः सर्वं श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु
Arjuna said, O mighty armed Krishna, I wish to understand the nature of sannyas, renunciation of actions, and tyag, renunciation of desire for the fruits of actions. O Rishikesh, I wish to know the distinction between the two, O Keshini Sudan. The Supreme Divine Personality said, Giving up actions motivated by desire is what the wise understand as sannyas. Relinquishing the fruits of all actions is what the learned declare to be tyag. Some learned people declare that all kinds of actions should be given up as evil, while others maintain that acts of sacrifice, charity and penance should never be abandoned.
Now, hear my conclusion on the subject of renunciation, O tiger amongst men, for renunciation has been declared to be of three kinds. Actions based upon sacrifice, charity and penance should never be abandoned. They must certainly be performed. Indeed, acts of sacrifice, charity and penance are purifying even for those who are wise. These activities must be performed without attachment and expectation of rewards. This is my definite and supreme verdict, O Arjun.
Prescribed duties should never be renounced. Such deluded renunciation is said to be in the mode of ignorance. To give up prescribed duties because they are troublesome or cause bodily discomfort is renunciation in the mode of passion. Such renunciation is never beneficial or elevating. When actions are undertaken in response to duty and one relinquishes attachment to any reward, O Arjun, it is considered renunciation in the nature of goodness. Those who neither avoid disagreeable work nor seek work because it is agreeable are persons of true renunciation. They are endowed with the quality of the mode of goodness and have no doubts about the nature of work. For the embodied being, it is impossible to give up activities entirely, but those who relinquish the fruits of their actions are said to be truly renounced. The threefold fruits of actions, pleasant, unpleasant, and mixed, accrue even after death to those who are attached to the personal reward. But for those who renounce the fruits of their actions, there are no such results in the here or hereafter.
O Arjun, now learn from me about the 5 factors that have been mentioned for the accomplishment of all actions in the doctrine of Sankhya, which explains how to stop the reactions of karmas. The body, the doer, the various senses, the many kinds of efforts, and divine providence, these are the 5 factors of action. These 5 are the contributory factors for whatever action is performed, whether proper or improper, with body, speech, or mind. Those who do not understand this regard the soul as the only doer. With their impure intellects, they cannot see things as they are. Those who are free from the ego of being the doer and whose intellect is unattached, though they may slay living beings, they neither kill nor are they bound by actions. Knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the knower, these are the 3 factors that induce action. The instrument of action, the act itself, and the doer. These are the 3 constituents of action.
Knowledge, action, and the doer are declared to be of 3 kinds in Sankhya philosophy, distinguished according to the 3 modes of material nature. Listen, and I will explain their distinctions to you. Understand that knowledge to be in the mode of goodness, by which a person sees one undivided, imperishable reality within all diverse living beings. That knowledge is to be considered in the mode of passion, by which one sees manifold living entities in diverse bodies as individual and unconnected. Knowledge is said to be in the mode of ignorance, where one is engrossed in a fragmental concept as if it encompasses the whole and is neither grounded in reason nor based on the truth. Action that is in accordance with the scriptures free from attachment and aversion, and done without desire for rewards, is in the mode of goodness. Action that is prompted by selfish desire, enacted with pride, and full of stress, is in the nature of passion.
That action is declared to be in the mode of ignorance, which is begun out of delusion, without thought in one's own ability, and disregarding consequences, loss, and injury to others. The performer is said to be in the mode of goodness when he or she is free from egotism and attachment, endowed with enthusiasm and determination, and equiposed in success and failure. The performer is considered in the mode of passion when he or she craves the fruit of the work, is covetous, violent-natured, impure, and moved by joy and sorrow. The performer in the mode of ignorance is the one who is undisciplined, vulgar, stubborn, deceitful, slothful, despondent, and a procrastinator. Hear now, O Arjun, of the distinctions of intellect and determination, according to the three modes of material nature as I describe them in detail. The intellect is said to be in the nature of goodness, O Parth, when it understands what is proper and improper action, what is duty and what is non-duty, what is feared and what is not to be feared, what is binding and what is liberating.
The intellect is considered in the mode of passion when it is confused between rightness and unrightness and cannot distinguish between right and wrong conduct. That intelligence which is shrouded in darkness, imagining irreligion to be religion and perceiving untruth to be the truth, is of the nature of ignorance. The steadfast willpower that is developed through yoga and which sustains the activities of the mind, the life aids and the senses of, is said to be the determination in the mode of goodness. The steadfast willpower by which one holds on to duty, pleasures and wealth out of attachment and desire for rewards, O Arjun, is determination in the mode of passion. That unintelligent resolve is said to be determination in the mode of ignorance, O Arjun, in which one does not give up dreaming, fearing, grieving, despair and conscient. Now hear from me, O Arjun, of the three kinds of happiness in which the embodied soul rejoices and can even reach the end of all suffering.
That which seems like poison at first but tastes like nectar in the end is said to be happiness in the mode of godness. It is generated by the pure intellect that is situated in self-knowledge. Happiness is said to be in the mode of passion when it is derived from the contact of senses with their object. Such happiness is like nectar at the first but poison at the end. That happiness which covers the nature of self from beginning to end, which is derived from the sleep, indolence and negligence, is said to be the mode of ignorance. No living being on the earth or higher celestial bodies in the material realm is free from the influence of these three modes of nature. The duties of the Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Shudras are distributed according to their qualities, in accordance with their gunas. Tranquility, restraint, assurity, purity, patience, integrity, knowledge, wisdom and beliefs in hereafter. These are the instinct qualities of work from Brahmins.
Valor, strength, fortitude, skill in weaponry, resolve never to retreat from battle, large-heartedness in charity and leadership abilities, these are the natural qualities of work for Kshatriyas. Agriculture, dairy farming and commerce are the natural works for those with the qualities of Vaishyas. Serving through work in the natural duty for those with the qualities of Shudras. By fulfilling their duties born of their innate qualities, human beings can attain perfection. Now hear from me how one can become perfect by discharging one's prescribed duties. By performing one's natural occupation, one worships the Creator from whom all living entities have come into being and by whom the whole universe is pervaded. By such performance of work, a person easily attains perfection. It is better to do one's own dharma, even though imperfectly, than to do another's dharma, even though perfectly. By doing one's innate duties, a person does not incur sin. One should not abandon duties born of one's nature, even if one sees defects in them. O son of Kunti, indeed all endeavors are veiled by some evil, as fire is by smoke.
Those whose intellect is unattached everywhere, who have mastered the mind and are free from desires by the practice of renunciation, attain the highest perfection of freedom from action. Hear from me briefly, O Arjuna, and I shall explain how one who has attained perfection can also attain Brahma by being firmly fixed in transcendental knowledge.
One becomes fit to attain Brahman when he or she possesses a purified intellect and firmly restrains the senses, abandoning sound and other objects of senses, casting aside attraction and aversion. Such a person relishes solitude, eats lightly, controls body, mind, and speech, is ever engaged in meditation, and practices dispassion. Free from egotism, violence, arrogance, desire, possessiveness of property, and selfishness, such a person situated in tranquility is fit for union with Brahman, that is, realization of the absolute truth as Brahman. One situated in the transcendental Brahman realization becomes mentally serene, neither grieving nor desiring. Being equitably disposed towards all living beings, such a yogi attains supreme devotion unto me. Only by loving devotion to me, one does come to know who I am in truth. Then, having to come to know me, my devotee enters into full consciousness of me. My devotees, through performing all kinds of actions, take full refuge in me. Be my grace, they attain the eternal and imperishable abode.
Dedicate your every activity to me, making me your supreme goal. Taking shelter of the yoke of the intellect, keep your consciousness absorbed in me always. If you always remember me, by my grace you shall overcome all obstacles and difficulties. But if, due to pride, you do not listen to my advice, you will perish. If, motivated by pride, you think, I shall not fight, your decision will be in vain. Your own nature will compel you to fight. O Arjun, that action which out of delusion you do not wish to do, you will be driven to do it by your own inclination, born of your own material nature. The Supreme Lord dwells in the hearts of all living beings, O Arjun. According to their karmas, He directs the wanderings of the souls who are seated on a machine made of material energy. Surrender exclusively unto Him with your whole being, O Bharat. By His grace, you will attain perfect peace and the eternal abode.
Thus, I have explained to you this knowledge that is more secret than all secrets. Ponder over it deeply and then do as you wish. Here again my supreme instruction, the most confidential of all knowledge. I am revealing this for your benefit because you are very dear to me. Always think of me, be devoted to me, worship me, and offer obeisance to me. Doing so, you will certainly come to me. This is my pledge to you, for you are very dear to me. Abandon all varieties of dharmas and simply surrender unto me alone. I shall liberate you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. This instruction should never be explained to those who are not austere or to those who are not devoted. It should also not be spoken to those who are averse to listening to spiritual topics, and especially not to those who are envious of me. Amongst my devotees, those who teach this most confidential knowledge perform the greatest act of love. They will come to me without doubt.
No human being does more loving service to me than they, nor shall there ever be anyone on this earth more dear to me. And I proclaim that those who study this sacred dialogue of ours will worship me with their intellect through the sacrifice of knowledge, such is my view. Even those who only listen to this knowledge with faith and without envy will be liberated from sins and attain the auspicious abodes where the pious dwell. O Arjun, have you heard me with a concentrated mind? Have your ignorance and delusion been destroyed?
Arjun said, O infallible one, by your grace my illusion has been dispelled and I am situated in knowledge. I am now free from doubts and I shall act according to your instructions. Sanjay said, thus have I heard this wonderful conversation between Sri Krishna, the son of Vasudeva, and Arjun, the noble-hearted son of Pritha. So thrilling is the message that my hair is standing on end. By grace of Ved Vyas, I have heard this supreme and most secret yoga from the Lord of Yoga, Sri Krishna himself. As I repeatedly recall this astonishing and wonderful dialogue between the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna and Arjun, O King, I rejoice again and again. And remembering that most astonishing and wonderful cosmic form of Lord Krishna, great is my astonishment, and I am thrilled with joy over and over again. Wherever there is Sri Krishna, the Lord of all yoga, and wherever there is Arjun, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be unending opulence, victory, prosperity, and righteousness. Of this I am certain.
The beauty of Bhagavad Gita is truly unfathomable, isn't it, Umaji?
Yes, absolutely. 18 chapters of complete devotion, knowledge, and surrender. In chapter 4, Sri Krishna advises Arjun to follow the path of Karma Yoga, wherein staying in the world, he can also deliver his spiritual duties. However, in chapter 18, he says something completely opposite. Mam ekam sharanam vraja, which means surrender unto me, O Parth, and let go of all worldly duties. Even in order to understand the essence and the reconciliation of both these verses, we need an elevated being, and that is none other than a guru.
Very truly said, Umaji. In fact, at this moment, I'm really overwhelmed with gratitude because we are blessed to have Jagat Guru Tam Sri Kripaluji Maharaj as our supreme guru and Swamiji as our exemplary teacher and guide to help us churn this mind with the timeless wisdom of Bhagavad Gita.
Yes, absolutely. And in order to repay the debt of our Guru and the ceaseless wisdom shared by Sri Krishna, it is our sacred duty to purify our mind. And along with it, it is our duty to become the best versions of ourselves. The best way of doing that is to indulge in sweet pastimes and meditation on Sri Krishna. So get ready for the final meditation of IGF 2025. Also, I would like to request all our viewers to get ready for the Purnahuti and the Bhagavad Gita Aarti. Thank you. Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Radhe. Sit with your back straight, neck straight, hands in your lap or on your knees wherever comfortable. Relax your shoulders. Close your eyes and take a deep cleansing breath in. Radhe. And exhale. Sham. Take another deep cleansing breath in. Radhe. And exhale. Sham. Let's begin. You hear the words Om Tat Sat, and you want to know what it means. You open the Bhagavad Gita and begin to read. In it, Krishna says that Om is the symbolic representation of the impersonal aspect of God, and Tat is the word uttered alongside acts of austerity, sacrifice, and charity by those who do not desire fruitive rewards but seek to be free from material entanglements. And the word Sat means being established in the performance of sacrifice and charity. Again and again you read the words austerity, sacrifice, charity. Such noble words, you think. You too want to perform austerities. You know that it will uplift and transform your life. Krishna says, austerity should be performed without show, with pure intent, in a peaceful manner, and in conformance with the guidance of the spiritual master. You ponder on this and think, this is going to require a lot of willpower and self-control. But you're going to do it. You're going to resolve to undertake austerity. Austerity of speech, true, yet pleasing to others. You also want austerity of mind, and for that, you're going to have to veer your mind from the negative emotions and make it dwell upon the positive sentiments. You're also resolving to give freely in charity, and you want nothing in return. It is your duty to help others. You have made up your mind to be steadfast. You will spend some time in solitude every day. Eat lightly and engage in meditation. You will stay away from selfishness, arrogance, and egotism, and develop dispassion towards worldly people and possessions. You just want to do loving devotion to Krishna and take refuge in Him. You bring the beautiful image of Krishna in front of you and ask for His grace. You say, Krishna, from here on, I'll dedicate all my activities to you. You are my supreme goal. I'll do my best to remember you all the time. Please give me the grace to overcome obstacles. O Lord, who dwells in all of us, I surrender to you with my whole being. I'll keep my desire in your desire. I will not desire against your desire. I know that I know that I know that you and you alone are my protector. I'm ever so grateful to you for everything. I'll practice humility because I know you hate pride. You offer your obeisance to Krishna and say, I worship you, my Lord. Krishna puts his hands on your shoulders and says, do not fear. Abandon all varieties of dharmas and simply surrender unto me alone. And I'll liberate you from all sinful actions. Those who teach this confidential knowledge perform the greatest act of love. They will come to me without a doubt. No human being does more loving service to me than they, nor shall anyone on this earth be more dear to me. Your eyes well up. You think of your Guru, who's working tirelessly to spread this knowledge to so many people. You know he is dearest to Sri Krishna, and you feel blessed to be under his guidance, his care, his umbrella. You make a solemn vow to serve your Guru with body, mind, soul, and all that is at your disposal. You'll spend your time, energy, and wealth supporting his noble mission. You too want to perform the greatest act of love and be dear to Sri Krishna. You open the Bhagavad Gita and read the last verse again and again. Wherever there is Sri Krishna, the Lord of all yoga, and wherever there is Arjun, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be unending opulence, victory, prosperity, and righteousness. Of this I'm certain. You too are certain that wherever there is Krishna and your Guru, the light of the absolute truth will always vanquish the darkness of falsehood. There can be no other outcome. And of this, you are certain.
Bhagavad Gita, Jai Jai Bhagavad Gita, Hriya Kamala Viharini, Hriya Kamala Viharini, Sundara Supunite, Jai Bhagavad Gita. What's the fun of it? Keep doing. Roshini, Sakihara, Sakihara, Jnana Prakashini, Jnana Vikasini, Jnana Para, Jai Bhagavad Gita. सिखावनी हरि भक्ति मुख की बाणी सकल शास्त्र की स्वामिनी श्रुतियों की रानी जय भगवद गीता बरसावनी मातु कृपा कीजिए मातु कृपा कीजिए बाबा मन प्रेम दान कर हरि पद प्रेम दान कर अपनों के लीजिए जय भगवद गीता भगवद गीता मय जय भगवद गीता हरिः कमल विहारिणि हरिः कमल विहारिणि सुंदर सुपुनीते जय जय भगवद गीता.
Radhe Radhe. Today I am honored to announce the winners of IGF Contest 2025. Gita Recitation Contest Group 2. First place goes to Manjari Gupta. Second place goes to Dev Chaudhary. Third place goes to Shreya Rajkumar. And special mention Shruti Shri Anaga Madhuri. A big round of applause to all the winners. Group 3 Gita Recitation. First place goes to Sanjana Chaudhary. Second place goes to Krishna Tomar. A big round of applause to all the winners. Group 5 Gita Recitation. First place goes to Pooja Vinod. Second place goes to Bodapati Satyavani. Third place goes to Bulusu Pavani Kamala Gayatri. A big round of applause to all. Next contest is live recitation. Group 2. First place goes to Sai Rishit Strika Kolupu. Second place goes to Sai Yashan. Third place goes to Katvik Jairam Talla. And special mention Sankarshanan H. A big round of applause to all. Group 3 live recitation. First place goes to Neeraja Narayanan. Second place goes to Sai Varshita Todupunuri. And third place goes to Sai Sumanasri Todupunuri. A big round of applause to all. Group 5 live recitation. First place goes to Bodapati Satyavani. Second place goes to Bulusu Pavani Kamala Gayatri. A big round of applause to all the winners. Moving on to the next contest, speed recitation. Group 2. First place goes to Manjari Gupta. Second place goes to Dev Chaudhary. Third place goes to Shreya Rajkumar. A big round of applause to all the winners. Group 3 speed recitation. First place goes to Neeraja Narayanan. Second place goes to Sanjana Chaudhary. Third place goes to Krishna Tomar. A big round of applause to all the winners. Group 5 speed recitation. First place goes to Bodapati Satyavani. Second place goes to Challapalli Sri Mihira Janvi. And third place goes to Aparna Gandhi. A big round of applause to all the winners.
Radhe Radhe, we will now announce the winners of Visual Arts Contest. In this category, there were 3 subcategories. One was coloring, second was drawing, and the third was pencil sketching. In the first category, there were around 5 groups. So the winner in group 1, the first prize goes to Kritika Vayara. In group 2, the first prize goes to Sara Gulapala. The second prize goes to Kaushya Ashok Kumar. The third prize goes to Shivali Ajay Patil. And the special mention award goes to Adrit Sain. In group 4, the special mention award goes to Pooja Vinod. In group 5, the first prize goes to Vinod Kumar PR, and special mention award goes to Radha Shilpa Koripalli. Let's give a big hand to all the winners. Let's move on to now the second subcategory, which is drawing. The first prize goes to, in group 2, Adrit Sai. And in group 3, the first prize goes to Sanvi Sasmal. In group 4, special mention award goes to Upasana Nonia. Now in the last category under visual arts is pencil sketching. So in group 2, the first prize goes to Adrit Sai. And special mention award in group 3 goes to Rishita. Congratulations to all the winners. Now we will move on to the second category, which is performing arts. In this, there were 5 groups. So in group 1, special mention award goes to Akshaya Gadi Raju, and special mention award goes to Advik Sain. Now we move on to the group 2. The first prize goes to Shruti Shri Anaga Madhuri, and the second prize goes to Adrit Sain. In group 3, special mention award goes to Shrestha Vishnu Bhotla. And in group 4, special mention award goes to Pooja Vinod. In group 5, the first prize goes to Meenal Desai, and the special mention award goes to Anandi M. A very big hand to all the winners. Radhe Radhe.
Bhagavad Gita has an answer. In chapter 6, verse 5, it says, Uddharedatmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhu atmaiva ripuratmanaha, which means lift yourself with your mind. Don't let it pull you down. Your mind can be your greatest ally or your worst enemy. Master yourself and master your mind. Krishna says you hold the power within you. Choose wisely. Your mind is listening. Radhe Radhe.
वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनम् देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम् अतसी पुष्पसङ्काशं हारनूपुरशोभितम् रत्नकङ्कणकेयूरं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम् कुटिलालकसंयुक्तं पूर्णचन्द्रनिभाननम्
Moving to quiz contest, lots of quizzes took place as a part of International Gita Festival. There were many enthusiastic participants who were involved in it. So we will start now with the quiz, which is the identify words by number. Group 2, Group 3 and Group 5 participants took part in it. For Group 2 participant, Chapter 6 of Bhagavad Gita was pre-assigned. For Group 3 participant, Chapter 10 of Bhagavad Gita. And for Group 5, Chapter 2 of Bhagavad Gita was pre-assigned to them. So we start with Group 2, and in this particular contest, the verse number was given, and means if it is chapter 6, so chapter 6.10 means chapter 6 verse 10, and now they have to identify from multiple choices which was given to them. So let's begin with Group 2. In Group 2, first prize goes to Khatvik Jairam. Second prize was secured by Sai Rishit. In Group 3, special mention is Sai Varshita. In Group 5, first prize goes to Dr. Bhuvneshwari, second prize Urvashi Sharma, and third prize winner is Pavni Kamla Gayatri. Let's give all of them a big round of applause. Moving to identify the number by verse in this particular quiz, the verse was given and they have to find the correct number of that verse based on the multiple choice they were given. We will start with group 2. In group 2, Sai Yashin takes the first place and Sai Rishit takes the second place. In group 3, Sai Varshita takes first place and Krishna Singh takes second place. In group 5, first place is secured by Pooja Vinod, second place goes to Urvashi Sharma, and third place goes to Satyavani Bopati. Congratulations to all the winners. Please join me to give them a big round of applause. Moving to identify the meaning of Sanskrit word. So as the title very clearly tells us that Sanskrit words were given to them and they have to identify the meaning of that word. In that quiz was held for group 5. Chapter 2 was pre-assigned to them. First prize goes to Salaja Videla and special mention is Pooja Vinod. Moving to knowledge quiz. In knowledge quiz was held for the group 5 and chapter 2 was assigned to them. In the knowledge quiz, the first place goes to Pooja Vinod, second place to Sri Priya D, and third place Pranay Gupta. Moving to identify the verse by meaning. So meaning was given to them and they have to identify the correct verse based on the meaning was given to them. Now this quiz was for group 5 and chapter 2 was for them. First place goes to Dr. Bhuvaneshwari, second place goes to Satyavani Bodapati, and third place is a tie between Rajesh Kumar and Pooja Vinod. Congratulations to all of them and please join me to give them a big round of applause. We would like to see you again in International Gita Festival 2026.
स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूर्ण कीजिए काज मन मंदिर में सजे बिहारी मनमोहन तेरी छवियत प्यारी मन मंदिर में सजे बिहारी मनमोहन तेरी छवियत प्यारी बंसी बजैया रस रचैया तारनहार मेरे तुम ही के भैया तुमसे बड़ा कहाँ गोविंद हरे मुरारे हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेव.
तुमसे तुमको पाना तन मन तुम तन से मन को जाना उलझन गुम जिया रे नैना चुप के हरे मन गुमसुम डोरी टूटे ना 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 बांधी नैना
mentions for the literary arts and speech categories. These contests were based on specific chapters of Bhagavad Gita assigned to each age group. In the literary arts category, there were 2 contests, creative writing and poetry. In creative writing, Group 2, the first prize goes to Mahi Pemaraju. In Group 4, the special mention goes to Pooja Vinod. In Group 5, the first prize goes to Krishna Prasanna. In the poetry contest, we have 3 special mentions. In Group 2, Sara Gulapala. In Group 3, Rishita. In Group 5, Venkatramanan Raghunathan. Let's give a big round of applause to all. In the speech category, there were 2 contests, prepared speech and PowerPoint presentation. We will now announce the special mentions in these categories. In prepared speech, the special mentions are Group 2, Jai Rudra. Group 3, Rishita. In PowerPoint presentation, the special mention in Group 2 is Mahi Pemaraju. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Radhe Radhe everyone, I'm sure you're all cherished the wonderful event so far. Now, are you all excited to hear the Gita Pandit title winners? Well, before we announce the winners, here's a quick note about the prestigious Gita Pandit title. This title is awarded to participants who have taken part in at least 3 contests under the International Gita Festival platform and have scored the maximum cumulative points across them. It reflects not just excellence but consistent dedication to the study and practice of the Bhagavad Gita. Over the past few months, we have witnessed an overwhelming response from Gita enthusiasts across the globe. The dedication, perseverance and devotion displayed by the participants in understanding and applying the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita have been truly inspiring. So, let's take a moment to appreciate all the participants because by participating, they all are winners. And of course, a big round of applause to all our winners so far. And also get ready to cheer our Gita Pandit title winner. Now, before we announce their names, we also want to use this opportunity to express our deepest gratitude to Swami Mukundananda ji for his divine vision in bringing Bhagavad Gita into every household and for guiding us all on this sacred journey. Now, without further ado, let's celebrate the champions who have excelled in their deep study of the Bhagavad Gita. So let's start with Group 2. And in Group 2, the Gita Pandit titles runner-up award goes to Manjari Gupta. So join me in giving a big round of applause for her dedication and hard work. Now again, in Group 2, the Gita Pandit title winner awardee is Adrit Sai. Let's give a huge cheer for his outstanding achievement. So are you all ready to move on to Group 3? In Group 3, the Gita Pandit title winner is Sai Varshita Todupunuri. So join me in congratulating her on this remarkable accomplishment. Moving on to Group 4. In this group, the Gita Pandit title winner is Pooja Vinod. Let's give her a big round of applause for her exceptional performance. Last but not the least, in Group 5, the Gita Pandit title winner is none other than Bodapatti Satya Vani. A truly inspiring journey of learning and devotion, and join me in giving a big round of applause to her as well. A heartfelt congratulations to all our winners and participants once again. Your efforts and commitment to studying the Bhagavad Gita will serve as an inspiration for many. Special thanks to all our volunteers whose tireless efforts and hard work has made this event possible. With this, we wrap up International Gita Festival for 2025 and see you all in International Gita Festival 2026. Radhe Radhe.
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
दरस दिखा दे टुक मेरे नंद नंदन
तरस दिखा दे टुक मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
प्रेम सुधा दे टुक मेरे नंद नंदन
प्रेम सुधा दे टुक मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
निज सेवा दे मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
निज सेवा दे मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
तू ही मेरा मैं भी तेरा मेरे नंद नंदन
तू ही मेरा मैं भी तेरा मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
पाछा नहीं छोड़ू तेरा मेरे नंद नंदन
पाछा नहीं छोड़ू तेरा मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
जग छूटे तू न छूटे मेरे नंद नंदन
जग छूटे तू ना छूटे मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
जित देखूं तित तो ही मेरे नंद नंदन
जित देखो जित तो ही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
तुझ सा कृपालु नहीं मेरे नंद नंदन
तुझ साकी पालू नहीं मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
दरस दिखा दे टुक मेरे नंद नंदन
तरस दिखा दे टुक मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
प्रेम सुधा दे टुक मेरे नंद नंदन
प्रेम सुधा दे टुक मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
निज सेवा दे मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
निज सेवा दे मोही मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन
तू ही मेरा मैं भी तेरा मेरे नंद नंदन
तू ही मेरा मैं भी तेरा मेरे नंद नंदन
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन।
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन, अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन।
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन,
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन,
पाछा नहीं छोड़ू तेरा मेरे नंद नंदन।
पाछा नहीं छोड़ू तेरा मेरे नंद नंदन।
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन,
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन,
जग छूटे तू न छूटे मेरे नंद नंदन।
जग छूटे तू ना छूटे मेरे नंद नंदन।
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन, अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन।
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन, अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन।
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन,
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन,
जित देखूं तित तो ही मेरे नंद नंदन।
जित देखो तित तो ही मेरे नंद नंदन।
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन,
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन,
तुझ सा कृपालु नहीं मेरे नंद नंदन।
तुझ सा कृपालु नहीं मेरे नंद नंदन।
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन, अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन।
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन, अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन।
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन, अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन।
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन, अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन।
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन, अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन।
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन, अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन।
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन, अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन।
मेरे नंद नंदन मेरे नंद नंदन, अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन।
अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन।
अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन।
अपना बना ले मोही मेरे नंद नंदन।